with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. It's a beautiful town. The weather is amazing with palm trees swaying in the breeze and a bunch of people here in the convention center ready to play some Pokemon. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge, and helping me set the stage for this weekend's competition is Pablo Meza. How you doing, my friend?
Doing very well. Thank you, Adam. Enjoying the weather, as you said. LA, a fantastic place to see the season out, right? The last regional of the last North American regional of the season.
Yeah, the players have been building up to this point for so long. We're at the tail end of the current format, and we'll have to see. We ask this question, I think, every time, Pablo. Are players going to stick with some tried and true stuff? Are they going to take the opportunity perhaps to maybe throw a curveball at their opponents? And that will all be, up in the air for now.
Yeah, certainly, especially as you mentioned, not only the last regional, but also we have Twilight Masquerade coming out, and NAIC will be played with that. So if you have that secret deck or that deck that you've really been wanting to give it a go, this is the last chance you have to. So I do expect to see a few surprises out there in the field.
And for our new viewers in the audience, I want to take a moment to look over the schedule that we had over the course of this entire season. So many regionals done and complete. We're here towards the end in Los Angeles, just before NAIC in New Orleans, and then, of course, the World Championships in Honolulu.
I know it makes me feel very sad to see so many grayed out events, but also like there were so many good moments happening in this event, so many amazing games we got to see, and I think New Orleans and Honolulu, we still have the best to come yet.
Of great visual representation of how much competition has really gone down this entire time. So many players just adding to their resumes, cementing their legacies, and some new scrappy players also trying to find their space in the spotlight. And I suppose this is a great moment to talk about what is at stake for these players. When you come to the regional championship, you're trying to get that first place. Obviously, you're automatically going to lock in your invite to the World Championships, but you can also do that by accumulating enough points.
Indeed, 600 points for the North American players in Masters, or 450 for the juniors and seniors. And then the other regions are also fighting for their spots at the World Championships. EU, LA, OC, and the Middle East and South Africa. Everyone have a few opportunities to go. This weekend and the next, we have a few special events as well. So should be very interesting for many, many players.
The players need every single point they can, certainly. With this 11th hour in the season, I couldn't have said it better myself, Pablo. And for those of you who in the audience who are curious about what went down at our last NA Regional, we did put together a quick recap video, so take a look at that.
The Indianapolis Regional Championship will forever be remembered as the one to finally end Charizard EX's dominance in the format after 4 back-to-back major tournament wins around the globe. This dominance prompted top players to bring decks that could stand up to Charizard, like Chien-Pao EX, with 4 of them making top 8. However, it would be Andrew Hedrick and his surprising Dialga V-Star deck who would ultimately come out on top, taking on Grant Shen and his beloved Chen-Pao EX deck in the final match. In Game 1, Andrew was able to take advantage of Grant's fragile setup by KOing both Bibarel with Dialga V-Star's Star Chronos attack alongside an Iono to make an unlikely comeback. In Game 2, Andrew got an early lead and never looked back, splitting his energy between two Dialga on the bench whilst taking prizes with Zamazenta proved too much to handle for Grant, who couldn't really use his Radiant Greninja early enough to deny the powerful Metal Maker ability. This incredible energy acceleration and extra turns from this underrated Dialga mid-tank deck were enough to give Andrew Hedrick the title of Indianapolis Regional Champion.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick are making their way to a third regional championship here in Indianapolis.
With the biggest events of the 2024 season still on the horizon, be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete so you don't miss any of the action.
That was overall just incredibly surprising. Finally, Dialga V-Star getting its due. It's a deck that's kind of been slowly rising through the metagame as a rogue deck and has situated into a nice spot.
Yeah, for sure. Getting that win definitely solidified it. And I think it validated both of us, right? That we've both been Dialga fans, and it was very nice to see it in a field of Charizard EX, right? As we see the metagame spread here at Indianapolis that we had that weekend at Indianapolis. Charizard dominating, Chen-Pao at the top, but it was Dialga that prevailed, that a deck that was not on many players' radars.
If you got the memo early and you had a chance to really put in the time and test with the list, you could take it to that next level. And Andrew Hedrick, watching the finals, certainly I learned a lot about how that deck really should be piloted. So big congratulations to him once again. And I feel that we do need to mention that Chen-Pao was incredibly dominant that weekend as well. It just so happens that Dialga is naturally favored into that matchup because of Chen-Pao's metal weakness.
Yeah, that metal weakness makes it so easy to take down basically the whole Chen-Pao deck, right? With only a couple energies, not relying on that Star Chronos, and Chen-Pao was the natural response to the high amount of Charizard that we saw, and Dialga was the next response to that, right? So it made sense that Dialga ended up winning that event when Chen-Pao dominated the overall field against Charizard.
The Charizard decks have been tried and true at this point. Yep. They do well at every single event they appear in, usually at very increased numbers compared to every other deck. And once the field begins to narrow is when that deck really starts to show its cracks, where players are trying to directly target it and exploit it. There's a lot of other decks, still kind of swirling around in the metagame, like Ancient Box, Arctina, that a lot of players believe in. I'm cursed. Whenever I see Arctina played, they go Arceus Attach Pass, and then the deck doesn't seem to do anything, but maybe that aggression is what's needed.
Yeah, the aggression that Arceus has can definitely carry it, and also the disruption, but it's also very frail in its setup. If they don't get that Arceus down or that energy, they're immediately behind. So I think that also plays into a deck, but it did get a decent amount of success. It just didn't rise to the top like other decks.
Yeah, Andrew Hedrick was the one that rose to the top with his Dialga V-Star, joining the pantheon of NA regional champions. And all of the players you're seeing on the screen right now, folks, have locked up their invites to Worlds. A lot of the players here are qualified in multiple ways, but when you win a regional championship, you automatically get your invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. And this is a powerhouse roster, if I do say so myself, Pablo.
It's a fantastic mix of experience, newcomers, veterans, young players, older players. There's a little bit of everything here, and it's honestly very surprising to not see a repeat winner. So I'm sure a lot of these players are here. It'll be very interesting if we can close out with one of these players getting a second title to their name.
The players that can take down multiple regional championships in a single season are just a cut above. When we look back in time, right, Pablo, to Pittsburgh, Peoria, this was when Lost Zone was really at the height of the metagame. And as the meta has shaped itself and matured, we're coming around through Charizard and then to Dialga and Chen-Pao. And are you a player who's going to wait for the metagame to come to you? You're specializing on a deck, or are you the type of player who's going to switch your deck and try to keep up with the shifting tides of the meta?
I personally prefer to shift tides. I think that really plays into your possibility to adapt to different situations. And I think that's one of the most important skill sets to have as a Pokemon trading card player. If you want to be successful, it's very good to, when you're starting off, become really good at one deck to learn these skills. But I think the most valuable thing you can do is try to have adaptability and flexibility when you are playing and when you are choosing your deck, so that you can maximize your chances of success. And I'm pretty sure every player that we see or that we have seen have success at the NA regionals is able to do that for sure.
And when you finally get your success, start accumulating those points, maybe you'll find yourself on the top leaderboard as a top scorer. These players are scrapping tooth and nail to get onto the leaderboard and keep their spots. That's going to be, I think, the biggest struggle, Pablo. If you're down in slot 14, 15, 16, somebody might be coming for you, knocking you off this leaderboard. And if that happens, you'll lose your round 1 bye for the World Championships.
Indeed, and there's so much to play for still with the North America International still to happen, right? LA and Europe have already had their international, so their table, their leaderboard will move a little bit less, but international championships offer so many points, and we could see this table shift dramatically after NAIC, especially those players that you mentioned at the 14, 15, and 16 spots. They definitely want to accumulate as many points as they can this weekend to try and distance themselves from the 17th, 18th, and 19th place.
And I am glad you did bring up Europe too, Pablo, because they have their own leaderboard. Instead of a top 16, it is a top 22. And Europe has been at the forefront of a lot of regional developments, right? This was the birthplace of Snorlax control, like that Snorlax stall, where it really got to test itself against the best of the best at the time and solidify itself as a real contender in the metagame. And these are our current EU regional champions.
Yeah, amazing play as well in Europe. And I do have to correct myself. Azul is a 2-time regional winner this season, just in separate regions, right? He ended up winning the latest regional in Stockholm with Snorlax, right? Coincidentally. So I'm also wondering, we used to have like a theme of saying Mew VMAX dominated in Europe, nobody prepared for it, and now it seems like Snorlax has won 2 regionals over there. I wonder if Snorlax will be the new Mew VMAX over in Europe, where it's just not respected enough and it continues to do well.
The Owen Cameraman as well with the repeat regional win. So Europe has this hidden echelon of top players, right, that are able to consistently take down these events. And I love how we get the full spectrum of I would say a full meta cycle, where Snorlax and then transition to Chen Pao, now back to Snorlax for EU. And we'll see, especially with Azul Garcia Griego winning with Snorlax in Stockholm, if that will carry back over to States.
Yeah, and another fun fact about winners, we had LA winners as well in different regions. So a lot of mix and match within the regions, which is really cool to see. But here we have the leaderboard, those top 22 players that you were mentioning, Adam. We've already had EUIC, so this table tends to shift a little bit less than the North American still to go, but a lot of really important names here.
When I look at this leaderboard, you know, I always Alessandro Cremasoli jumps out to me because his ability to pilot control to that next level, he's up there in my mind with some of the best. If you are wanting to play that style of deck, you are always looking at those sorts of European players that are known for these builds and these brews to not only get the signal, is it a good time to play control, but how should I be approaching that build in the first place?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Alessandro, one of the forefront deck builders and heroes of that deck for sure. And then we have Yuho and Tord, of course, both LA and EU IC winners at the very top. The Cameraman brothers combined, they have over 2,000 championship points in a single house. That's amazing to see. And then a lot of really, really amazing names. Fabian Pujol, Pedro Eugenio Torres, fantastic player from Spain. James Cox, who is Australian but is residing in Europe. So we have everything we could possibly want here.
Players have gotten so much more comfortable traveling to attend these multiple events and compete outside of their region. And the melting pot of the competitive Pokemon community has allowed these players to really step out of their comfort zone and sample the international meta and bring these decks that normally only do well in one particular region or within their own pocket metas to really stir things up around the world.
Yeah, I think this season has definitely been like, we had a shift towards international championships within the 2016-2017 season. That was their debut, and that really propelled this internationalness of the game to a whole new level. And I feel like this season is the next stepping stone right now because of the increased prizes, the increase in prestigiousness of the international championships, that it's making it so much more worth for players from any region to travel to other regions. We had Americans traveling to all the other regions. We've had Australians at every regional as well. I know there's plenty of Mexicans at this regional, and Mexicans always try to go to North American regionals. We also have traveling to our own region in Latin America, which is a little bit farther, but we're still making the effort. So I do think this season will be remembered when we look back as the next stepping stone in the evolution of the game.
That is beautifully said, Pablo. To call attention to the worldwide effect that the recent growth of the Pokemon TCG has really experienced. But now we have a time to really focus in on this competition. Here in Los Angeles, we have some points to really set the stage for the context for this weekend's competition. And I think we touched on this a little bit already, certainly, is Snorlax.
Yeah.
You know, are players going to respect it after its performance in Stockholm, or are players sleeping on our boy?
Yeah, I think Snorlax is the perfect example of how cycles happen. It was a little... Snorlax is a perfect example of how you want to, like, if you think it's going to be played a lot, then you tech for it, but then that's when people play the list, and therefore you feel like, oh, my tech didn't really work, so then you take it out, and then it comes back in the next tournament. So there's like cycle, as we had with Drapion V and Mew V Max. It's like the counters are there, Snorlax does bad. Snorlax does bad, I don't need the counter, Snorlax does good. And we go into that cycle of counter and non-counter.
And it's going to be up to our players here this weekend to see if they can break the cycle, because it is a special sort of frustration to lose to Snorlax, because you're getting punished on a very specific level of, oh, you didn't tech for this, so I'm going to come out just like, you know, the big sleepy boogeyman, certainly. And some matchups are naturally good into it, don't need to tech as hard, and that becomes a big meta consideration, because certainly Dialga V-Star doesn't really like playing into Snorlax too much. So that's going to be a big wrench, I think, thrown into the gear work of the Los Angeles meta. But the next point I wanted to talk to you about, Pablo, is Lost Zone. We touched on how it was a monstrous deck earlier on in the season, but now is it finally time for this deck to rise back up to the top?
I mean, I generally think so. Lost Box started off in a place where Charizard was dominating, and that high HP is really tough for them to take down. They need to devote to the Roaring Moon EX, which then leaves them at 30 HP and can be revenge KO'd by a Charmander. So when Charizard is at the very top, there's no real grass-type Pokemon that they can tech in that can, like, realistically deal well enough with Charizard. But now we're in a situation where Charizard is on the decline, and therefore they don't need to get past that humongous threshold of HP. And now they're able to deal with the lower HP Pokemon. They have the Iron Hands, they have the Roaring Moon for some threats, and their versatility is really carrying them. So I really think Lost Box, the resurgence it has had, matches Charizard EX's slight decline.
The saddest thing, I think, certainly was when the Lost Zone players were trying out Shaman V or Iron Leaves EX, trying to hit those big numbers against Charizard, and so many things need to go right for the player over the course of the game for that kind of coup de grace to line up. And it's, I've got the Iron Leaves, but I don't have a Mirage Gate, or you need the Mirage Gate plus an extra energy attachment for the turn in order for that Rapid Vernier to actually work. So hopefully with less Charizard pressure, we can see some of these sillier Mirage Gate brews really rise up, because whenever I see the Hoopa EX and the Iron Hands, I know that we're in for a good time on the desk.
Yeah, certainly. I agree. Lost Box being that versatile, I think Lost Box will always be viable because it can play any combination of energies it wants, or it needs to adapt to the metagame at hand, right? As long as the attackers permit it. And as you mentioned, the current grass type attackers leave a little bit to be desired, and even if you have them, they're worth 2 prices just like Charizard. So then you're trading evenly in that regard, and that's, I think, the biggest issue. There's no good single price Pokemon that you can use to take down a Charizard.
Charizard, the HP is just too big.
Yeah.
And then we got into that weird mini meta where Charizard was teching for the mirror, starting to run Hero's Cape.
Yeah.
And that kind of brings us back around to our final point, where is it finally time for Charizard? Now that the counters have maybe settled down, it's going to be getting into the same vibe as Snorlax, where, okay, now the heat's died down, can Charizard show up, and will it be the original Obsidian Flames tempo variety that we're kind of used to seeing, or the more recent Tord Reklev control ideas where you want to play the deck a bit slower and kind of pick apart your opponent's board?
Yeah, I agree that same like Snorlax, when the spotlight isn't on Charizard, as it doesn't seem to be right now, that's when it is able to have like a little bit more breathing room without having to be scared of double TM Devo plays. A lot of Eerie attacking their super odds and their rare candies. So I do think because the spotlight has not been on Charizard in his last few tournaments, and also Snorlax won in Stockholm, which Snorlax has a very good Charizard matchup. If you were gonna play Charizard right now, like, you might be a little scared, but then you might think, okay, people are thinking that people are gonna be scared to play Charizard, so they won't be as ready for it at this event.
And I do not envy our competitors this weekend because there's so many factors to what you want to play and in what style. It's not just the cut and dry, play this deck, play this archetype. It's, okay, but how are you going to tech it out? There's so much flexibility currently amongst all of the top decks to respond to different lists. It's no longer, this is the most efficient 60, therefore I must play this. We've seen players really sculpt their decks to their own playstyle and what they truly predict for the metagame. And Charizard EX is, I want to say, similar to Mew VMAX in that regard, where it can tech to counter its own counters, and maybe a chosen Charizard player will mathematically get the perfect read on the metagame. And I guess the other question I have to ask Pablo is, did we get the perfect read on the metagame? Because we always, for you folks at home who don't know, we always ask our casters and to send their picks, what they think is going to be the most likely to succeed. And I got some spice for you this weekend, Pablo.
You do, your beloved Dialga, but also Great Tusk. How come you chose Great Tusk, Adam?
So I'm trying to go for a bit of an option select here, where if there's not a lot of Snorlax, Dialga V-Star is going to do great, but if there is a lot of Snorlax, then Great Tusk is going to be fantastic. I've heard some rumors that a lot of Ancient Box players are beginning to lean a little bit heavier into the Great Tusk idea as part of their game plan. And I think that this card could catch us by surprise, because some decks show up and say, okay, Great Tusk, great. I know this matchup, I'm generally favored, but if the wrong cards get milled, then you still can't fight against them regardless.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Great Tusk. I like the pick. Yeah, you're covering all your bases. I personally went with Snorlax, right? I do think Snorlax has room to, since it won in Stockholm and people were, and it didn't do so well in Santiago last weekend, I think people are going to be like, oh, okay, I don't need to worry about Snorlax. And that's exactly when you need to worry about Snorlax. And then Charizard EX, the comeback, I do think Charizard has the possibility and the capability to adapt to this metagame. And I would not be surprised to see it succeed again this weekend.
And drawing attention over to the left side, of course, Kyle Sablehouse shouting out, don't forget, we've got Spiritomb. This is still a great tech card that a lot of lists like to drop from time to time to shut down certain engines, kind of keep certain decks under control. And then, of course, Iron Hands EX is a great shout out to the potential resurgence of Lost Zone, and it's a guest star for Chen Pao.
Yeah, for sure. Iron Hands always will have a place in the meta, I think. And now, Ethan with very specific picks, which I like. When you see Entei, you might think, oh, okay, yeah, you take it into Charizard, you have a Fire-type attacker, you can deal with Dialga. However, Entei can also fit into Snorlax or Control decks because they're playing Fire Energy naturally for the Chi-Yu and for Radiant Charizard, and that way they can also deal a little bit better with Dialga, which is now a bad matchup for them, right? So that NTV, just like yourself, yeah, Ethan trying to cover as many possibilities as possible, and then Sableye, as we've talked about the resurgence of Lost Box, I think Ethan catches on to this as well.
And Shelby Boo, of course, picking the Roaring Moon. This is opting for potential the Ancient Box, as we talked about, and also the Moon deck, right?
Yeah.
The big Roaring Moon EX with the baby Roaring Moon, just a great energy accelerating deck with Professor Sada, and going in and getting those attacks, mapping out your prize trades. It's a list that on paper has such a high skill ceiling because of the way you need to map your prizes, but just hasn't seen that upper echelon of overall success. Combined with Bayonet EX, had a massive showing in EUIC, of course, as a fancy tech in Giratina. And if we're anticipating a lot of control, certainly that, what is it called? Poltergeist?
Yeah, Poltergeist.
And Everlasting Darkness could be a great idea for LA.
At Stockholm, there was also like a brand new Bayonet EX combination with Gardevoir EX that did quite well. It got 2 top 8 spots, or it might have been Santiago regionals. From Latin America, so I think that Abu must have been watching that regional.
Gotcha.
Bayonet EX seems to have come out of nowhere, and we've always had this like item lock strategies find success at some point. Even though the damage feels very little, usually that 30 damage might be enough if your opponent's just not playing the game.
That is true. That is very true. It doesn't matter how much damage you're dealing when your opponent is doing literally nothing. And I think the overall theme for all of our caster picks is players trying to outthink their opponents.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big ticket here. If you've got that next level of a read into the meta, you're going to see success. And that brings me to some players that we've selected that we want to call special attention to for our audience at home. These are some big names that I personally felt were in a great position just because of their previous performances or of the decks they are sort of known for. And the first player I had picked out was Ian Robb. He's known for his adaptability and, of course, was a huge competitor for NAIC, which is coming up. Came in second place there. Recently, he's been playing a lot of Charizard, but he said in interviews before that he's comfortable playing whatever he feels is going to be best, which is a playstyle you certainly agree with, Pablo.
Yeah, for sure. Ian, as you mentioned, a fantastic player, very adaptable, and second place NAIC last season, so I'm sure he's hungry for more success. And then we have Caleb Gedimer, who I feel like we keep seeing him at the top in those top 16s, but he hasn't had the like big breakthrough performance, but so much consistency. Like, it's gotta pay off sometime, right?
That was my thought exactly when I wanted to put him on this graphic, especially because he's been playing a lot of control recently, which the meta has really begun to favor. And if he continues to stick to his guns and the meta does end up favorable here in LA, I think it could be his time. If you've got the consistency, it is only a matter of time, and it's a similar point for Ryan Antonucci, who is usually on the same list of something that's making the finals, making that top 4, and it's just a matter of time before the bracket goes his way.
Yeah, for sure. Ryan, I mean, already a regional winner. I would love to do it again as well. And as you mentioned, yeah, Ryan has had that level of consistency, even at the international level as well, at the international championship. So I think all 3 of these are very good players to be able to follow this tournament, and I expect great things out of them for sure.
Yeah, Ryan was on Snorlax in Stockholm as well. I think made 9th.
Yeah.
So had the right read on the meta, was right there, and it's just a matter of if Los Angeles will be kind to these competitors, because they've already proven they have the skills, the pedigree, the consistency, and when you're playing against the best of the best, especially from the international scene, it feels like not only have regionals expanded, they've gotten even more difficult to consistently get these top finishes that the players are so craving.
Yeah, definitely. The international setting has elevated both regionals and internationals, but like regionals definitely this season I played in a couple and they feel that much harder. Yeah, not only because of the size, but also the level of competition, the quality of players. It's definitely increasing with every passing tournament.
The tournaments are going to continue to grow. I have no doubt about that, Pablo, and it is all thanks to our viewers at home. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let us know as well who you're excited to see. If you're watching the tournament, use our follow us on social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to share your thoughts about the tournament. Or maybe if you're here in the crowd, we want to see your awesome pics, your cosplays, your pets. Always send us pet pics with hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'd love to hear from you. And I think with that, don't forget to follow the Twitch stream if you're watching there, or the YouTube stream if you're watching over there, so you don't miss out on any of our big Pokemon competitions we have coming up. And that's going to be it for Pablo and I. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk with Kyle and Ethan. We're going to get into our competition soon, so stay tuned.
The stage is set for our grand finale, the final stop on our regionals road trip, Los Angeles, California. Welcome in. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Sablehouse. And Kyle, this is it. We've got one last regional champion to crown as players work their way towards their World Championship invite.
Yeah, what an amazing road we've had here this year. The 2024 season's been incredible. So many great champions have been crowned. We're looking for one more. What do you say? Do you think we have a two-time regional coming up here for the NA region, or are we going to see a new face?
Could definitely happen, but as you and I and many viewers know at home, it is a tough road. So much you have to do through these regional events. And speaking of those, let's take a look at the format for this event.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a two-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
To become a champion, that is every competitor's dream, and it comes with some nice perks as well. Hey, Kyle, who wouldn't like to have $10,000 cash walking away from this weekend?
I think I want it, but you know what? I don't get a choice. I'm at the desk. I've already lost the tournament at this point, but hey, you know what? The other player on the other side of there still comes away with $7,000 for a finalist placing. And of course, there's a lot of players playing down the line, even getting top 32 for $1,000. That finances a couple more trips.
Yeah, big increase to prizes this year. Let's not forget last year, first place at a regional championship, that granted you $5,000. Who doesn't like that extra increase as players are looking to convert through these Swiss rounds, get as many match points as possible. And we're already 3 rounds past in this tournament here at Swiss round number 4. Let's take a look at our Swiss standings, see what our players are so far battling it out. Of course, we've had multiple regional champions this year, and players are looking to get as many wins as possible to cement themselves into Day 2 and hopefully that top cut.
Yeah, so many great players that have attended this event, and they're trying to lock in to start to develop on those championship points and maybe get that world championship if you don't already have it. And by the way, if you're doing well in this tournament, that means that you're accumulating those match points, and those match points are really what you need to focus on in that opening day. Get as many as possible and lock in a nice opportunity in Day 2.
We've got a few thousand competitors here. Let's take a look at how our standings have fared so far. Players are looking to accumulate those match points. Of course, 3 points for a win, 0 points for a loss, and 1 point for a tie. And these players are maxed out so far. 3 rounds through and 3 rounds won. Plenty of players sitting at 9 match points thus far.
Yeah, see Sam Leggett once more back on the stage, at least on the screen here, is 3-0, trying to continue to build up on those points and earn that world championship placing. Landon Kittle also is a player who's trying to, I think he's only, 9 points away from locking in for the world championship. LeBuy, Brian Kim, some great names here to start things off.
You know what, Kyle? I want to start this action off today. Let's get into our 4th Swiss round. Players battling it out to become a regional champion. These storylines unfolding. Let's throw it down to the table and meet our 2 competitors who will be kicking off day number 1. And this should be at least one familiar name you know. Of course, Kieran is somebody who has been playing this GN POW deck for a while, having plenty of success. But it's going to be no easy task, especially up against a player like Mikey San Agustin.
Yeah, Kieran, basically one of the CEOs of the CPOW, the big boss himself, top 32 in the regionals, Indianapolis, top 64 in Orlando, top 128 at EUIC, just continues to pilot this deck so well. I mean, it's been this or Gardevoir for him time and time again. I think he's found his favorite deck.
Who doesn't love a little cold action, getting a little bit chilly on your opponents? And there's going to be some really interesting dynamics, some tech cards to talk about. Let's take a look at these prizes, see if there's some important pieces in here. We do see 2 copies of Rare Candy, and now Kieran has opted to play the maximum copies for Rare Candy in this deck. So we'll maybe struggle a little bit to get Baxcalibur out. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, but on Mikey's side, does prize a few of those important energy cards. You need those to get your Pokemon powered up, draw cards. It's the name of the game when it comes to these Lost Zone decks.
Yeah, Jet energies to continue to see multiple flower selectings, grass energy so that you can perform some of those incredible attacks that you have with whichever Pokemon it may be, likely one of those Giratina V-Stars. You need those energies to get rolling, and this could be scary.
Some cool tech cards to talk about. Mikey has been playing an interesting version of this deck. We'll see if he's able to establish some of these key lines, these key pieces. As let's get into this here. Round number 4, getting kicked off right away. Kieran does have a very solid hand here. Lots of searching cards, especially something like that Nest Ball. With GN POW, you can start to grab these energy cards out of the deck, build up your combos, and wreak havoc on your opponent's board.
Yeah, and immediately you see all of the favorites of this deck moving to the front. The Radiant Greninja, the Chien-Pao, the water energies to go with the Chien-Pao. Everything is lined up in this opening hand, and this is going first as well. And you know what I always say, nothing beats a run-hot Chien-Pao.
Hey, it's hard to beat this deck when it draws well, and that's coming from a Gardevoir player as well. You gotta just sit there sometimes with your hands on your head and you say, look, if you've got it, you've got it. And sometimes it's really hard for this deck to not have it when it's just got so many ways to build the hand up, find cards, and what an excellent start. Attaching to that Bidoof, retreating to allow this Chien-Pao EX to use Shivery Chill, get these water energies, and that's gonna pair great with that second Nest Ball to find Radiant Greninja.
Incredible. Look at this. All of the different art energies that go along with this. The EX Emerald energy from nearly 20 years ago is in the discard pile here, and Kieran is definitely flexing to start things off here in LA.
Sometimes you gotta, I don't really like playing so many different water energies, but hey, so listen, you may have to use some of your tournament winnings here to buy 7 more EX Emerald Hollow energies. How about that?
I'm sure he'll be able to figure it out, especially if he keeps trolling like this. The Buddy Poffin lined up and ready to roll. And although there is a Frigibax in the prize cards, 2 will still hit the board here on the opening turn. This is a dream scenario.
Excellent here. There is some small changes to this list as we sort of have seen this list evolve. We saw sort of the standard list get played a lot over in the European regional a couple weekends ago, and Kieran is playing this deck again, but has actually just chosen to only play the 60 HP Frigibax. And look, it's great, it only has 1 retreat, but that 70 HP could come in useful later on in the game.
Yeah, obviously when you're playing against a player who's using a Lost Box engine, you have to think about Sableye. It's so detrimental when they are able to clear off multiple Frigibax in a turn. But if you're going first and you're rolling like this, you just evolve those Pokemon as fast as you can. Irida equals Baxcalibur turn 2, and we see it in the hand. This is a mighty mountain for Mikey to climb.
Mikey's got 1 key Pokemon here to help him. You see those 2 Pokemon immediately put to the top of the deck. That Shuppet and that Bayonet, of course, Everlasting Darkness. A very powerful attack for a single Psychic Energy can shut Kieran off of playing any of these item cards. And Kieran only has that Rare Candy to get Baxcalibur into play, and lots of those ways to retrieve energy cards. Mikey can sort of get this Bayonet established, start using that attack over and over again. Kieran may just not have enough resources without being able to play items to keep up.
Yeah, what the disrespect to Artibax, the middle backs, as we've called him so many times before, and it just doesn't show up in the deck list. It's too slow. You can Rare Candy so easily with the Irida, so you just focus on that, try to get that Pokemon evolved as fast as possible. And that's the benefit of going first. You have this opportunity where if you can sneak this Pokemon into play, you're going to be all right. The issue is Shuppet doesn't like item cards.
No, it doesn't. And Mikey is presented with a very interesting choice in this situation. Now, Kieran did have to retreat that Bidoof, so there's currently no energy in play. So if Kieran wants to attack next turn, we'll have to evolve into Baxcalibur and then use that Shivery Chill ability. Kyle, is there ever a situation here with Mikey where if you can find a Psychic Energy, you go in with that Enveloping Shadow and try and flip heads to just give yourself an extra turn to shut Kieran off of items?
1000%. It seems like an excellent play, and it does benefit a little bit on the fact that Kieran did not start with that Shampoo in the active. If there's a Water Energy on this Pokemon, there's a threatened turn 2 knockout on that Shuppet. Instead, you can potentially slow down your opponent to the point where item locking is going to be exactly what you walk into in that next step of Bayonet.
And this list, with Banette not playing any Water Energy to threaten something like Moonlight Shuriken, we are going to see the Flower selecting does find a Switch card and an Ultra Ball. But with how this board is developing for Mikey, there's only one bench space open. Could see another Comfey come down, but I'm not sure the hand is looking as solid as Mikey would like to. That Ultra Ball can find Banette the following turn, but you need to play Colress, you need to draw cards for this deck to really function. And yeah, I mean, looking at this hand, there is nothing going on. It looks like there is a second Shuppet in the hand, and with the Manaphy in play, you do give yourself a little bit of protection. Mikey will play that down. And the question here, do you play Switch? It's just going to be a switch into Radiant Greninja. The hand is super weak, and Kieran will have a turn here to set this board off, pop off a little bit, and importantly, does have Irida and Baxcalibur in hand. Can start to really dig through the deck, find these energy cards, and put on aggression.
Yeah, you really start to wonder what cards could Kieran potentially find in a situation like this. You do see the Manaphy there, and you start to wonder, is the Canceling Cologne one of those cards? No, it's cut for that 4th rare candy, and that has been a big change we've seen lately. However, Iron Bundle is at least going to get a different Pokemon promoted, and any of these are a great choice for Kieran. Would love to knock out one of those Shuppet.
Yeah, all threats. You don't want to shut off your Comfey engine. You don't want to give Manaphy up, because then Canceling Cologne allows you to take a knockout on multiple of these Shuppets on the bench. So I think the smartest choice here for Mikey, bring the Shuppet up into the active, try and deny as little as possible here. We are just going to see, it looks like, another searching card there that has Hisuian Heavy Ball. We'll grab the Frigibax out of the prize card, so putting that into the hand, and it's up to Kieran now to try and sequence this as best as possible to maybe find a crazy combination of something like that Prime Catcher, Canceling Cologne, Knockout Bow Shuppet. Actually, looking at this here, I mean, you got to make space for some of these new inclusions. There is actually no Canceling Cologne in this deck. That is really a card of topic for a lot of these GM-POW players.
Yeah, when you go to the 4th candy, it's a nod to the fact that Irida is such a prominent card in the current meta, playing against all those control builds. You want to have as many rare candy as possible, maybe to play around some of those de-evolution TMs that you'd see as well. So having the 4 candy means that it's so likely that you'll have the turn 2 Baxcalibur to roll and take some quick knockouts. However, you do lose some of that incredible pop-off potential in knocking out Manaphys, along with maybe even taking out 2 Comfeys, 2 Shuppets, whatever it may be.
Now this hand will not grant much here for Kieran, but does still hold on to that Irida, and now can use Shivery Chill to find some Water Energies and use that Concealed Cards ability. And yeah, this deck, even from starting with no evolutions in play, just a few basic Pokemon on the bench, with the help of Greninja, Chien-Pao, and then Bibarel, you can sequence everything as perfectly as possible to maximize your draw and really give yourself a lot of options with this deck.
Yeah, so much sequencing goes into this build when you're playing out all the cards, and sure enough, you see Kieran values having those energies after the fact that he built up the hand with the Bibarel, now has those Water Energies ready to roll, draw with the Radiant Greninja. This is how you start to build a hand, and you still have the potential to play down this Irida and have that turn 2 knockout.
Did find Prime Catcher there off that Concealed Cards, and not sure if Kieran is really ready to invest that powerful A-Spec yet. I mean, it is something that you could possibly do if you do have enough Water Energies. We do see that Superior Energy Retrieval in the hand, so we could maybe see some aggression after this Giratina V. But it feels like public enemy number 1 may just be these Shuppets in play thus far.
Yeah, at this point, you're worried about just taking an opening prize card, and I think next turn is a point where you can get a little more aggressive. Your opponent only got 1 card into the Lost Zone at this point, so for any relevant attack, you're going to have to reach that 7, reach the Mirage Gate, and just start putting on aggression. I think you take your time here, take a quick knockout, and just get ready for next turn.
Yeah, and Kieran even looking to play this Superior Energy Retrieval for not the full effect, just wants to get Water Energies back before this Everlasting Darkness starts the following turn, to just load this Chien-Pao up, put a bunch of energies into play, and say, look, no matter what you do, no matter if you shut me off of items, I'm going to have enough Water Energies in the tank to take a knockout onto your Banette EX.
Yep, this is the debate turn. You have that Prime Catcher. You could Prime Catcher, retreat for 1, lose all the energies, and knock out the Giratina V. Or you can be happy with just this single prize, get rid of 1 energy, keep these energies on board. Your opponent probably doesn't have an answer next turn.
Yeah, with 1 card in the lost zone, definitely nothing to knock out this Chien-Pao EX, especially with how clogged the board is here. There's only space for 1 more Comfey. So Kieran going to leave 2 energy on this Chien-Pao, take the knockout with Hailblade, and Mikey with such a poor hand the following turn. The previous turn really needs to find something here. There is a Pokegear, so we're going to look at these top 7. Is there a supporter card?
Not the right one.
It's
not even there.
No supporter card here, and with the hand as poor as it is, there's no way to move this Comfey out of the active. No energy cards. That Mirage Gate cannot be played. And
do you like Game 2s?
Look, I like Game 2s if we're going to win Game 2s. That game did not go Mikey's way, and however, does make the smart choice, understands how important it is this early on to get wins. We'll scoop things up. We're going to Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, great identifying there from Mikey. That you're not getting anywhere from there. Very unlucky to see no Colress off of that Pokegear. The cards just weren't falling that game. You know you got to scoop it up. Run Hot Chien-Pao continues on, and it's got that 1-0 lead here in the opening round here in LA.
You know, I have a confession. It's been a little while since I've seen Chien-Pao really grow into the strong deck it is. I really was a doubter of this deck for a while. I said, you need to find so much.
Boy.
Okay, listen. Well, I'm putting bias out of it, and no, it's still in it. I'm going to be honest. But you see the deck function like this, and you expect it to just be like that every couple of games. Sometimes it falls short, and it does do that, but really with the way that this deck has been perfected in terms of deck building, it is doing everything in its power to maximize these draws and put these combos together, especially on these early turns.
Yeah, the question has been, can this deck do it for 15 rounds? The answer is yes. Can it do it for 18 rounds? That answer is no. We've tried that. It did not work. In Indianapolis, 4 were in the top 8. It did not end up winning the tournament. Dialga V-Star was just too powerful. Maybe Kieran or another great Chien-Pao player finally has what it takes to get over that threshold and show off the potential of this deck and actually get the victory.
Chien-Pao is a regional champion this year in Europe, but it has yet to win a regional championship here in North America, and this is its last chance to win a regional. Will one of these strong representatives who've been sticking with this deck for so long finally push past the finish line? It's been so close, top 4s, 2nd place, all the closer to taking this win, but yet, as it stands, has not taken this regional win. But Mikey's going to be in a solid position this game. We'll be able to start things off going first, potentially get that turn to Everlasting Darkness before there's any disruption. As we take a look at our prize cards, and that Prime Catcher, it glows pink. You can't ignore it, especially when it's in the prize cards.
Yep, and at the tippy top, unfortunate to see the lightning energy as well, so Iron Hands is not going to be an option. And we do see a little bit of prizing there from Mikey. Not too bad, but hey, buddy, sign me up.
Yeah, that Benetti X is in the deck, and that's really all you want to see here from Mikey. Hand is not super powerful, but with this Buddy Poffin, I think the choice here is, do you just grab more of these Comfey in play? Do you grab the Shuppet? And Mikey doing a little bit of both, grabbing 1 of 1, and again, just really struggling to have solid, powerful turn 1s with this Giratina deck, and that's what it's known for sometimes. When you're trying to do so much, you can sometimes have to have a really high reliance on using Colress, pivoting a lot. You're fitting this Bayonet line in a little bit. It's really hard to do all of that.
Yeah, the difference of this game is 100% on the fact that Mikey is going first. Having the potential to play down that Bayonet EX and start to lock out those items and really crush the fact that Baxcalibur is completely dependent on the rare candy. That's everything in this matchup. So give yourself 2 opportunities, both those Shuppets there. Try to work in the flower selecting, maybe see some additional cards, and you can guarantee that you'll be putting on that pressure before Kieran even has a shot.
Got to pick through the deck, see what you've got access to. Maybe find Colress. Now, there is a Psychic Energy in the hand as well as a Grass Energy, so Mikey can hold on to those Psychic Energies. Usually with Mirage Gate, it's not super important for which energy cards you're discarding with things like concealed cards, but when you're looking to find turn 2 Bayonet EX, item lock your opponent, you've got to prioritize keeping these Psychic Energies in your hand.
Punished with the Roxanne in hand. That's not the supporter of choice that you're looking for. Has to lose the Psychic Energy, but is holding on to a switch, so at least 1 more flower selecting, and then the opportunity to attack with that Bayonet EX if it can be found next turn.
And we talked about the good of Chien-Pao, and this is sort of the dark side that Chien-Pao can really struggle to get set up sometimes, especially with this hand. I don't think there's really any great supporter options. There is something like a Cypher Maniac, but no energy cards to retreat, no energy cards to maybe grab something like Radiant Greninja and concealed cards, and now this is really what separates the good from the great Qianpao players. How, when you don't have these explosive setups that are sort of, okay, I have Poffins in my hand, I can find my basics, how do you play your turnout to make sure that you don't get steamrolled, especially if your opponent has a powerful disruptive strategy in item lock?
Yeah, this has been the difference from different formats of Qianpao. The fact that now there is that Earthen Vessel, the opportunity to find those water energies when you don't have them in hand initially, that generally leads to a solid setup. But Kieran doesn't even have access to that. It has to be Cypher Maniac, load an Irida on the top of the deck, and hopefully you're in a better spot than this. Understands the Frigibax was prized, so uses the heavy ball to get that onto the board. And there still is potential for that turn 2, so long as Mikey doesn't have the goods.
Didn't have a game 1, but you never know. Things really shifting in terms of narrative this game, and it's just going to be a Cypher Maniac's code breaking to search the deck for 2 cards, put them on top, and it will be a water energy so that the second card, which will be Irida, can be drawn into next turn with that concealed cards ability.
Yeah,
so I think this is the best choice you've got to go for here if you're Kieran.
It's a really cute play. You know that you're going to find the Irida no matter what, so you might as well give yourself Irida plus 1 additional card, water energy in the discard pile, and you can have access to maybe a little more reach when it comes to finding additional energies with the superior energy retrieval or whatever you need to end up getting that knockout.
And at minimum, this Frigibax did come down this turn, and there is something like Rare Candy, so who knows, even with a weak hand like this, we could see the narrative really shift in towards Kieran's favor, but it's really going to come down to this for Mikey.
It's all here. Oh, no.
And there is a Nest Ball in this hand. I feel like you've got to grab that, maybe go for something like a concealed cards or another flower selecting, and that is going to be the choice here for Mikey. I feel like if you're in that spot, maybe there's a world where you don't grab that second Shuppet, you just grab Comfey and give yourself a little bit more dig, because it really comes down to this here. You establish Banette, the matchup swings huge in terms of percentage points for your deck compared to what happens now if Kieran gets a turn to play Rare Candy and get back Excalibur into play.
Yeah, 1000%. There's no way that a Shuppet is knocked out on that opening turn, so you should be prioritizing seeing as many cards possible, so you have the opportunity to find that Bayonet and end up locking out all of those item cards. Put so much pressure on your opponent. Instead, now we see it's not even going to be an option here. It's switch into Abyss Seeking, and at that point, Rare Candy, Excalibur is easily lined up for next turn.
Yeah, and as soon as you see that Psychic Energy on the Giratina, you've got to sort of breathe a sigh of relief here for Kieran, just to say, look, what do I have to do? And was that a tough, what was that? Abyss Seeking there, Colress and Comfey going into the Lost Zone.
Yeah, double Colress was found there, so it's you take one of those Colress, and hopefully you can continue on and find the right resources. But the window was open just enough. Rare Candy is in hand, and we know that Excalibur is lined up here.
Yeah, great draw there as well. Found the Qianpao, so now this Irida could potentially grab another water Pokemon like a Frigibax to get down into play, and we're actually just going to see Kieran go on the offensive here in terms of getting this board set up. Wants to just draw as many cards as possible, play this Ultra Ball, thin the hand out a little bit, and because of that Rare Candy being in the hand, does not need to use this Irida's item target to find Rare Candy. We'll see this Barrel just draw a bunch of cards, play the Super Rod out, and these 5 cards really got to grant Kieran something a little bit more special so that he doesn't still get overrun by Banette EX. It's not over here for Mikey just because the Banette was missed and allowed Excalibur to get into play. It's really going to be how can Kieran manage his energy cards from here on out.
Yeah, at this point, Earthen Vessel in combination with Superior Energy Retrieval will get the job done. Just anything to get 2 energies onto that Bibarel, retreat that Pokemon, get the Qianpao into the active, and find those additional energies. 4 energies for the knockout here. Puts on an abundance of pressure, which I don't think Mikey be able to handle. 5 cards are so important here.
Yeah, especially if we can knock out this Giratina. But there is no energy cards in this hand, just some ways to find Pokemon and put them into play. And we're going all the way around the world here. All right. Barrel doing the whole world tour here, grabbing everybody on its journey to come with them.
I was going to say maybe Prime Catcher would be one of those options that could move this Bibarel, but it's in the prize card, so we're not going to be shifting around in that regard either. This is a slow turn, but it's exactly what you're needed. At least Excalibur is in play.
And there is that Colress's Experiment, does find the Psychic Energy, and the other Banette, of course, does have that powerful ability that allows you to put it into the Lost Zone and then choose a supporter card from your discard pile. There's a lot of powerful cards here, though. Giratina V-Star, some of those energy cards, the Banette that I just mentioned, that Bayonet. Really, Mikey's going to have to think about what he needs from this point on, and may have to get rid of some of these important Pokemon in order to try and get this item blocking strategy on the move.
Yeah, I don't know if the cards are lining up here. It may have to be Radiant Greninja played down onto the board to find a little more help, because ultimately in this spot, if you're able to play down the Bayonet, get some additional cards into the Lost Zone, there's a world where you can use Mirage Gate, target down that Excalibur. If you find boss's orders, and maybe you can completely lock this game out. No Frigibacks in play, plenty of cards in the Lost Zone, and that Giratina ready to roll with no energy acceleration for your opponent would be game-breaking in this spot. I just don't know if the cards are going to line up. But I think that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, an interesting choice from Mikey to grab that other Banette instead of the other cards in hand. Sometimes there's enough energy cards to knock out that first Bayonet EX, but then if you can put a second one into play, things get tough. But with using this ability, you Lost Zone it to get a supporter card back, and it's just going to be that Colress's Experiment coming back into the hand.
Yep.
What else does Mikey have to follow this up?
I mean, this is the beauty of playing full art supporters, is you can identify them so well. But when you're a caster, you don't see that boss's orders is not a full art, and it is hiding in the back of the hand. I think it's ready to roll. This is a Excalibur ready to fall. Oh, it's a counter catcher. No, see, he's trolling us. Is that the boss's order there? It's like the third card? Can't tell.
This is why I don't play supporters in my full art supporters in my deck. I do play supporter cards in my deck, but not the full art
I was worried if you were just theme decking over there.
I'm not that good, Kyle, unfortunately. So that is an option potentially if Mikey is holding on to that, but with how slow of a start Kieran has had, Mikey may just be thinking to himself, hey, if I take out your draw engine, you've only got a single Excalibur in play. Hey, you've got to maybe invest 4 energies to knock this Giratina out, and then because Chien-Pao is only running around 8 water energies, there may not be enough for you to take a knockout onto a Banette EX the following turn after you knock out Giratina V.
All right, it is boss's orders in there. It's the full art boss. It's the second card now. So plenty of options.
Listen, we got to be correct here. That's a special art rare. That is not a full art there. Of course, you got to put some respect on Gets's name, okay? Well, speaking of respect here, Mikey's earning that. He's taking his first prize card in this game, and Kieran's really got to put something back together in this situation. Does now have access to Shivery Chill. That's Chien-Pao can come up into the active spot since that Barrel was knocked out. And there are a few supporter card options, so Kieran's really just in the tank right now thinking about, what do I do from here? Yes, this knockout on Giratina V, very achievable, especially with the ability to grab any item card out of my deck with either the Cypher Maniac or something like this Irida. But what do I do from there? That's the big question on my mind right now.
Yeah, at this point, this is the issue with playing the 60 hit point of Frigibacks as opposed to the 70. If you're able to play a couple of those down, then you have the potential to avoid giving your opponent some free prize cards, and they don't want to target down that Excalibur anymore. But you do have to provide multiple threats. Getting plenty of energies into play here would be great for that Chien-Pao to take the knockout, and then also have a little bit of depth if the Excalibur is targeted this turn.
So we'll sort of see this sequence of actions be performed for Kieran here. He's going to use that Shivery Chill ability and now play the Nest Ball. So this will be an interesting choice. Do you get down something like a Bidoof into play? Is there ever a world where you want to switch this Giratina out of the active spot? And that's going to be the big choice for Kieran. And now this Frigibax being grabbed maybe means that we could see something like Cypher Maniac in combination with this concealed cards. And hey, look, it's going to the playing field. I think that will be the supporter card here for Kieran.
Yeah, it's important to find the Bibarel, I would imagine, in this spot, as you don't want to leave 2 Pokemon with 60 hit points in play. It walks right into Sableye, cleaning up those 2 Pokemon, and then targeting Excalibur is even cleaner at that point. Playing 1 Frigibax is nice, because then if the Excalibur is removed, you can rare candy into the next one, and we see the Ultra Ball there is found.
We could just see another rare candy at the discard pile. I believe that's rare candy number 3 going to the discard pile, so Kieran will only have one more way to, if this Excalibur gets knocked out, evolve Frigibax into Excalibur with the help of rare candy. And with down a lot of resources, also down that Silene, we saw that hit the discard pile. More Pokemon go into the discard pile. As a Chien-Pao player, you've got to continue to keep track of these resources.
A couple more cards can potentially be found. The Earthen Vessel, you could throw away that Irida if you really want to commit to finding these energies. But at this point, I think you want to look at the energies first with the Bibarel, and then you could find even more with the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, it's tough. You can essentially draw an extra 2 cards if you just play these out, and it's just going to be the Bibarel. What cards do we see? Finally, the first Pokestop of this set being found off this Industrious Incisors. what else can Kieran do at this position? I mean, still needs to find one more energy card to knock out this Giratina V, and it was not found. May have to try and discard into one, or maybe find something like a superior energy retrieval. Does find the energy retrieval and the water energy that can go to the discard pile, and if that's superior energy retrieval, it means this Chien Pao can attack thanks to that. Ooh, this is going to be tough, though, because you're going to have to get rid of more resources with all these discarding effects in hand, but Kieran will still be able to get it done.
Yeah, it works. It's not pretty. You're going to lose basically the hand at this point, but it's enough energies to get the ball rolling. You could even discard one of those. You're not going to be able to grab it back, but you'll still have the 4 necessary to take the knockout on the Giratina V, move ahead in the prize race, and potentially be eyeing up that 2-0 victory if Mikey's not able to come up with something quick.
So Kieran will just grab those energies out. We're seeing more of these powerful supporter cards hit the discard pile, but that's the price you've got to pay when it comes to taking these big knockouts, thanks to Hail Blade on Chien Pao EX. So Kieran has found a way to, after a lackluster start, put himself back into the prize lead, take 2 prizes on this Giratina. But Mikey is still sitting there with that Shuppet and an energy card, which means if Benet EX Bayonet comes down into play, we will be seeing some heavy disruption. Kieran taking this knockout, going down to 4 prize cards, and yet again, the spotlight is on Mikey. Can Bayonet finally hit the battlefield, show up on the red carpet, and really show us what it's got?
Yeah, Hollywood is calling its name, but we just have not seen the inaugural attacks, and it's unfortunate because, well, sure enough, here it is. And it could find a decent spot. The problem, however, is there's only 4 water energies in the discard pile. There's plenty of water energies that could still be found from Kieran, and if you're able to get a decent attack off, you might be able to pressure this Bayonet.
It's really tough because 4 energy puts you 10 damage short of knocking out Bayonet EX, so and because that Prime Catcher is prized and because of item block, there's no way to pivot into another attacker because you need to discard 2 energy to retreat the Chien Pao. So this is where things are going to get very tough here for Kieran if Mikey can understand what resources Kieran probably has available. Of course, these players don't know the exact copies in their opponent's deck, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, Chien Pao has been playing 8 water energy for pretty much the entirety of this season.
8-1 seems to be the standard, and this honestly might be an error. This is difficult. I think in this spot, Baxcalibur is probably one of the best attackers because it doesn't have to lose energies to continue to attack. Lightning energy is in the hand. We're just 2 waters away from being able to attack with this Pokemon and 2-shot the Bayonet.
Yeah, didn't even play something like that. Irida understands you're down so many supporter cards, you really can't afford to discard those resources later on.
There's nothing found, though.
We can't even do anything here. I mean, the Pokestop isn't going to grant us anything. We can't play the items it finds, and we're just passing back and forth here. We're seeing item block on full display here in game number 2.
Oh, you think about the amount of energies that you need to continue to put relevant damage onto this Bayonet. You can't invest in the Baxcalibur anymore. It is gone.
And we're on a clock here. Kieran's got 2 turns to find a way to deal this. It's actually got to happen this turn. Otherwise, Baxcalibur goes down and item block stays available for the rest of the game. Does Kieran have anything? No, there's just Irida on the hand. And if Mikey is able to just announce Everlasting Darkness every single turn from here on out, I mean, you can manual attach the Chien Pao 4 times, but like we said, it's not enough to take a 1-hit knockout. Kieran understands that, and Bayonet showing its power on display, forcing a game 3.
Yeah, it's a big risk, but it pays off there. The water energies were not in hand. There was nothing else that could be done. Baxcalibur put on the clock, and it's knocked out. Dangerous game, but we're moving into game 3.
Yeah, I, for one, don't like to play when the lights are off, you know. Once that darkness comes in, it can be a scary territory, and if that doesn't show you how item-reliant this deck is, nothing else will. It's got Pokestop, the Irida to find those cards, and yeah, 8 energies seems like minimal when you look at it on paper because, wow, you're going to discard all these energies, and then what do you do with them? But you're playing 7 ways to bring back these energy cards from the discard pile. Take that, hold on to that thought, and then shut it all down with that attack from the Bayonet EX. And you are stuck with a very tight situation for a big attack deck, a glass cannon deck, so to say, with this Chien Pao.
Yeah, we'll see if Kieran maybe starts to identify that there's some spots where you have to play a little more conservatively in this matchup. Yes, you can take the advantage, but if you ever overextend at any point, that Bayonet is going to punish, and we see here, this was the big move. These energies are played down. The entire hand is played down except for an Irida. The knockout is there, and that's great. but you're left with nothing else. And without Prime Catcher, without any way to slow down this Bayonet, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, really got to think back to that turn where Mikey decided to lost zone that 1-1 line of Bayonet. If Kieran had access to Prime Catcher, if it wasn't in the prize cards, maybe you just try and wait a couple of turns and then target down the Bayonet, and then from there, your deck is really favored when you have resources. Again, some tough prize cards for both players. That one copy of Lightning Energy in the prizes for Kieran, and 2 of those Mirage Gate there for Mikey.
Yep, I suppose it's pretty great to not see any pieces of that 2-2 Bayonet line in the prize cards, so Mikey will have the opportunity to once more go into the darkness and try to shut off these items. But Kieran with the big advantage, choosing to go first. Eyeing up a lot of little Pokemon. Do we see some Poffins, potentially?
It's been the most impactful card from this new set, from the new rotation here. Temporal Force has introduced sort of a little replacement to Battle VIP Pass, really helping out these evolution decks to grab all of these basic Pokemon, get them into play. Kieran really going to be relying on just getting down at least one of those Frigibacks and one of those Bidoof. And this hand is looking stellar here, Kyle. Lots of ways to find Pokemon.
Yeah, this is just about everything. Radiant Greninja in hand. Don't have to go through the awkwardness of searching that out. You can draw, you can take all of these basic Pokemon out, flood the board, and then find just the best resources available. The Iridas, the rare candies, the Ultra Balls, everything that leads to a turn 2 Baxcalibur knockout should be lined up.
Yeah, and with Kieran now having information that that Lightning Energy is in the prize cards, can just maybe bench lock himself in a sense, understand that Iron Hands will not be needed at this point, and can just commit more bench spaces to just getting a 2-2 barrel line out, a backup Baxcalibur, and that Radiant Greninja. That will be exactly what Kieran does and can start this acceleration train potentially next turn, using concealed cards, drawing a bunch of cards, and this is sort of the advantage when you play against Lost Zone decks going first. Mikey doesn't play anything like Iono to disrupt the hand. His only way to hand disrupt is later on in the game, so Kieran will just sort of have free reign to do whatever he wants and try and draw as many cards as he can without disruption.
This is the benefit as well. When you start the Chen Pao, it's completely different as opposed to that initial retreat into finding those additional Shivery Chill energies. You can accelerate, you get that energy for the turn, and if the turn 1 Shuppet goes to lock you out, you knock that puppy right out, and you find your rare candy next turn.
And this inclusion we've seen sort of recently from these Giratina V-Star decks, playing that one copy of Force Seal Stone right away. Turn 1 for Mikey. Hand really not looking too solid, but with the Nest Ball in combination with Force Seal Stone, all of a sudden Mikey's playing Chorus on turn 1 and can maybe try and turn sort of this slow start into an explosive one by getting a bunch of these Pokemon down. And we keep saying it over and over again, but Shuppet needs to come down this turn.
Yeah, and depending on what the rest of the hand looks like, it's typically going to be that Chorus. You see as many cards as possible, and you just hope to see Buddy Buddy Poffin really flood the board, get the Shuppets in play, see more cards with the Flower Selecting, and just build something, build up a hand. This is a deck that doesn't have any way to hand disrupt on the other side as Chen Pao, so just continue to flood. Maybe you'll find the right resources.
It's really going to come down to these cards. I think if you're Mikey, you're sort of maybe playing a mind game with yourself. You haven't seen Canceling Cologne hit the board at all in game number 1 or game number 2. Is there maybe a part of you that's thinking to yourself, hey, maybe it is okay to just leave this Manaphy active if I need to, if it means getting down that Shuppet instead of forcing yourself to retreat, and then also find a pivoting card plus a Psychic Energy next turn.
Yeah, this is where a card like Jet Energy is so valuable. It can help you move between to see multiple Comphase. Maybe if you want to take the big risk and use Abyss Seeking just to get more cards into the Lost Zone, that's always an option as well. And maybe you do get your opponent to overextend once more, throw away all those water energies, and then you can lock them out the same way you did in game 2.
Very nice selection of cards here off this Chorus's Experiment. There is that Shuppet, as well as potentially some other pieces to keep. And really, Mikey is valuing keeping this Banette with that ability to bring supporter cards back from the discard pile over more of these pivoting cards, like the Jet Energy and the Switch, the first 2 cards to hit the Lost Zone.
Yeah, I think that was the Shuppet, but it's regardless, this is still a fantastic setup here. You see, you found the Jet Energy. You can bring up this Giratina V, and this is the strategy we were talking about. It looks ridiculous. You're walking right into the bear trap. You're going to get knocked out. But if you find the Bayonet EX, you can item lock and just avoid the fact that all those energies are in the discard pile. They're not coming back if item lock continues.
And this is Mikey pretty much saying to Kieran, you've got a one-turn window on your end now, but with only one Shuppet coming into play, and Kieran having access to Prime Catcher, it's not in the prize cards like it was in the first game, or the second game rather. Kieran does have a potential to shift momentum back into his favor if he can get a big combination of cards. It's still a lot, Kyle, but priority number one, of course, that Rare Candy and that Baxcalibur combination, but then also needs enough energy cards to pivot out of this active with the Prime Catcher, as well as gust up that Shuppet. You shut that option off, you give yourself a lot of flexibility in this matchup.
Chien-Pao is ready to take the knockout. Just continue to look at a few more cards there if you're Kieran. I don't think you need to take anything there. Even if there was an option, you just want to get that card out of the hand so that Bibarel can see even more cards. And the moment that you see either Prime Catcher or Rare Candy, the rest of the pieces will be found with Irida. You know you've got that knockout on the Shuppet, and you can continue to play ball.
Well, here we go. First, Industrious Incisors does find an Irida, and there is Pokestop in play. So if this Pokestop can find either a Rare Candy or something like a Prime Catcher, then this could change the entire dynamic. Kieran gonna take some smart sequencing choices, wants to get those water energy out of the deck before using something like Pokestop, and we haven't even seen Radiant Greninja be used yet, so Kieran's turn is far from over.
That's right, we're gonna have 2 more cards here, seeing 5 cards in total. One of those items, Rare Candy or the Prime Catcher, that's 5 potential outs that can easily lead to that Shuppet there being knocked out.
Kieran has had sort of both ends of luck so far in this set. Game 1 went perfectly. Game 2, a little bit of a shaky start, some unfortunate draws, and Kieran's channeling all he can to try and pull this third game out, continue at an undefeated record. It's going to come down to this. Cannot stress enough how important it would be to get the Shuppet knocked out and get it off the battlefield.
Oh, Pokestop will be the first shot, and it
finds the Prime Catcher. Does also get rid of that water energy, so if there's a way to recover those energy cards, that will also be able to be put back into the hand and doesn't even need to use concealed cards. The Irida can find the Rare Candy and another Pokemon if there isn't already a Baxcalibur in hand, which there isn't. Kieran has found all he needed on this first turn. Will put Mikey in a sort of a tight situation this following turn. Even after such a strong start, drawing so many cards, Chien-Pao, Kyle, it always finds a way.
Yes, this is what it does. And sure, there's no great Pokemon to leave in the active spot here. If the Manaphy wasn't there, Radiant Greninja would be phenomenal. If Canceling Cologne was in this deck, yes, you could take a double knockout and really just completely obliterate your opponent. Instead, now it's this ugly, awkward knockout Shuppet, but then get knocked out by a Giratina V-Star. But ultimately, that's still a better line than walking into a Bayonet EX.
And this is the big choice here, I think, for Kieran is there ever a world where you maybe do not use this Prime Catcher? It's really tough because, yes, you eliminate the option of Shuppet on the following turn, but if another Shuppet comes down, you no longer have access to Gust. You're going to have to rely on a card like Silene to maybe bring that back, but when you're staring down something that is essentially in the deck to counter your item heavily reliant strategy, you may have to figure out some other way to make things happen. All right, so we're making sure everything is clear at this point. We do see the Prime Catcher in hand, and it will go after this Shuppet. Make sure that item lock is not a realistic potential on the following turn. We are also going to see that Radiant Greninja in the hand. Now, if there is a way to retreat this out of the active, if there isn't already 3 water energies in the discard pile, that would be a way to be a little bit more efficient.
Let's just attack with it.
Oh, yeah, or we could just attack with it, too. How do you feel like that is maybe a different play than going in with Chien-Pao in this situation?
Yeah, I feel like just having the energies on board means that you're in a better spot. Obviously, you see here that you get to keep 3 energies in play. Your opponent then needs even more resources if they want to target down the Chien-Pao. And they're honestly probably target down a Pokemon like that, but Baxcalibur in this point. If they had a counter catcher, they just need to take away one piece of this engine, and it's not going to be the Bibarel with the hand currently at the size it is.
So we're actually going to see the concealed cards be used first before something like a Poffin is maybe played to grab down that other Shuppet. So maybe Mikey is waiting for a specific turn to put this into play, maybe after something like Roxanne. So Mikey's just going to play this Colress first, look at some more cards, and figure out, after losing that Shuppet the previous turn, how does he want to maybe rewrite his game plan to put himself on a winning line.
Well, Counter Catcher is a great card to assist in this matter, and you see the Flower Selecting will reach the very important 7th card into the Lost Zone now, which means that you have to believe that Giratina V-Star is going to be a card in the mix. And now it just depends on if you want to target down a Pokemon like that Chien-Pao, take the prize cards and put on some pressure in that regard, or if you want to remove Baxcalibur and just hope your opponent doesn't have access to a card like Irida.
Speaking of the best time to put Shuppet down, maybe it's when you can put 2 down at the same time. Does find that important Super Rod item card, allowing Mikey to shuffle back in that Shuppet and a basic Grass Energy. And with this Buddy Puffin, this sort of 2-card combo together allows both Shuppet to get benched, get put into play again, and really allows Mikey to realistically say, look, even if you play Silene, even if you get back Prime Catcher and play it, because I have 2 Shuppet in play, and because I've got the feeling now you most likely don't have that canceling Cologne, I can start item blocking in the upcoming turns.
That's right. They're best friends, and sure enough, they're going to come out to play right here, right now. No pressure on them as well, which is a great point. The Giratina V-Star is going to have all eyes on it at this stage, and it needs to be checked. Kieran has to remove that Pokemon from play, and it's all about how many energies can you get them to commit to the discard pile before you walk into maybe a Roxanne on that next turn.
Now, if Mikey did find that counter catcher, like you mentioned, the question now becomes, with so many great options on the bench, what do you go after if you're able to knock out a Pokemon that isn't this Radiant Greninja with something like Shred on the Giratina V, or with a V-Star if there is that option available?
Yeah, you haven't seen a third Bidoof at this point, so you have to have an understanding that this is likely a list that features 3 of those Chien-Pao, so knocking that Pokemon out likely doesn't mean that this is going to be the last of it that you see there. You're not going to get that lucky. I think you just have to continue to put the pressure on in that classic approach, remove a Pokemon like that Baxcalibur, force your opponent to have Irida or that perfect combination of cards, and if they don't, then you're going to at least have one more turn with that Giratina V-Star. Your 40 hit points are going to keep you in the game.
And this is really tough for Mikey because there is an Ultra Ball in the hand which can find Giratina V-Star, but you want that to find that one copy of Bayonet in your deck, and with there only being a single copy, you've now lost that luxury if you're going to play this card. And you see him so hesitant to put it into play, but he understands that if I just attack with Shred, a single energy attachment, even without Super Cold online, means that my Giratina V can be knocked out in response and maybe give me a little bit less wiggle room into the situation.
This is also the same game where we saw that Force Sealstone used, so you don't have access to that V-Star once more. Star Requiem will not be an attack that you can use, and I think we're seeing the nod to that now. Says, maybe I'll just let you take the knockout. 240 is not great for me, but if you knock that Pokemon out, I have the Bayonet to follow. It's a huge debate here.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, I'm even thinking to a situation where maybe if Mikey just does the same thing he did game 1, he lets Kieran knock out this Giratina V after using Shred to knock out the Baxcalibur, and then if Kieran discards 4 Water Energy again, Bayonet comes back up, and we're in the same spot we're in game 2, even if it means Kieran has taken more prize cards to get there. I feel like I wouldn't have maybe hated that there for Mikey.
Yeah, at that point, it doesn't matter if you have access to the Baxcalibur, the rare candy Baxcalibur. Instead, you're just focused on the energies. So every resource so important for Kieran to track at this stage. Big question now, Mikey. You can remove the major threat, the water energies, and force your opponent to go and search that Pokemon out once more, or you can target down that Baxcalibur and hope to not see Irida or Cypher Maniac, because it's going to go after the energies on board. And I think with a hand of 6, access to a Bibarel, it makes a lot of sense that your opponent probably would find that Baxcalibur once more.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially with how many resources Mikey had to burn to get into this line of play with this Giratina V-Star, really relying off finding some key cards off the prize cards, maybe off of Comfey the following turn. But here we go. Mikey getting back into the prize league, going down to 4 prize cards. And Kieran now does still have the barrel online, does still have Baxcalibur in play. So now it's going to come down to being unrestricted, being able to play these item cards. Can you put together a 5 energy Hailblade this turn to put yourself 3 prize cards away and go into 4 now?
Well, this is so difficult. Obviously, the energy count is the most important piece in this situation. If you want the knockout, that's 5 energies. If you want to knock out the Bayonet that follows it, that's 5 energies. Can't do that if you don't have access to item cards. So do you go for a situation maybe where you can chip into this Giratina V-Star and set up a board with an 8 energies Chien-Pao later on, so you have an answer to that Bayonet? This is so difficult to work around without just walking right into the trap.
Yeah, it's really difficult because if you don't knock this Giratina V-Star out, another Mirage Gate means it will just lost impact again. And yeah, that Bayonet option I've been threatening the whole game, I don't even need it if you're not going to give me a great opportunity to use it. And this is where a Lost Zone deck that its main key point is having options expands even further when you're not only now just dealing with the Lost Mind, the Lost Impact, the Gradient Greninja. You've taken that option and now given yourself more of a disruptive play you can make. Mikey putting it on a full display, just the threat of it, really making Kieran play with such caution in this matchup.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a situation where you can attack with a Pokemon like Baxcalibur in this spot and put pressure on this Pokemon, put it in two-shot range of the Chien-Pao without overextending these energies. We see that there will be access to plenty of energies in this spot. Not only do you have the Chien-Pao that can use the Shivery Chill there and get them additional energies into play, you have the Super Rod that can shuffle some back, the Irida that could find the superior energy retrieval, or Cypher Maniac can stack the deck for you.
And this is a really interesting choice. Kieran is potentially thinking to himself, this is maybe the last turn of the game, or for the majority of the game, that I could have access to items. How do I want to play this out? What supporter cards do I want to use? And with this Cypher Maniac immediately grabbing item cards, we could see another great way this card is combined. Something like the Pokestop to just put item cards on top and then discard them. You know what they are. Usually there can be some variance or uncertainty when you're using a card like Pokestop. You guarantee it. You make sure you have the way that you need to get energy cards back. Some of that security is just needed and works great in a deck like this.
Whoa, look at that.
Wow, 3 items off Pokestop?
Nailed it.
How did that happen? Wow, Chien-Pao players are just so lucky, Kyle, man. I could never do that.
It just works out for them. It's sure enough, you can discard that Nest Ball. It's a free card to see 4 more energies. But what's the end game? You're not threatening the Bayonet. You don't have the energies to close out on that Pokemon. This is so dangerous.
And it's really tough because you still have 1 water energy in the discard pile. So if you end your turn off with 2 water energy left, what are you doing for the rest of the game? You've got to assume your opponent still has reasonable access to that. They still have plenty of cards left in the deck. Here we go. We're getting into this endgame, Kyle. There's less than 5 minutes remaining in this round. Kieran will advance down to 3 prize cards if he does choose to take this knockout. But the ball is back into Mikey's court with Bayonet. In combination with the amount of water energy Kieran will have to be down to take this knockout. And this is why this combination of a big Pokemon like Giratina V-Star followed up by Bayonet is such a powerful strategy.
Yeah, you have to overextend at some point. And we see even Kieran is valuing resources like Super Rod in this instance. Holds onto that card because he wants to see those cards back in play. The issue is this may have been the last turn to use that card.
Here we go. This is going to be the prime opportunity here for Mikey to get a Bayonet EX into play and start item blocking. There's lots of great cards in the hand so far. Mirage Gate, Super Rod can get rid of the Psychic Energy, draw 2 cards. Do we see Bayonet? We do not, but there's more ways to dig through the deck a little bit. We see the Comfey in hand, Nest Ball as a potential option. There could be a way for Mikey to just use as many flower selectings as possible, play out these Mirage Gates, and maybe just try and Roxanne, essentially acting not really for the disruption, but just as a draw 6 supporter card to find this 1 copy of Bayonet EX in the deck.
Yeah, there's definitely another route to go here as opposed to the Sableye. Yes, it's going to give you an opportunity to clean up a bunch of Pokemon at one point, but if you do maybe hedge in this opportunity, you could play down another Comfey, have that Jet energy to move between, see multiple flower selectings, also that Roxanne, and you almost guarantee that you're going to see that Bayonet at some point. This is going to be a little more risky.
Yeah. It could have even used the flower selecting on the active and then played a Jet energy and then used Roxanne before you play that flower selecting. You've got lots of sequencing decisions. This is where things get tight. And Mikey still has a pretty sizable deck, so with there being no way to search this card out, there is a high chance that Mikey isn't able to find exactly what he needs. And especially with Roxanne being played, Sableye as Lost Mine isn't even an option for this turn because there's not going to be 10 cards in the Lost Zone to end this turn off.
Right. Well, I don't think we're going for Sableye.
Yeah,
in this spot. Yeah. The point now is you want to find that Bayonet. You need to give yourself as many opportunities as you can. It's all on 1 flower selecting right here, right now. And so it has to be this Bayonet. It's not there. Yeah, Jet energy just to show off what could have been.
And I think in this situation, there's a it's so weird because you know your opponent could still have enough water energy to grab it out with Shivery Chill. So do you ever maybe play something like Prime Catcher, bring up a big retreating Pokemon like Bibarel, and try and go for that 50-50 coin flip? It's got to be your best position in this matchup, I feel like, if you're Mikey, because otherwise, if you're not taking a prize this turn, Kieran's got a very solid line, especially if he can bring back these items.
Why aren't we using Prime Catcher right now in this spot?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, bring up Excalibur and slow them down. Get heads, and then you have one more opportunity to find that Bayonet. Instead, still finds Tails. It doesn't matter.
And it's Tails. That means with the barrel in play and Shivery Chill, there's no item lock happening. That 50-50 coin flip not going Mikey's way, and Kieran has sort of found a way back into this game, but has got to play quickly here. There's only 90 seconds left in this match.
Wow.
And with 3 prize cards remaining, and with that lightning energy still potentially being in the prize cards, hopefully we can take a look again at those prizes, see if that lightning energy is there, because Iron Hands plus a knockout this turn could give Kieran enough resources to get across the finish line. But if there is no access to amp you very much, then if time is called within the next 60 seconds, Kieran cannot take 2 prize cards with the attacks and the Pokemon he has available and with what's on Mikey's board.
I don't think Mikey's taking the prize cards to close out in this situation. Kieran has to start playing faster at this point. The knockout has to happen within the next 50 seconds.
Yeah.
You need your opponent to draw the card for turn so that they are turn 0. You have turn 1 and 3 to get the job done, and that is all on taking a look at that beautiful silver watch and hopefully realizing you got to get rolling right here, right now. Superior Energy is found. However, it does take a little while to play down all these actions. Hopefully just identifies that this is an opportunity where you need to start throwing cards.
And I saw with Kieran shuffling the deck, there is a lightning energy in the deck, so Kieran did take that off the prize cards. So even if he's not able to finish this turn off, yeah, these actions are great. Yeah, play your rare candies, evolve your Pokemon, but you've got to attack now because your situation of winning or tying this game really comes down to what you do in these 14 seconds. If you can take a knockout and pass the turnover, you're not relying. These candies, these cards are not relevant here. You hate to be harsh, but you really don't want to see Kieran throw away a lot of percentage in this matchup if he's not able to finish this turn. And because he's just a little bit too slow, Kieran, just mere seconds away from finishing his turn off, will mean that he's only has this current turn plus 1 more turn, since we are now in the final turns of time in this Swiss round.
I haven't been to math camp in a while, but I don't think that this works. There's just nothing there. You don't have access to that canceling Cologne to work in a big play on the Manaphy. Just continues to draw, finds cards like the Lightning Energy, but you don't have bench space. As long as Mikey doesn't open up a bench space, Iron Hands is not a play. I think Mikey will be able to identify that.
Yeah, this is really all you could have done in that situation. If you take the knockout there, you've got so many options, so many lines of play that work for you. You could even bring back all those water energies you discarded this turn, but really that's not an option. Now Kieran no longer really in a rush because time has been called. There's no real more incentive to play super fast, but you really got to think, if Mikey does not open a bench space up here, that's a big opportunity for Kieran to have snagged a couple more match points in this round out the window.
Yeah, this was a huge opportunity, and it's going to be for naught at this point. It just really depends on if Mikey's able to identify the situation. Knockout from the Hailblade, 2 prize cards remaining, and it is all about bench space at this point. If Kieran finds an opening, there is a window to take a 2-prize knockout. Does Mikey see it?
Yeah, maybe your best play is just to bring this Shuppet up and item lock again to say if you're playing anything weird in your deck. Hey, I mean, just to double check, Scoop Up Cyclone is not out yet. Oh, we have seen the Prime Catcher get played too, so I believe Kieran is not playing with an illegal deck, does just have that 1 ace back in his deck. So look, Mikey's still going to play things out, still going to draw some cards, see maybe what could have been if this game extended a little bit longer, but like you mentioned, Kyle, if there's no bench space open, Kieran's not playing any cute cards like another Counter Stadium and Collapse Stadium to change the way things go into play. So that will be all she wrote here if Mikey just passes his turn from this point on.
Yep. Mikey's strongest play that he can do is just announce pass. But, of course, wants to see if there are any additional options. It's not identifying any of those just yet. The worst thing that you can do in this spot is attack with Sableye,
let's not jinx
remove
it. Let's not
Bibarel.
jinx it. I don't want to see things end like this. I have a history of jinxing people on stream.
12 damage counters. Maybe you say, ooh, I like prize cards.
Look, Kyle, I mean, let's be real here. How do you win games of the Pokemon TCG?
You concede game 2. That's the way that you do this. If you want to win 3 games, you have to give one of those to your opponent for fun and just go first twice.
I was getting at you have to knock Pokemon out, right?
No.
So surely it's the correct play to take more prize cards. You want to win the game,
You're
right?
not playing against your opponent. You're playing against the clock. You know this. Actually, you don't know this. You've been playing in Japan with best of 1 for so long.
I don't know what time is anymore, Kyle.
It's an illusion.
It's not real. Time is currently non-existent in this game. We're finishing up these last turns. Kieran just kind of has to sit here and say, you know what if we just imagine that there's more time on the clock, right?
Yeah.
So,
or if he has like a sky field, you know, something to really get the ball rolling.
he just like looks at your opponent and you're like, this is actually expanded. Plays down Skyfield, plays down Battle Compressor. Yeah, it might just be over then. All right, we're putting everything back in. What are we getting ready for? Aqua Storm here? What's happening?
It's very close at this point. We've already seen the double Super Rod at this point. Just need to find a bench space.
Both players suffering from being locked up, from having no ability to put some more Pokemon into play. Scoop Up Net is gone. It's no longer in the standard format. Oh, are we going to see it? Show me some shadows here. Show me some shadows. Let's see some coin flips.
This is technically the best play at this point. You can Prime Catcher, just put some Pokemon in play in the active, like that Bibarel, whatever it may be, and then use your Shove It, try to shut down those items. If Canceling Cologne was a card to play around, this is the right strategy, but you better not take a prize, and I don't think we'll see it.
And there it is. All right, let's see some heads action here. Hey, no item cards.
Just in time.
And with this being the situation, I mean, let's take a look at the board. There's already plenty of energy cards back then, and Kieran understands, yep, there's no way for me to take 2 prize cards. This is going to be a tie. Crazy back and forth set between these competitors, and it will fall just short of a proper conclusion. Each player getting 1 match point. They'll still be undefeated, but both players, especially Kieran, got to be wondering what that game could have been if things maybe played a little bit faster in those last couple of turns.
Yeah, it was, I mean, a wild back and forth that we saw there. You start to wonder, even if Mikey did play down that double Comfey, go for the Jet Energy and really start to burn through the rest of the deck, would he still even have enough time to announce Bayonet enough to close out in that situation? Maybe Sableye was the best option, so that you could then switch into that Lost Mine, take some additional prize cards. Took that risk, it didn't pay off in that spot, and it led to a very close Game 3 with not enough time.
It's that payoff, it's that risk and that reward that players really have to think about. And Kyle, what a set this was. Back and forth action. We saw the star of the show sometimes just take a little bit of the limelight, just step back a little bit and let the rest of these Pokemon put into work. And it was really Giratina in combination with Bayonet. Forced Kieran to use a lot of these resources in Game 2 to take this knockout. Had to discard half of those water energies, and with Mikey bringing up a big 2-retreat Pokemon like Baxcalibur and eventually knocking it out while item blocking meant that Kieran had no energies left to knock out the Banette and also had no way to get another Baxcalibur to accelerate those energies back into play.
Yeah, this is not open deck list format, but you basically know exactly what you're playing against as Kieran. It's only the Canceling Cologne that you're questioning at this point, but you know that you're only going to see 8 water energies. The second that all of those reach the discard pile, you have an opportunity to capitalize with that Bayonet. Was able to do just that by putting on the pressure with that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, you can sort of see how important that Bayonet is in this matchup specifically. If Mikey's not playing that card, it felt like Kieran was in dominant positions every single time in this situation.
We see it right here, right now in that spot. It closes out the game. The issue then is, do you have enough time with the clock? It could potentially have happened in that spot, but it's going to be for naught. Maybe Mikey will be able to find a redemption opportunity against another Chin Pal, but not here in round 4. Both our players now 3-0-1. Going to take 10 points into the next round. It's not a bad place to be.
No, not at all. Many players go in at records like 7 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, or hey, look, if you win your next 5 rounds straight, you can go in at 8 wins, no losses, and 1 draw. And both players playing very, very well. Lots of clean play and lots of great strategies for these players. They understand and know their decks well, so no matter who their opponents are, and there's lots of great ones in the field, I'm sure they'll be having some intense battles and have a very good shot at even maybe seeing them in our Day 2 or our Top Cut.
Yeah, it was quite the tango between these two players, really just trying to find that opportunity to step in and get that additional prize card, additional resource, whatever it was in that last spot to close out the game. Just not enough time, and that's been the name of the game so often when you're trying to play so many different players in this venue. this is what happens. We have so many people that want to play Pokemon. We can only account for best of 350 minutes, and it really does come down to those seconds sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, from my experience in the last regional we had here in North America, I can attest to sometimes it's better to just concede games that you really know aren't going your favor. But even with that, I mean, let's take a look at game one. Mikey had a very poor start, conceded, I think, at the most reasonable moment he should have. And then in game two, I mean, Kieran maybe could have scooped a few turns earlier, but that's only, what, 45 seconds to a minute off the clock. It would have mattered in that situation, but even then, because that Baxcalibur was brought up, there was still a reasonable chance for Kieran to hit twice with that Baxcalibur and shift the game back into his favor. So sometimes, I mean, 25 minutes per game normally is fine, but you can't fit 30 minutes into that. You can't fit 3 games into there. It is really, really tough.
Well, we are ready for our next segment. We're going to throw it over to you guys and see what you're thinking about as we jump into our new tournament about item cards this time around. That's right. We want to see what your community prediction bracket looks like as we take a look at 8 of the best items in the game right now. Let's start things off at the tippy top. This is quite the debate, man. One of the strongest cards that we have ever seen in the Pokemon TCG, Mirage Gate. It's the lifeline of all Lost Box decks. But Buddy Poffin, that is dangerous card. It is in just about everything that plays Pokemon with 60 hit points.
Kyle, you know, I'll be a gentleman here. You want to start things off? You got the choice of either of these 2 cards. Normally, I want to win, so I would give you not the choice. I would just take the better card, in my opinion. But these 2 cards are so good that I'm okay with letting you pick which one you want. So, hey, make the argument here. I'm an open book to people at home. You guys have to decide which card you like more. And Kyle here, kick it off, man. What's better, Buddy Poffin or Mirage Gate?
It's going to be Mirage Gate for me. Mirage Gate is one of the best cards I've ever seen in this game. It gives you an opportunity to cheat the game. If you can cheat in the game legally, you are going to do it as much as you can. We've seen players get 7, 8 energies in play and just do incredible attacks left and right. It's the only reason that Lost Box decks are in existence. Turn 1 Iron Hands attacks have happened in this game for multiple prize cards. We've seen Roaring Moons come out of nowhere and just remove Pokemon from play, take down Lugias, whatever it may be. So often, this is the card that gets the job done. I can do that with Nest Balls.
Yeah, but you know what Nest Ball only gets you? It only gets you 1 Pokemon. Buddy Poffin is a staple card. Mirage Gate, yes, it's a great card in those Lost Zone decks, but you know what also is in that Lost Zone deck and in almost every deck in this format? Buddy Poffin. The key part of the Pokemon TCG is setting up and getting your Pokemon into play. And Buddy Poffin not only does that with efficiency, it excels at that. It grabs Pokemon into play. The 70 HP is a sweet spot number that most evolution Pokemon and even support Pokemon like Comfey can be grabbed, and it can be included in high counts in deck because unlike its searching card predecessor Battle VIP Pass, it can be played on any turn. It's a great card for the game. It's one of the most important, I would say probably the best item card currently in the game. Mirage Gate's a great one too, but listen, I think Buddy Poffin, it clears Mirage Gate in comparison.
Well, when you're searching out for that, you know, Radiant Greninja or, you know, any of those good, relevant Pokemon, you let me know what they look like, as you can't access them at all. Enjoy finding Frigibaxes and Bidoofs and not accomplishing anything until the next turn. I'm just going to win on the first turn, because that's what real gamers do. You don't have to worry about time if you just get the job done in 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, what's grabbing your Comfey to put them into play again so that you
Nest
can
Ball.
get 7 cards?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to find all 4 of your Nest Ball on turn 1.
Or I'm just going to start with them, okay? Maybe I get the job done. I play 4. I've got access to them. Certainly, I'm going to find a little bit of help there with flower selecting.
Well, clearly that's a skill issue. I just have to get better at the Pokemon TCG and find my basics. But, I mean, these players here, they're doing their best to show that they are the best TCG players. Of course, day 1 so far happening here. We've got, of course, our Swiss standings that are still going up, the decks that players are playing. So much here to really reflect on as we look into how day 1 is going and break down some of the information that we have to show you about our first day of competition. So hopefully we'll take a look and see what we've got. We've got some graphics to show up here. And yeah, there, as I said, those decks. What a surprise from being off the radar, from being nowhere on the top 10, 12 decks in terms of popularity to now being number 3. Over 130 players have brought Origin Form Dialga V-Star to Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to avoid situations like we just saw where you don't have enough time on turn 2, Just steal turn 3, why don't you? Star Chronos is one of the best attacks that we've seen in the TCG, and sure enough, it is the lifeline of this deck. Having the opportunity to have that additional turn, cheat out 2 supporters back-to-back, those back-to-back bosses orders into Iona, whatever it may be, you have the potential to do just that, and it's so fun to use Matang and just look at 16 metal energies.
I mean, if we had to make a tier list of putting the most powerful effects in the history of the Pokemon TCG in a whole different tier list, S tier for sure would be taking extra prize cards, taking an extra turn, and knocking out opponent's Pokemon in one hit. But taking an extra turn sometimes just does all of those 3 things in once, especially with the number of 220 and below HP, V, and EX Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Dialga has been able to do some of the greatest things in the game. Dialga and Palkia as a combination added prize cards for your opponent. Dialga here gets to steal a free turn, and also it was one of the first deafen effects we've seen in the TCG. There's a lot of love for Dialga floating around.
And that indeed, lots of other great decks as well. Of course, we see a variety of new decks making it onto the spreadsheet there. The Lost Zone decks, we have Ancient Box, still so many exciting decks to showcase and still so much exciting matches to come here in our upcoming rounds. And while everybody waits at home to see what new decks, what players will be on our Stars stage here in LA, Adam has some interviews showcased for us, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. We'll be back soon.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here once again on the floor of the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and I'm here with a familiar face. Remind the folks who you are.
Hello, I'm Anthony Bunpakum. I'm the dancer from Portland Regionals. Back at it again.
I mean, it's good that it's crazy that I even ran into you once more, all the way here in LA. I know that you're local from the Las Vegas scene. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this week has been crazy, or these couple months have been crazy for me. I've been working, doing lots of gigs and part-time stuff, and I was like, let me treat myself to some Pokemon again. So why not drive the 4 hours and come hang out at LA? So here I am.
Yeah, we've have so many people from the Las Vegas scene specifically showing up here for this regional championship and helping their community and just cheering each other on. Is there anybody specifically from your local scene that you're here truly to support?
Yeah, I guess not anyone specifically, but everyone in Vegas, man, we have a great community. We're always like helping each other, just like literally from cards to just tips and things like that. And there's a lot of players out in Vegas, and you know, shout outs for them for bringing me in from the east to here. So.
And your experience, we touched on this a little bit in Portland, being a professional dancer and a big Pokemon fan, how has that journey continued to evolve since we saw you last, being able to bring your 2 loves together?
Yeah, honestly, dance and, you know, just living the starving artist lifestyle is wicked hard. So to be able to treat yourself to something like this, it just makes you love the game even more. And this new format has so much variety. And of course, there's things at top, but I haven't played the same deck yet. So shout out the Pokemon company for just keeping an eye on the players.
That's great to hear that you have so much ability to explore the metagame, so much variety of decks to play, and that you continue to do what you love, your career of dance, and also share that with the Pokemon community. So I'm so glad we got to catch up once more. Any final shout outs before I let you go?
No, just great seeing y'all. What are the odds? He's rocking the Cubone pin this time. Cubone represent. Let's go. But thanks.
And that's going to be it from us. And don't go anywhere. We've got more Pokemon action.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I'm a big battle anyone. I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We're here in Los Angeles. And we're very excited to jump into some more Pokemon action here with you very, very soon. I'm definitely excited to be joining everybody here today. You can see this giant crowd that we have here, so many players. But I had a little bit of travel difficulties, Pablo, so I was on a plane this morning to get here for the Pokemon action. But I'm Shelby Boo here, of course, with Pablo Meza, and we're excited to get into some Pokemon games, especially me here now that I've showed up. Pablo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Happy that you made it, Boo. I know you had a hectic travel schedule, but looking sharp. Yeah, looking very sharp this morning.
Thanks. I brought my ducks.
Yeah.
Well, Pablo, just before the break, we did get into our community bracket choice for this event. I'm excited to see what the winner of that choice was. Were you taking a peek at the options there, Pablo, for our chat?
Yeah, it was between MirageGate and Buddy Buddy Poppin', and honestly, both of those items are amazing, right? One's a little older than the other, so that might give MirageGate maybe an advantage, but I'm really eager to see what the community decided to win. And wow, Buddy Buddy Poppin', I am genuinely surprised.
Yeah? Why are you so surprised by that, Pablo? What did you think? Would you choose MirageGate out of those two?
I think I would have voted for MirageGate, yeah. Like, Buddy Buddy Poppin' is, of course, essential for decks to set up, but if it wasn't there, we would be playing heavier Nest Balls and Great Balls and Ultra Balls. However, MirageGate is so unique. I think Kyle mentioned, like, it's an effect that we had never before seen in the game, and the interaction with the Lost Zone. I've personally really enjoyed seeing how the metagame has developed with MirageGate decks in action as well. So I don't know, I feel like MirageGate is just so unique and so powerful that I would have voted for it.
Yeah, I think I actually agree with you on that, Pablo. Whenever I look at decks, I'm like, wow, MirageGate just unlocks so many different types of attackers. You can play it in several different types of decks, and it is such a powerful and unique card. I feel like the Buddy Buddy Poppin' is like, well, we lost Battle VIP Pass, so what's our new card, you know? So it is, I mean, both of them are very good. Buddy Poppin', obviously, it took the win there, but we're still churning through our competition here in Los Angeles. Let's take a look at our updated standings of our players out in the field right now. Of course, in our Masters division, we have our other divisions out there playing it too, but let's take a look here. Who's 4-0 on this chart? We got a lot of them still up here.
Yeah, Landon Kittler, a previous season regional winner, so really nice to see them up here. A lot of brand new names as well, but one of our players to watch, Caleb Gedimer, off to a 4-0 start, so very nice to see him here.
Do you know what deck Caleb's playing?
I believe he might be playing Charizard Control, similar to what Ford played in Stockholm. So it seems like Charizard is powerful, but it needs a little bit of extra help with a little bit of disruption to really succeed in today's current metagame.
Well, I'll tell you what, Caleb Gedimer is kind of like a master of control decks, so I'm a little bit scared to see what he's going to be able to do with Charizard, one of the most powerful Pokemon in our meta, paired with some control cards as well. I'm excited to see that. Yeah, definitely a new deck that we saw from Tour that I'm excited to see how it shows up here in Los Angeles now. But yeah, still tons of people here on our graph. Let us know, who are you rooting for? Which decks are you rooting for as well? Because all these players have gotten off to a fantastic start, but it is very easy to still slip up, lose that dominant start here at a competition, or you could be one of those Andrew Hendricks and just keep on going, you know?
Yeah. Now let's take a look at some of the notable matches that we have going for this round. We have the community choice. We have Michael Meal against Joshua Frink, Isaiah Bradner against Lee Bowie, Rowan Stavino against David Benitez, and Olive Battaglia against Dustin Zimmerman.
Well, I didn't even, see, I'm already behind, Pablo. I didn't even realize this is a community choice. This is way more hype now because you all are picking the match. Let's see what you decided to put up here on our stream. It is going to be that last match here on the graph, Olive Battaglia versus Dustin Zimmerman, and this is going to be a spicy one, Pablo.
I know, we have the decks right here, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting match for sure. Not a deck that we have seen too much before of, with this Arceus Control deck played by Olive, and then we also have Ancient Box by Dustin. So this is going to be very interesting to see how these decks go off against each other.
Yeah, I mean, two decks that you really don't expect to see very much of coming into this tournament. So then when they face off against each other, I like to, you know, I'm usually happy about that because then they knock each other out and then I don't have to go against either of them. But yeah, I'm excited to see how these kind of intricate decks play against each other. And maybe they're not going to be as familiar with this matchup either because they're both kind of on the fringe of our meta. And honestly, these are the most fun matches to watch. I love starting off our tournaments and our stream with some of these decks that, you know, sometimes they go really far and sometimes they kind of fiddle out and get stomped, you know, at these competitions. But I think one of these players has the potential, if they get to win this, to go far. But we'll just have to wait and see who the winner of this match is going to be. And I'm excited to dive into these decks in more detail.
Yeah, I think both players are ready, Vu, and are getting their game set up so we can go to the table to start this match. Dustin versus Olive. Battaglia, as we mentioned, this Arceus control deck featuring Airy, featuring Grabber. All these cards that normally you would expect to see in control decks, not with something that is a little bit more aggressive with Arceus. And then on the other side of the table, we have Ancient Box, a pretty standard cut list. Not seeing anything too surprising. The choice of ace spec is not the usual Awakening Drum. It's actually Prime Catcher this time around.
Well, Olive here on the left already has 2 top 128 finishes with Arceus V-Star, whereas Dustin did top 4 in Worlds of 2013, and also happens to make art for a lot of streamers in the Pokemon sphere too.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Dustin, a very good player, has been playing for a very long time, clearly, and it's very nice to see him up here once again.
Oh, well, let's dive into these prize cards. What do you see in here, Pablo?
That's Scovet. That force Scovet being prized, it might be a little annoying for Olive. Might not allow to really look through too many cards by using multiple B-barrels per turn. And then Dustin with the double Explorer's Guidance at the very top, that could definitely be problematic for Dustin, as you want to play a supporter card pretty much every turn with these decks that don't have like a support engine such as B-barrel.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of tough, I think, here for Dustin, especially a supporter like Explorer's Guidance. It is turning through your deck. It is getting through those cards. It is allowing you to pick and choose what you choose to keep and what you know is going into the discard to get further throughout these matches. But we've seen the fist pump here. Our players are ready to kick things off. This is, of course, our Swiss round 5. Both these players sitting at 4-0, and they're going to try to keep their winning record here, but we're starting over on Dustin's side, and that Fluttermane is going to be the active Pokemon here. So let's dive more into this deck here, Pablo. How would you say this deck functions, and what is the strategy or change of strategy that it's going to see going against Olive's deck over here on the left?
Well, I think as Dustin, you first need to identify what you're up against, because if you see a Bidoof, it could be Qianbao. Like, odds are it's more likely something like Qianbao than an Arceus deck. So first he's going to need to identify that. It's not like his strategy is going to change too much, just because he needs to get a lot of Pokemon into a discard pile and start dishing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to be seeing here for Dustin, just getting through all of these cards. We saw the Radiant Greninja come down here for Dustin as well. That's going to allow for a little bit of extra draw support here. But yeah, as you said, it's just a little Bidoof. You don't really know what exactly you're going up against yet. So you're just looking to get a strong, stable start here with this deck.
Yeah, get your Roaring Moons out, get an energy attachment down, start accumulating cards with his Greninja. And then over on Olive's side, she wants to bench an Arceus and attach an energy to it. That's her #1 goal, and based on her hand, I'm not liking it. It's a bunch of energies and a tool card and a grabber.
Oh, that's a lot of energy.
And a stadium, but no way to search for an Arceus. So Olive's gonna need a very good top deck to do something significant here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, just a little bit doof in the active. Let's see what the top deck is. Is that an Ultra Ball?
It is an Ultra Ball.
That is a little bit of safety here. Gonna allow Olive to discard a couple cards here and grab at least a Pokemon to work with here. And that's what you need to see. over on this side, especially with any Arceus deck. You're trying to establish those Pokemon and that energy on your beginning turns to really get the stable start that you need on this side. Dustin, on the other hand, was able to play that Roaring Moon that was in the hand with an energy as well. So pretty solid start. Didn't really get to see a good look at the hands, but hopefully we're going to get a good game from both of these players.
Yeah, very clutch top deck there with the Ultra Ball. Otherwise, we would have seen a very quick game one. But Olive manages your one goal as an Arceus player, which is bench an Arceus, attach energy. Now, she's going to need another good top deck in order to keep in this game. But at least she did something right now. And it is very nice. She's going to use this down store, not because she needs any specific tool card right now, but just because by taking one card out of your deck, you're slightly increasing your chances of top decking a better card next turn.
Yep, so just taking a look through the deck as well. Going to select a tool card there for that choice belt. I guess where is the line, Pablo, of like putting something down to thin something from your deck, but also potentially helping your opponent as well? Is it just dependent on what you're going against?
It might depend on what you're going against, as you mentioned, but I think like you can never be scared of potentially helping your opponent if you're not helping yourself, right? Because you don't know if your opponent's going to benefit from that or not, but if you benefit, that has to be your #1 priority, as we see the very threatening Bidoof now with that choice belt.
I was about to say, you know, who's benefiting from that choice belt? That Bidoof right there. That is awesome to see. Well, we're going to see the other side of that. The town store is being activated now on Dustin's side, so is going to be able to search out that ancient booster energy capsule there with the town store.
Yeah, very well done by Dustin, taking advantage of your opponent's tools as well, or of your opponent's stadium to help you. It's going to be very advantageous, right? It's something small, but it could definitely benefit you. And now Dustin seems to have a pretty good follow-up, has the Professor Status Vitality to start powering up, and can potentially start attacking this turn.
Yeah, so now we got a little bit of extra HP here for that Roaring Moon thanks to that town store. We're going to see that Professor Sada's Vitality attached to energy that we saw go to the discard pile the turn before, straight onto those ancient Pokemon. And that is kind of the name of the deck here, these ancient Pokemon and supporters all interacting together to make some powerful combinations here. So Dustin has a fully set up Roaring Moon here, still going to be going through the deck with concealed cards, discarding that fighting energy as well to draw into 2 more cards. And then we're going to go into a Pokegear 3.0, top 7 cards, grab a supporter out.
Yeah, this Pokegear is actually a very smart move by Dustin. I think this is, even though he has already played a supporter this turn, he's probably going to play a Pokestop as his stadium of choice, and by getting the supporter out of the deck, then he's able to increase the chances that he's going to either discard cards like more Flutter Mains or the Koraidons to add to his damage output, or find useful item cards. So very well done there by Dustin.
Yup, it's going to be a bump now of that town store there for the Pokestop, so that's going to allow Dustin to potentially use it here now, and we're going to see some discards. It's going to be everything except that Super Rod that's going to go into the hands because it is an item card. But remember, the name of the game, once again, it's an ancient box deck. You're trying to get those ancient cards into the discard pile to buff your damage on this little tiny Roaring Moon there. It's tiny. It's not the big Roaring Moon EX, but I'll tell you what, it can hit for quite a bit of damage here once you start stacking up that discard. And it's not, I wouldn't say fast-paced, like you're moving fast-paced as far as what you're trying to do, but it does take time to build up. But again, you're single prize Pokemon, so you have that time to be able to build up and take these knockouts. And that's going to be the first knockout here in this game from Dustin on that poor little Bidoof. Olive is going to do the Pokestop and lose a Bidoof and a Bibarel. Go into this Ultra Ball to discard 2 of these Fire Energy as well to get a Pokemon out. At least we're going to see this Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, that Pokestop actually really benefited Olive here. I mean, there's no way for Dustin to know how bad Olive's hand was prior to this, and you would never hold back on the Pokestop with no information. But yeah this Pokestop really bailing Olive out. will be able to Starburst for any 2 cards, and you have to expect a backup Pokemon and a Josh to be her choices.
The Ultra Ball bailing out. Honestly, this whole match so far. The Ultra Ball, so powerful of a card, but of course you're going to have to lose some resources for it. We're going to see an Iono, though, here for both of our players. So all of those cards that were in the hand for Dustin are going to be shuffled up and put to the bottom of the deck. Of course, both of our players are going to draw up their hands to how many prize cards they have. So 1 less on Dustin's side of the field.
Now, Olive has lost 2 Beedus into a discard pile, but there is still a third. These Arceus control variants are playing a 3-3 Beaver line, so this last Beedoo standing will be the hero that Olive needs.
Oh, and we're going to see that's the counter catcher?
Yep.
There, that counter catcher. Olive is technically losing in the game of Pokemon TCG right now, down a prize card on Dustin's side, so Olive still has 6, allowing for that counter catcher to be activated to switch that Radiant Greninja into the active and take the knockout here. That is going to hinder Dustin, especially after that Iono that we saw as well. We're going to have to see a pretty solid hand here, hopefully gotten some good draws, because no more concealed cards for Dustin.
Yeah, now, in the long run, I like knocking out the Greninja, but I think in the more immediate future, you know that Dustin didn't have a backup Roaring Moon in their previous hand.
Yeah.
That's why it wasn't on the bench. And you saw them use a Professor Sada and discard another one with the Pokestop. That leaves very few Professor Sadas left in the deck, so I really would have liked to see the attack here, as long as you can find a Lost Vacuum eventually to knock out this Roaring Moon, because getting rid of your opponent's attackers is usually going to be a little bit better because they need so many resources to keep up with that.
Yeah, I think I swear I've heard a term for it. I think it's like managing threat levels on the field.
Yep.
So it's a sort of pick and choose where you hear about it so much talked about, like Chen-Pao, if you take out the Baxcalibur, then you limit them so much. But in situations like this, it does get a little dicey that, oh, maybe I should take out this thing that can hit me for a bunch of damage, or I could take out some consistency with the Radiant Greninja. So Olive making that choice to take out the consistency there on the Radiant Greninja, but that Roaring Moon remains to take some more damage off of this field. I'm interested to see how much we're actually hitting for at this point now, huh, Pablo?
Yeah, I'd love to have an ancient counter
Yeah, I know.
to be able to determine how much damage this Roaring Moon is going to do. I'm going to predict it's around the 150 to 170 mark at this point. There are quite a few ancient cards in the discard pile right now. But yeah, as we were mentioning, like finding that Lost Vacuum to remove this tool so that Arceus could actually knock out the Roaring Moon would not be an easy task. So I understand Olive's choice to go after the draw engine.
Yeah, that's true. Take a prize card if you can kind of follow that pace, the prize to prize there. Yeah, definitely a choice there from Olive, and we'll see if it pays off for her in the end here. I'm excited to see what we're going to be hitting for here. We did see Explorer's Guidance, I believe, from Dustin's side of the field as well. Again, 2 of them are in the prize cards. So one of few in the deck there from Dustin. Now we're looking at a Pokegear here and allowing Dustin to draw another supporter potentially. Or wait, what's happening now?
This is the Explorer's Guidance.
This is the Explorer's Guidance, okay.
He's choosing the 2 cards to keep, discarding the other 4. And yeah, he kept the Pokegear, noticing there's no supporters in my hand right now at this point in time. And I'm probably going to need this to find a Professor Sada or an Explorer's Guidance follow-up for next turn.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to debilitate your own hand by losing that consistency of drawing through your deck and, of course, being able to discard more cards into your deck. The Explorer's Guidance, perfect card in this deck because it does allow you to discard more ancient cards and pick and choose what exactly you need at which time as well. So fantastic there from Dustin.
Yeah, and Dustin recognizing that he really needs that Greninja to go a little bit deeper into the deck, find those key supporters at the right time, find the follow-up Roaring Moon and fill up his hand with resources. So going to put the Greninja and 2 energies back and immediately get the Greninja out.
Yeah, exactly. Super Rod is going to allow those 2 energies in the Greninja, but that Nest Ball is going to pull that Greninja right back out of the deck, which is what you see here from Dustin. And I assume we're going to be seeing it used as well here in a second from with that concealed cards. Of course, have to discard an energy here. It's going to be 2 extra cards for Dustin, an Earthen Vessel and another energy card. So potentially 3 energy.
Yeah, so much energy access, which is always good, right?
Yeah.
But you also definitely need to have enough attackers to take advantage of those energies. So
yes,
which so far so good. Yeah, Dustin has the 2 Ancient Booster Energy Capsules in play, giving Roaring Moon 200 HP, and now Dustin is going to do the same thing. He's going to go after the engine for Olive, recognizing that there's already 2 Bidoofs gone. This third one is super, super important to take down.
Trying to hinder in every single way possible, especially if you're also looking at the prize mapping. 1 Bidoof already went down, so if we take another one, that's collectively 2 prize cards there total, as well as taking out that draw support from Olive's side. And just knowing there's already 2 Bidoofs in the discard pile, so this is going to be the last one here if Dustin's able to take it out. And then, of course, we also saw this Pokegear being played. It's going to draw out a penny from the deck as well. And then we're going to see that knockout on the Bidoof for that price card.
Now, that Pokegear I definitely didn't like, because you already played your supporter. Like, you already played your supporter for turn, and any supporter you find, you're going to put into your hand against a deck that plays 4 Iono and 4 Judge usually.
Yeah,
you're like
true.
so much disruption. So then you're, number 1, losing the resource of Pokegear, and number 2, if your opponent plays Iono and you put a draw supporter back into the deck, now you're not going to draw it, right? And now this is 1 less Pokegear that Dustin can draw off of this Judge to find a follow-up Professor Sada or Explorer's Guidance.
Yeah, that is very true, Pablo. Definitely an interesting strat there that we saw from Dustin to play down that Pokegear. But now all of this is being shuffled back into the deck for both of our players. They're going to draw into 4 cards. A fantastic card to play in Olive's deck here, because usually you're drawing into more cards with your Bibarel. This time around, it's just going to be 4 cards, and see what we have to play with from there on Olive's side. Of course, this Arceus V-Star still in the active position here, and it's got 3 Fireball energies on it, so it's hitting for full damage, unlike that double turbo Arceus V-Star on the bench.
Yeah, and that's so crucial, Boo, because now you're doing exactly 200 damage. You're taking down your opponent's Roaring Moon, and they have no energy in play. There's 2 Professor Sadas right here.
Yep.
So finding another one, you just judge them. So Olive went from being in complete top deck mode into needing to hit the Pokestop into a dominating position on the board.
Yeah, this is huge here. I mean, when you're looking at Dustin's side of the field, you're facing off against these bulky Arceus V-Star. They're 280 hit points there for Olive, and Dustin is kind of picking up the pieces on the other side. You know, we saw that Judge into 4 cards, of course, top deck here. Pokestop's still in play, but Dustin is not going to have a lot of cards here to be able to potentially rescue this turn coming up.
Yeah, and even the Pokegear that Dustin played, right? Like now
Yes,
that's 1
you're
less
right.
resources that you can use to play Professor Sada. So a little bit against the ropes here for Dustin. He does have access to more Roaring Moons, which is great. He does also have concealed cards to draw a couple extra cards, but if he doesn't find exactly Professor Sada, Dustin is not going to be doing anything at all this turn.
Well, we're going to see this Nest Ball. Dustin's going to take a look at the deck here, of course, also drawing that Roaring Moon up to the front. Going to be able to be brought out with the Nest Ball, but also just taking a look at resources. I mean, this deck is just so heavy on managing resources, because you got to think, a lot of them, it's sort of like the Lost Box engine, where a lot of your deck, instead of being lost zoned, is being discarded in this deck. So you have to keep track of what you still have access to, what is in your prize cards as well, which we know were several supporters for Dustin, and then what you're still able to work with from here. And sometimes the answer is, I have nothing to work with because I have no draw, unfortunately.
Yeah, this deck is very reliant on its supporters, right? The only engine is Greninja, and it's it can be a little mess.
Oh, wow,
sometimes.
look at that.
All right.
I mean, Pokestop is going to get us 3 items there for Dustin, so at least no more supporters going into the discard pile for Dustin. I guess that's good to see. We're going to see a concealed cards. This is just pure draw 2 into the hand. Let's see what it is. It's just going to be another Fluttermane as well as a Pokestop from Dustin's concealed cards off that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, no attack for Dustin this turn. No access to Professor Sada's Vitality. And, yeah, not in a great spot. Probably needs to get at least 1 energy down by playing the Superior Energy Retrieval. get get an energy on one of his bench Roaring Moons, but this is the perfect opportunity for Olive to play a disruption card such as Airy, because he just saw the 3 cards that Dustin got of Pokestop, right? So why not get rid of some of them yourself?
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. The superior energy retrieval. Discard 2 cards, and then you can put 4 energy, up to 4 energy, back straight into your hand. So you lose a little bit, you gain a lot back there. And then it's also a nice play in this deck as well, because usually you're trying to discard those ancient cards. So more synergy there with our ancient mechanic here in the Pokemon TCG. Dustin's just going to be able to attach one onto the benched Roaring Moon. The Roaring Moon that's inactive is the one that has that ancient booster energy attached to it. But I mean, that Arceus V-Star is hitting through right now. Anyway, we're going to see the Magma Basin. That's going to bump the Pokestop. Even less consistency there for Dustin's side. And Olive is, let's see what the hand has here for Olive.
She has all 3 options, Judge, Iono, or Airy. I'm really hoping she doesn't play Iono. I think that's the worst card to play here, because you see that your opponent did not play Professor Sada or did not play Explorer's Guidance, so you know it's not in their hand. There's no reason for them not to play that card. So if you Iono, since these cards go to the bottom, you're actually letting your opponent get 4 cards closer to a Professor Sada or an Explorer's Guidance. I would really like to see an Airy here. Olive saw, all right, Judge is like the second best
That's
supporter
like the
to play.
middle option there, Pablo.
Like you saw your opponent get a Super Odd, right? And they've already played 1, so then usually the counts for Ancient Box is 2. So if you're very aware of how your opponent drew off of that Pokestop, and then you get to attack it, right? No more Super Odds, and therefore your opponent loses any ability to recover energies and recover potential attackers. So I really would have loved to see an Airy hit the board right here, but Judge is definitely way better than Iono in this case.
Yeah, she's going to opt for the Judge here, so both our players shuffling up. Again, I feel like we cannot keep hands in this matchup here, Pablo, but hey, that keeps it exciting, right? So 4 cards for both of our players here that we're working with now. A lot of ball cards there in Olive's hands, but it's just going to be taking the knockout here, going down another prize card. Olive only going to have 3 left to take this game here in our Swiss Round 5. Dustin going to have to choose who to promote, is going to look at these resources in the discard pile before making that decision.
Yeah, Olive in a fantastic spot, and as mentioned, she went from having a lone Bidoof and being in top deck mode, potentially getting donked, into being in the charge of this, in the lead of this game. And it's up to Dustin to make something happen. He will be able to thin his deck of energies. He will be able to draw. Oh no, he already drew and he didn't find anything. Never mind. He's in trouble.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is looking a little bit tough here for Dustin. We're going to see that energy come down onto the Roaring Moon in the active. Several more ancient booster energy capsules. It seems like they're infinite in this deck, I swear, coming down onto the field as well onto both those Roaring Moons. And then we're going to finally see some damage on the board here from that Roaring Moon. And we actually get to see how much we're working with now.
Yeah, 14 ancient cards, now 15 with that Earthen Vessel after the Airy. We're going to see a Palpad recover 2 disruption resources. And one thing I would love to see now Olive do is power up this Arceus with more energy so that eventually he can retreat, because these 2 Roaring Moons now have 200 HP and you're not going to be KOing them. So you need more energy on your Arceus so that you can eventually retreat away that double turbo and be able to keep pushing your advantage. You can win in 3 turns, including this one, but you will not be able to if you can't want to KO your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Just trying to find the outs here to set up as well as you can here for this matchup from Olive, and that might be an option there that we got to work with, that double turbo. It's great when you are able to get off an early knockout, but then I guess it hinders you in this point in time when you are nerfed that 20 damage on that Arceus V-Star. So pure energy, you're hitting 200, little less with that double turbo, but still, Olive down to just 2 prize cards here. Oh, Dustin's gonna go to game 2 now. Oh,
yeah.
Nothing drawn?
Nothing drawn off of that Greninja. No Professor Sada's Vitality found, and that is where things fall apart for Ancient Box, unfortunately. They rely so much on Sada to get those energy into play. and with 2 Explorer's Guidance as well,
I know.
prize for Dustin. It's like usually you'll use those to thin your deck and get those Professor Sadas from play. Now, I do want to mention how that Pokegear, there's no way to guarantee that Dustin would have drawn that Pokegear, right? But it's an extra chance to find it. So it's like these are the little crucial things that can sometimes be the difference in any game, really.
No, that really is a good point, because you have to make sure that each of your cards you're using have maximum utility of like why. You have to have a purpose behind why you're using them. Otherwise, why are you using them, you know? We're looking back at a couple of these back and forth turns between our players from our first round here. We were seeing those Bidoofs fall to the discard pile from Dustin's side of the field. Olive down to no Bidoof potential on board, but was able to just bulk up these Arceus V-Star and continuously take knockouts. And as I was saying about this Roaring Moon deck, you know, you're fast paced in the amount of cards you're trying to discard as fast as possible, get your damage output up, keep track of resources, but it does take a little bit of work to get there. And if you're not able to take these knockouts while you're still on the back foot of trying to just stabilize your turn altogether, it can be kind of tricky here. And I hope Dustin succeeds here, because I mean, you saw in our caster predictions, I have a Roaring Moon on there, so you know, I'm rooting for it this weekend. You know, I had a pretty big breakout when this format first started, and then just kind of trickled off, and I kind of want to see a resurgence, because I think it's a really cool single prize deck. But of course, standing in the way of the Roaring Moon is Olive, and she's bringing the heat here with those fire energy in this Arceus build deck. How would you describe this deck, I guess? Like, what would you name this, Pablo?
I mean, I think I would name it Arceus Control. Yeah, Arceus Control, even though it's not like, or maybe like Arceus Disruption, perhaps.
Ooh, I like that.
Even though every Arceus tries to disrupt. But yeah, as you mentioned, Boo, you're totally not biased in this matchup in particular. And those 280 HP, oh my gosh, 2 more supporters in the prizes once again. At least it's one-on-one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it's a little bit further down, I guess, too, so we're starting there. But hey, this time around, the Squove is definitely not in the prizes, because it's in the active here for Olive. I don't know if that's too much better, but it's there. It's on the field. Dustin starting with the Fluttermane in the active position here to start off this round. And we did start with the Pokegear, so depending on what the hand was, we've probably stabilized a little bit more. Oh wait, I don't think it even got anything off that first Pokegear, but we're going into a second Pokegear. Let's hope we can find, there we go, a supporter card. It's going to be that Explorer's Guidance. 1 in the prize cards, but now 1 into Dustin's hand here to set up for this next upcoming turn, because I believe Dustin is going first.
Yep. So
will not be able to play a supporter for this turn, but still able to get a couple more cards to the hands with this concealed cards off this Radiant Greninja.
Now, I am once again puzzled by the decision to play those 2 Pokegears right off the bat in a turn where you can't use your supporter. You know you're up against a deck that plays a high count of Judge, a high count of Iono. That means if you find your supporters, either the Pokegear is gone and they're going back to the deck, and now you have less chance to find one.
Oh my gosh.
Or they go directly to the bottom of Iono.
Do you think it's because of the Pokestop? Like, just play the Pokegear so you don't discard it off the Pokestop?
I would imagine that's a reason, but I think mathematically it just doesn't make sense. Like, the chance of you discarding a supporter is low enough to where you can forgo, right? If you discard 1, that's fine. Having access to 2 Pokegears for those turns where you're going to have a low card hand, and even in the future, you can Pokestop into a Pokegear into the supporter.
Yeah. Well, Pablo, what are the chances of discarding 3 Pokemon off a Pokestop? Because that is unfortunately what we just witnessed there for Dustin. 3 Pokemon hitting the discard pile, and now the Pokestop is gone. So it's like 0 utility from that Pokestop. Thanks, Pokemon Go. But Town Store is now out on the field from Olive's side. And that Arceus V is down, has the double turbo energy. That's what we want to see for the basics of an Arceus V-Star deck. Bidoof is also down. We have options here. Squovit is in play at the moment. And Olive just retrieved that that little CD disc. I'm like blanking on the
Technical
name.
Machine Devolution, yeah. Speaking of 0 utility, right? That card definitely not very useful in this matchup at all. So nice way for Olive to thin her deck a little bit, and off to races, right? Now she was able to get an Arceus down, a double turbo, has the Bidoof down as well. Couldn't nest dash because the Flutter Mane does block that, but didn't need to, of course. I'm speaking like maybe in the future if she ends up bringing the Arceus to the active before she uses that ability, she just needs to be very careful with that midnight fluttering ability.
Yes, that is very true. We saw that Flutter Mane in the start in our last game as well, but it wasn't there for very long, that is for sure. Dustin starting things off on this turn 2 here, similarly to our last game as well. Town Store searching out that ancient booster energy capsule. It's going to go down onto that Koraidon that we now see on the field here for Dustin. So as we saw, three Pokemon hit the discard pile, but of course there's always super rods in the future, but unfortunately, you know, you don't really want to have to use them if you don't have to on a bunch of Pokemon that you didn't mean to discard per se.
Yeah, the Roaring Moon getting discarded is definitely a big deal. The Koraidon and Cobalion can probably be okay, but you want Roaring Moons, right? Those are your big damage dealers, and right now there are none in Dustin's bench.
Exactly.
You would definitely prefer to be powering up a Roaring Moon right about now, but there doesn't seem to be an easy way to do so, and he has a lot of wait, is that the Explorer's Guidance?
Yes,
that
this is the Explorer's
Okay,
Guidance right now, yeah, just being decided on. So it looks like 2 were already kind of picked out here. I think it's the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Ultra Ball, and is eyeing up the Explorer's Guidance once again, and does need that Ultra Ball to establish one Roaring Moon at least, and we'll get more ancient cards, but those Earthen Vessels are very important to make sure you have a continuous stream of energy.
Yeah, 2 of them going into the discard pile now here for Dustin, so a little bit awkward there. Hopefully we'll have an abundance of energy potentially like we saw last game, but there's definitely less chance of that now potentially happening. We're going to see this Ultra Ball here discarding more of these ancient cards. So that's going to be an ancient booster energy capsule as well going in there. That's 2 more ancient cards to the discard pile here for Dustin. And of course, searching out that Pokemon. We needed that Roaring Moon, and now it is here thanks to Ultra Ball.
Yep, Vengeance Fletching. The main reason that this deck is so powerful is because it has no damage cap, right? You can deal as much damage as you have ancient cards in your deck, and Dustin knows he needs to power that up as soon as he can. Does try to distract a little bit by powering up this Koraidon, where this way Olive, like if she goes after the Koraidon, she gets 2 energies in the discard ball for Dustin. So very good play, and if Dustin just has to use that early on and apply pressure, that's also fine.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit of a smoke screen there being thrown out onto the field from Dustin. We're back onto Olive's side of the field now as she starts things off with that evolution into the Arceus V-Star. So, and not even off an Ultra Ball this time. Just in the hands here from Olive, and we're going to see that incredible V-Star power ability from that Arceus V-Star as well. What it is known for, one of the most powerful V-Star powers, I think, in the entire game. You just go into your deck, search out any 2 cards that you want. Don't even have to reveal them. You just search them out and play them. And that is going to get Olive into what was needed here, that Jet Energy to get that Arceus V-Star into the active position. Squovit's now safe on the bench. Boss's orders for that Roaring Moon. Olive says, I'm not taking the smoke screen. I'm going to use this Town Store, and then I'll be knocking out this Roaring Moon for you, Dustin. Sorry about that.
Yeah, very well done by Olive, as you mentioned. She didn't fall for that smoke screen. Yeah, didn't go after the energy this time, just going after the Roaring Moon, which is obviously the main attacker of the deck. Olive knows this, and she's also not very scared at all of any sort of retaliation by Dustin. There are definitely not enough ancient Pokemon or ancient cards in the discard pile to do enough damage. Now the Arceus has to be 180 HP, and so even though she didn't power up at a backup Pokemon, that's fine. There's still time.
Yo, that's brutal. A Hero's Cape on the Arceus V-Star. Super bulky here, 380 HP now that Dustin is going to have to get through. And that's just another obstacle, unfortunately, that we're seeing here for Dustin. I'm going to hope that we can try to pick things up here, but is the consistency just going to be too much for Dustin to have to face off against? We'll have to see. Koraidon in the active position now here from Dustin. Going to jump back into the deck from this Town Store and grab another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Thinning out the deck, getting some more cards into hand. we'll see what else Dustin has to work with here coming up.
Yeah, this Ancient Booster Energy Capsule thinning is very important. Dustin really needs to find more Roaring Moons off of this Explorer's Guidance and then make sure he can power them up. There's nothing else to be done here, and I think Dustin debating whether to use concealed cards first or not. I feel like with 2 Earthen Vessels gone, you can't afford that because you need to, especially now with a Heroescape, you need to at least soften up the Arceus a little bit to put it in range of a normal amount of ancient cards and not all your ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it looks like Dustin's debating here, taking a look at how many cards or what cards are in the discard pile here now. Looks to be kind of frustrated, like, oh, what do I do? And I feel that, honestly, is going to be playing this Explorer's Guidance here. So we're going to be looking at these cards, and 2 of them are going to go into the hands.
Does find the Professor Sada, but there are no ways to find any Roaring Moons or Roaring Moons themselves.
My gosh, look at all those resources that are discarded as well there for Dustin. And they weren't really ancient resources either.
Yeah, it was only one Great Tusk and then 2 more Pokegears gone. So even though Dustin plays 4, they really weren't any good at all at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been talking about kind of lack of utility here in some of these plays and some of these unfortunate events that are happening, and that is definitely an awkward one there for Dustin. I feel like that's kind of the name of the game here. So we're gonna, it's tough because Dustin always like plays the card and then puts it at the bottom. So I'm like, where'd the card go? But that this is gonna be the Earthen Vessel here, discarding that Boss's Orders into the discard pile to secure 2 basic energy into the hand.
Yeah, that Boss's Orders, another resource gone for Dustin, and his board definitely doesn't justify the size of his discard pile, right? So many resources gone, but very little accomplished, and not by his own decision, right? It's just the way the cards have combined for him have just not been very decent.
Yeah, it's been awkward, very clunky card draws and options here from Dustin's side, but hopefully this Super Rod is some sort of turn in events in this game, Pablo. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. We're still only 1 prize card down here in this game, 2 between our players. Olive, of course, leading with that prize card. Super Rod gonna shuffle those resources back into the deck for Dustin, and hopefully we can get going somewhere off this concealed cards. That's at least gonna be a nest ball here now, and then the counter catcher drawn off that concealed cards for Dustin.
Yeah, counter catcher could be useful to take down this Bidoof with Koraidon. That might be his best choice here, although once again, if hitting 330 damage on a Charizard EX is difficult, now hitting 380 on an Arceus V-Star is going to be pretty much impossible. So you're going to have to two-hit KO this Arceus V-Star. Getting the hit in on the active seems good when your opponent doesn't have anything else either. And with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, we can finally protect this Roaring Moon and make sure it doesn't go down unless Olive plays a Lost Vacuum, which coincidentally she already has in her hand.
Yes, already in the hand here, but Dustin is going to make his way to a prize card, knocking out that Bidoof with that counter catcher. Being down in prize cards now, our players are tied. So that Koraidon doing a little work here, and Olive is going to start off this turn, of course, with that Lost Vacuum now into an Iono. So both of our players are losing those hands. They're going to the bottom of the deck.
Yep, Iono does find the Arceus V to power up and have a follow-up. Will be able to nest ball for that Bidoof. It's funny that we have seen 4 Bidoofs hit the border discard pile, and we have yet to see a Bibarel at all. Poor little Bidoofs just not being able to freely evolve in this match.
Yes, I know. A new viewer is probably watching like, what did these Bidoofs do? What is happening here? But of course, yeah, we're looking for that final evolution into the Bibarel to be able to get some draw support on Olive's side. But I mean, hey, even without draw, still doing pretty solid here now, being able to accelerate, well, first of all, take knockouts, super bulky Arceus V-Star in the active position thanks to that Hero's Cape. Now we're accelerating energy on to another Arceus V on the bench here to save up another attacker, and that's just putting more and more in the way of Dustin to have to get through, and also taken another prize card. So down to 4 prize cards left to take this game a strong 2-0 victory against Ancient Box. And Dustin is just on the back foot once again.
Fantastic top deck for Dustin, though, that Professor Sada finally found. Last turn, Dustin finally found one, had it in his hand, and then it went to the bottom, as you mentioned. But was able to top deck another one, now has access to Nest Ball, has access to another Ring Moon. Will finally be able to get 2 energies into play. And then I think this promotion of the Flutter Mane shows how Dustin really wants to play Prime Catcher this turn to be able to knock down this Arceus. He knows that the Lost Vacuum is gone, there's probably not a second one available, and therefore this Roaring Moon could actually survive the hit because of the double turbo. Yeah, that is very true, Pablo. Identifying where on board can you take these knockouts, and that Arceus V is still just an Arceus V. It is not a V-Star that has that bulky amount of HP, especially one with a Hero's Cape on it as well. So that was an incredible top deck here for Dustin. It's going to allow for a lot better of a setup here. So I'm very happy to see that. We're going to see this game continue on. Pokestop is going to join us on the field, bumping that town store. We're not going shopping. We're walking around and playing some Pokemon Go now. Indeed, Professor Sada is not here to play Pokemon Go. He's here to play cards. Draw 3, and no Prime Catcher found yet. We're probably going to see the Pokestop next. We might see a little bit of thinning with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, that is true. Whew. Professor Sada's Vitality, such an incredible card here. Allows you to accelerate that energy. Similar to Arceus V-Star on the other side, accelerating energy, but also draw into those cards as well. The ancient welder of sorts. So Dustin gonna look at what to do with this hand. Yeah, like you said, Pablo, Pokestop is still an available option as well. Gonna need to continue to stack up the damage that's going in this discard. Pokestop is gonna put 2 supporters and an energy card into the discard pile. Not a single item card off of there.
Now that does feel very harsh in the sense that gets rid of supporters, right? It does increase the damage, of course, but Prime Catcher, I think, was Dustin's main plan, but I think Dustin must realize I'm down 1 game, and there's also, like, time is running out. He's not doing too much at this point in time, and because he did choose to power up this 2 Roaring Moons on the bench, unless he uses conceal cards and gets exactly Prime Catcher plus an energy, because he only has 1 energy in hand, Dustin's not going to be able to even attack this turn, setting up the 2-hit KO. So I really have to question why the Roaring Moon didn't get promoted here. Like, putting all your eggs in the Prime Catcher basket felt like a little too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's something that we don't see, Pablo.
There's the concealed
I'm not seeing it. We're seeing the concealed cards now, discarding that energy. So it's just going to be another Professor Sada's Vitality as well as an Ultra Ball. That is not what we were looking to see there off of another energy gone into the discard pile here on Dustin's side.
Yeah, which, like, Professor Sada is great. It's just we've already used it this turn. We don't need another one. We needed energies. We needed the Prime Catcher. And Dustin committed big, which I think is what he needed to do, but unfortunately didn't really pay off.
Yeah, that is a bummer to see, but unfortunately that's how this deck goes sometimes. It can be awkward and clunky, but when you're playing on the opposite side of that and it's flowing just as you want it to do, it is so powerful. And again, you're working with single prizers, so you're able to take some huge knockouts. I mean, Dustin was already sort of on the back foot because playing against an Arceus V-Star deck is already difficult with the amount of HP they have, how fast-paced they are getting their attackers set up and knocking you out before you're able to fully establish everything on your side. So kind of already was a difficult matchup, I think, going into this, but especially with the clunky draws and kind of awkward sequencing that we've seen at moments in both these games is leaving us to where we're at right now. With the Flutter Mane in the active, just a pass now after a pal pad there, I think, from Dustin. And we're back over to Olive, who, once again, has 4 prize cards left to take a 2-0 here. That Arceus V is safe and sound on the bench, ready to be evolved now in this turn, and that's 3 fire energy on it as well. So it's going to be fully ready to go, but we already have one that's super bulky with the Hero's Cape in the active position already. So Olive really just needs to continue to establish the consistency, I guess. But just looking good. We're going to see that pivot energy come down for that Bidoof to potentially pivot in the future into a Judge. So we're seeing even more disruption here now from Olive, and that's the name of the deck.
Yeah, definitely. This disruption deck is being very successful, and as you mentioned, Wood, like Olive's really chilling, just attacking each turn, maybe attaching an energy, deciding what supporter to play. Dustin is working really hard every turn, doing so many actions, but wasn't able to even attack. So I really would have liked to see Dustin give himself the option. Like, if you promote this Roaring Moon here, then okay. If you Sada to this and this, then you give yourself the option. If you find Prime Catcher, you can attack with the bench. If you don't, you can attack with the active. And now we see the Grabber putting the Roaring Moon at the bottom of the deck.
Yes. Yeah, even more. You can see Dustin just shaking his head right now, like, wow, after everything that you've done so far, Olive, now you're going to Grabber me as well. You hate to see it, but hey, Olive is in a dominant position here. She has evolved into the Bibarel as well. Industrious Incisors online for Olive. And another Bidoof coming down.
Second Bidoof to go with that Bibarel. Yeah, Olive's board looking very strong, very powerful, gonna get ahead. An extra prize card, and with 7 minutes left on the clock, I don't think we ever see Dustin come out as a winner this round, but he's definitely gonna try his best to get a tie at least.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to do what you can. And both these players are sitting at 4-0 records here. So we're seeing a bit of unlucky play here from Dustin on this stream match. But you got to think, he's already been through 4 matches and won them all. So isn't too bad. Trying to scrape out a tie, potentially going to do everything possible to do that. Roaring Moon joining us in the active position after that knockout, that 3rd knockout from Olive. And Dustin concealed cards, looking through the discard. And we're going to kick off this next turn.
Yeah, Dustin going to be able to play that Professor Sada, get finally 2 Roaring Moons powered up, which I think will be the first time he's been able to do it over the course of 2 games. Have a backup attacker to his attacker, and there we see the Prime Catcher finally.
Finally, the Prime Catcher going into the hand here off of that Pokestop. We've seen so much disruption from Olive's side, but it is in the hand. A little bit too late, though, unfortunately.
A little too late. Now, I would love to get a counter on the Ancient cards at this point in time, because there might be enough for the bench Roaring Moon to take down this Arceus that doesn't have the Hero's Cape.
Yeah.
So maybe there are quite a lot. And I think there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left in Dustin's deck. So there should be very close to enough, if not exactly enough.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw. Dustin counting out how much damage is actually sitting in that discard pile here. That Sada is also going to hit the discard pile, adding a little bit more there, and then energy on the field now. So happy to have that here from Dustin, but just kind of looking defeated. Looked up at the sky there, still playing.
Yeah, we're going to see the Prime Catcher. Probably going to see a knockout. Don't think you ever choose to retreat into the Ancient Booster Capsule to try and survive the next hit. And once again, I would have loved to see Olive continue to power up her own Arceus to eventually find a switch, be able to retreat that double turbo off, have enough energy to continue attacking, because 200 is a magic number against these Roaring Moon Pokemon.
Yeah, if you can hit 200, you're doing pretty well, that is for sure.
Ooh,
oh, that's not a knockout? Oh, no, wait, we might just be verifying.
Yeah, double checking, make sure the math is correct. 17 plus 7, that's 24, not even enough. 4 cards short, that's so surprising. How are you 4 cards short at this point?
Oh my gosh, it's 4 cards short, and the deck has been thinned so much, and then we're again seeing an Airy as well. It just seems like Dustin just cannot catch a break. Just when you already think you're in a difficult position, it just stacks up to you even more. I think it was 2 Ultra Ball hitting the discard there after that Eerie, and Olive is just able to run away with this turn here now because we have that Squovit on the bench, and then of course the Bibarel pairing with it to allow Olive to draw into more cards. Nestball is going to bring out this Radiant Charizard. Haven't seen it yet, but we did see the Magma Basin to hint that, of course, it is in the deck, and all the fire energy.
Yeah, and all the fire energy. That might have been our first clue.
So just even more being established here from Olive's side of the field. Yeah, it's a lot here. This is a pretty dominant board state. I think Olive is having a pretty nice time playing Pokemon TCG today. What do you think, Pablo?
I would agree, yeah. Like, going from that dead draw situation into a fully dominant game 2 now. Olive did once again open up the possibility for this Roaring Moon takes down the Arceus, and then this Arceus cannot take down that opposing Roaring Moon, but it does have 380 HP, so it's okay taking 2 hits against it, no problem.
That is true. Well, Dustin is going to take 2 additional prize cards here after 2-shotting into that Arceus V-Star. That is going to leave Olive to promote the second Arceus V-Star. Super bulky here, and we're going to see a grabber. Now we're seeing all these control cards coming out every single turn here from Olive to just keep this dominant position here.
No, this is really funny, actually, because I don't think, like, Dustin has played his Valpad, has played his 2 Super Rod, so I'm pretty sure Dustin was going to deck out, and Olive just helped him not deck out with the grabber, because you cannot choose not to put a Pokemon with grabber. You find one, you have to put it back. So, I mean, the last card might be Super Rod. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Olive just... I mean, that's how far ahead Olive is, right? She can do that and still be completely fine, because this humongous HP Arceus is just going to take over the game.
Oh, that is too funny, Pablo. Wow. My gosh. Well, we see this poor little Roaring Moon in the active position here, but no Ancient Booster to up its HP. That Ancient Booster Energy Capsule Roaring Moon was moved to the bench here. So that weak, or I guess vulnerable Roaring Moon being knocked out there from Olive's side, even with the double turbo still on that Arceus V-Star, moving Olive down to just 1 mere prize card to take, and that is going to be it. Dustin is going to scoop it up. Olive saying, hey, I'm going to take things down here with my Arceus V-Star deck.
Yeah, generally, Olive might have played that grabber just to be like, no, I'm going to beat you. You're not going to lose. I'm going to beat you in the normal way. I'm going to take that last prize card. And yeah, I mean, I generally had 0 hope for Olive in that first game. She ran away with it, and Dustin just struggled both games to really have like a strong board. Game 1, he was off to a decent start, but with only 1 Roaring Moon, lost his engine, and then in game 2, just started Koraidon and wasn't doing much, and he had an opportunity to maybe start the aggression, but he put all the eggs in the Prime Catcher basket, and they did not crack through.
They did not crack indeed, that is for sure, Pablo. That was heartbreaking to see. It is one of the decks I am rooting for this weekend, that Ancient Box deck. But hey, as we said, Dustin was at a 4-0 record, is going to be 4-1 at this point, but that is still more than enough matches here to hopefully pick things up in these upcoming rounds. Olive, on the other hand, is moving to a 5-0 record after that incredible 2-0 victory against Ancient Box here. And we're going to see a couple of these plays. This is our game 1 between these players, where we saw the establishment, even without any Bibarel, that much draw support there, Olive was able to just establish these bulky attackers and continue to take knockouts consistently against Dustin, who was, I mean, the biggest enemy was kind of his own deck.
Yeah,
which is kind of sad.
Yeah, Professor Sada worked against him, right? Professor Sada just decided to live in the deck the whole time, did not come out to play, and Olive just did 200, 200, 200, taking a prize card every game, and game 2 was more of the same, that 280 HP. I feel like Dustin might have like tunnel visioned a little bit in terms of like, well, I can't one KO this Pokemon, so I'm going to play around it. Instead of, at one point, such as this one, Olive had very little going for her, other than the Arceus. So if you threaten the 2-hit KO on that Arceus, you're going to be in a much better spot.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like Dustin could ever kind of get a foothold on the game and take a dominant position in this matchup. And yeah, Olive was able to walk away with things even after some shaky starts to this board state that you see now, where, I mean, look at everything that is on this board. It is just absolutely incredible here, and it is no wonder that Olive was able to take that win, especially looking at that game there. So Olive taking a 2-0 victory against Ancient Box with an Arceus V-Star deck. I tell you what, every North American Regional Championship, I plan to see some sort of Arceus builds. I feel like we love our Arceus decks here for sure.
Yeah, Arceus definitely always feels like Arceus came out almost over 2 years ago now.
I know,
it's like,
right?
It's a card that has probably run its course, but players are still finding new ways and new partners to keep it relevant.
Yeah, I know. I had to be like, wait, what is the move name again? Because I'm not playing it anymore. But yeah, it is such a powerful card, and you see that there. But it's wild because we talk about how if it stumbles in those beginning turns, it is so hard to recover. And there's not many cards to really help you out with those stumbles either. It's kind of just like you build as consistently as possible, and you just try to get there. And then once you're there, you're well established and you're stable enough to do exactly what Olive did in those games. Just continuously take knockouts and further your board state, which is what we saw that whole game. And unfortunately for Dustin, it just did not work out there with the Ancient Box deck. I would love to hear a little bit more about Olive's matchups thus far in the tournament and how those cards are working for her. I mean, it's a control style, like, disruption deck. As you said, there's a ton of disruptive supporters. There's the grabbers in there. There's the Airy as well. So I'm interested to see how Olive, or what Olive has played against so far, and how she's gotten to the wins that she has gotten her to a 5-0 record now.
Yeah, well, thankfully, Boo, we have our interview ready to hear from Olive. Take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with the winner you just saw on stream, Olive Battaglia. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling really good. It was nice that it was a favored matchup for the first time on stream, so yeah, feel good.
So you're 5-0, and you know that Ancient Box is favored. Is that why you settled on this Arceus deck? Were you expecting a lot of Ancient Box, or was it just serendipity?
I feel like this deck doesn't have a lot of losing matchups. Probably the scariest one is like a Lost Box deck that's playing Hoopa EX, because I'm personally not playing Defiance Band. There are a lot of others that are playing it. I chose to cut it for Choice Belt. So it's a lot scarier of a matchup. That one's pretty scary. Other than that, though, like Charizard, Giratina, Ancient Box, all those decks feel like really good matchups.
Ooh, okay. And so this Arceus deck, really good matchups into everything, but it still seems to be flying under the radar. Do you feel it's a deck that you should put a lot of time into to pick up, or just not a lot of players really know about it yet?
It hasn't had like a ton of like top placements. It doesn't have a top 8 yet, but the deck is solid. It has like so many lines you can take in any given situation. It's just really flexible and strong, and well, it doesn't have like a lot of matchups that are like insta wins where like you go in expecting to like absolutely beat this deck every time because the matchup's so favored. A lot of the matches end up being kind of close because that's just the way the deck is built, but generally I think it's a little under the radar, yeah.
Okay, and since you don't want to shy away from needing to work for all the wins that you've gotten, you're here to 5-0 record. So what did you do to prep this list and practice all of these different potential matchups in the metagame?
I played the exact same 60 cards at Indy, so it's literally the exact same 60 cards. I've not changed a single one. I played a bunch of cups and challenges throughout the season, like the last 2 weeks, just get stuff done. But I've been more focused on my college finals than on my Pokemon prep, honestly.
That sometimes feels like a buff. There's a lot of players, right, who end up having to take a bit of a break from their competitive grind for just real life things or other priorities come up. And do you think that maybe helped you decompress or just chill out on the deck for a bit, approach it with a fresh set of eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I think I haven't been very stressed at all. I've just felt confident since Indy because the deck felt really good there. A couple of matchups were a couple of my losses were due to bad matchups or unfortunate draws, but like it is what it is. I know I misplayed a couple away too, just because the deck has so many lines that I didn't see until after the game. But yeah.
And that is an interesting point that you bring up, Olive, that this is a deck that even when you lose, you're still learning a lot of what you could have done. And since you've put so much time into it, do you feel that you are okay into a lot of Chen Pao and Charizard, these decks that we were expecting to see a lot of specifically?
Yeah, I think Aerie really messes him up. That card is really crazy. It's pretty good when you go double candy or double superior, and then they just kind of struggle to do anything.
Have you hit that yet today on your run to 5-0, hitting a really nasty Aerie or a really sick grabber on someone?
I grabbed a Prime Catcher Mirage Gate against Tina.
Oh no.
That was pretty good.
Getting rid of the Prime Catcher seems to be a death sentence for a lot of these decks. And the Arceus list now, with their propensity to fail to get out of the starting gate and be very slow setting up, have you run into that a lot, or has the slower pace of this current meta kind of helped offset that?
The slower pace definitely helps because it means it's a lot easier to whiff turn 1 energy or something. That's happened to me a couple times, but especially into like Charizard, I feel fine whiffing my turn 1 energy. I can just take an extra turn, slow it down, set up right.
Fantastic. And so with your ability to play these more common matchups and just run a more disruptive game plan, which I would argue is a one-size-fits-all approach to a lot of decks in the metagame, do you feel confident that this could be your tournament? How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I already beat a Hoopa Lost Box today, so I'm feeling pretty solid about that. Just gonna keep doing my best. Hopefully the matchups keep falling my way and I keep drawing well.
I'm glad to hear that you are feeling nice and calm and confident. Is there anybody you want to give a special shout out to while I've got you that maybe helped you prep, or it's just always been in your corner as you've been studying and learning this list?
Yeah, I'd like to give a big shout out to my girlfriend Scarlett. She's playing the same deck that I played at we're playing the same deck again. We did the same thing at Indy. I want to thank Sky for letting me stay in her hotel room this trip because I needed that. I want to shout out all the people in Chicago back home, Nerd Rage Gaming folks, and my parents for paying for my flight.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you've got so many people helping you make this tournament a reality and that you're able to do them proud with an amazing 5-0 record. I'm looking forward to seeing more Arceus control in the future, Olive. So thank you so much for your time. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk.
Thank you so much, Skarzing, for that wonderful interview there with Olive. I love to hear that. I mean, just the amount of composure that she has. I feel like if I went on stream, I would be like, woo! You know what I mean? But no, she is just super composed there, and I think we saw that in the gameplay. Olive is definitely going to be a player I am looking out to watch this weekend, but let's check out our other players here that we selected. We're going to keep an eye on this weekend here for the stream.
Yeah, we have our players to watch this weekend. I believe Caleb is doing quite well. I think he might have won his previous, or this round rather, not the previous. So I believe 5-0. But I think we need to check on Ian's and Ryan's records. We might get confirmation on that. But I mean, I'm pretty sure would you be surprised, Pooh, if all players were undefeated at this point?
I would not be.
Wouldn't.
No, I would not be surprised at all. I told you before, Pablo, I don't want to see what power is behind Caleb Gedimer working with a Charizard control deck. That just sounds scary, especially being so familiar with control. Ian Robb, of course, has just continuously been having a fantastic season. I got to speak with him before as well. Decided to also play some sort of control. I'm guessing is Charizard control maybe as well. Just as other control here for Ian Robb, but was playing Charizard before, so maybe just adapted the deck a little bit. Oh no, it's gonna be something else there, but still 4-1 record there for Ian Robb, doing great so far in this tournament. Still gonna have to pick up a couple of wins there, but looking good. Ryan Antonucci as well coming here into our tournament. Do you know what Ryan's playing?
Yeah, he's playing Charizard EX, and he currently has a 3-1-1 record going into round 6. So all three players still very much in the running for the tournament. Yeah, with three pretty powerful decks. Yeah, Charizard control, Charizard Pidgeot control, and straight up Charizard. And Caleb is actually 4-0-1. He ended up tying the previous round.
Wow, lots of Charizard from these players too. I guess that speaks quite a bit. These players all choosing to play some sort of Charizard here into the field of Los Angeles. These are the players we're looking to watch. But you know what else you should be looking out to watch? Are our other streams that are happening right now. Of course, at these regional championships, it's not just the trading card game. We also have the video game series as well as Pokemon Go. Definitely tune in to both of those games and maybe familiarize yourself with some different type of Pokemon. If you're used to TCG, there's a lot of other exciting things happening over on those streams.
Yeah, all 3 games have their uniqueness, have their are very skill-based as well. So if you've ever wondered what's up, right? What's up with the other games? Now's the best time to tune into the other streams.
Absolutely. Well, here on this stream, Adam actually got to catch up with somebody out on the floor, so we're going to throw it to that interview there, but stay tuned because we're going to have our next Swiss round coming up very soon for you all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the floor of the LA Regional Championship. My name is Adam Watson, and I'm joined by a special guest, Paul. Why don't you introduce yourself to the folks, Paul?
Hi, everybody. My name is Paul Ortiz. I come from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is my very first regional. Super excited to be here, just in general. You know, I first started playing this game about 3 months ago. I got into it with my children. You know, my son, he's 6 years old. I have a daughter that's 2. I was just collecting just for them, really. And I was trying to master set the 151. And then I had the code cards, and I put them online. And quickly got addicted to this. I dove in head first. You know, it's just been a lot of fun. You know, the Las Vegas community is really, really big. So, like, it was really cool to be able to get involved with them as fast as possible. I went to my very first match in my local area, and I won the first match, or I mean, my first tournament. And I was like, hey, maybe I could do this, you know? So, came here to play some Dialga.
That is really exciting to hear that you are, too, a Dialga enjoyer. I know it's a deck that has really seemed to skyrocket into the metagame. And how difficult was it for you to pick up that deck initially?
You know, I would say it wasn't difficult at all. You know, I followed Criso, I'm sorry if I'm going to butcher this, Amontitis, I'm so sorry, from EUIC. And, you know, I really just loved that list. It was really, really great. And then quickly evolved it into Andrew Hedrick's list, and it's just been flying like crazy, you know? But I would say the initial, like, getting into it, it was so simple to pick up, you know? I was listening to you talk about being a Dialga believer, and I was like, maybe I can too, you know? So that's where I'm at.
I'm so happy that you've been enjoying the game and that you've been enjoying your tournament experience so far. This being your first regional, is it what you really expected, or has it been perhaps a little bit overwhelming?
You know, honestly, I would say a little bit of both. You know, I expected to see as many people as I did here. It is very overwhelming. You know, I'm definitely like, I'm sweaty, I'm hot, you know, I'm like getting into it and stuff. But I would say it's a little bit of both. It's very, very huge here. You know, there's a lot of people, you know, so yeah, it's been great. It's been a great experience so far.
And as you've begun your competitive journey, getting into the game, taking it a bit more seriously, have your children also followed you, or are they just liking to collect the way I think a lot of us started when we were much younger?
Yeah, actually, my son, he's getting into it. I actually built him the Yuho Kalama's Iron Hands list. He's super excited to get going on playing it, you know. So he's just learning how to read just a little bit more. But I've been handing him cards every single day, and I say, hey, read this to me. Let me know what you think, you know. And he's been getting into it. So once I get home, we're running that Yuho Kalama because I got the Iron Hands here when I needed it. So it's great.
That's so cool to hear, because I know that we hear this from so many Poke parents, right? About how playing the game from a young age teaches children, you know, nice competitive spirit, sportsmanship, and just like reading and math. It's a great way for them to just start their development, and you get to enjoy it as well. Is there any friends or other people you want to give a shout out to from the Las Vegas scene, or maybe even helped you practice?
Yeah, definitely. First off, I want to shout out to my wife for being the most amazing person in the world. She's really allowed me to be able to do this. So thank you so much, Leah. I appreciate you. I love you a lot. I want to shout out the Las Vegas Pokestop community here. We got Yule, we got Ryan, we got Anthony, we got another Anthony, we got Adrian. So I just want to say shout out to everybody. Avante as well too, you know, Freddie as well. So let's go, you guys. Let's get that top 8. Come on.
That is so exciting, Paul, that you already managed to get in with your local community. You're enjoying the game, and this is a start of a great Pokemon journey for you. Thank you so much for sharing your story with our folks at home, and hopefully you'll inspire some of our viewers today to make that leap into Pokemon competition. So we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Well, here we go. We've got one regional left, and we are going to be crowning our last champion of the year, LA. An excellent place for our season to wrap up here at the Regional Championships. Welcome back, Pokemon Trainers fans and everybody viewing in from around the world. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Meza. And what can we say so far? Incredible action. We're just over halfway through. We've got plenty of more great Pokemon to showcase for everyone.
We definitely do, Ethan. It's very cool to be here. We've had some amazing games, and I think we are in for more Pokemon goodness.
That's what I want to see. And we're speaking of goodness on Pokemon, players still at an undefeated record so far. We've just finished through our 5th Swiss round. Let's take a look at our standings, see how players have progressed throughout this tournament. And as you can see, when we have a field of over 2,000 players, Pablo, plenty of players sitting at that X&O record, undefeated thus far. It's going to get less and less, especially as we progress through these rounds. Players tie, and a whole different factors go upon these players.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that you could be 5-0 and still maybe not make day 2, right? So nothing is guaranteed, still plenty to play for, whether you're in the top 16 of the tournament or you're at a 3-2 record and holding on to dear life, trying to make day 2, still plenty of rounds to go.
So many great storylines and so many great names to look at here. Players who we've seen in and out. Ahmed, that's a player we've seen on and off for Pokemon TCG for years and years. That's a name that sticks out to me. And on this right side, so many top-level names. Lucas Singh, Isaiah Bradner, Reagan Retzloff. Of course, we just had Crystal, who won that last round as well, right? So we have a whole bunch of players here that are going to be showcasing what they've got and how they can use, or rather, not showcasing the last round. We've got showcased this round, so that's a little bit of a spoiler coming up if there's any fans out there. But what more can we say? So much talent here on this top bracket so far of players.
Yeah, a combination of brand new names and also very well established players. It's always very nice to check in on who is at the very top. And I don't know about you, Ethan, but when you get to play at table 1, table 2 of any tournament, it just feels so good.
Yeah, and on the opposite side too, for some players that we don't see here. I mean, for Indianapolis, I started out, or rather for Orlando, I started out with a loss my first round, and I was put at the bottom table. And that feeling of going at literally table like 1,000 all the way up to some of the top tables there, that feeling too. So just because these players aren't undefeated doesn't mean, like you said, some X2 players, we could see some great comebacks. And we've seen that not just into day 2, but also into our top cut. There have been some players coming in at the 19 match points, 6-2-1, and they win 5-6 rounds, and hey, you could see them in top cut, who knows?
Yeah, of course. 6-1, even though it feels like there's still a mountain to climb, it is still mathematically possible. You have no more margin for error, but still worth trying to strive for that. And I think this also plays into, like, there's many players who are making their first day 2, right? So 6-1 is good enough to make that. And a lot of players are very happy with that, get their first day 2 experience, and then hopefully build momentum from there.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing history be made here. We could see repeating champions players finally getting their first win. This season has included a bunch of that, Pablo, and we're kind of going towards the end of our season at this point. Of course, we've got the North American International Championships. That will be 2 weeks from today. Getting action kicked off actually on Friday. And those international tournaments, they're so awesome because we get to feature 3 days of Pokemon action.
Yeah, 3 full days with Championship Sunday, which is so exciting to watch. You get to watch all games throughout the day, all the champions being crowned at the probably biggest tournament in history over on this side of the world.
It keeps getting bigger. I've lost track at this point. I mean, this year with pricing getting increased almost double. Remember, regional champion last year, $5,000 for winning. It's $10,000 for becoming a regional champion this year. And we've seen attendances skyrocket past 2,500 players at some of these events. Of course, the European International Championships happening what feels like yesterday, but it was a couple weeks ago at this point, all the way back at the beginning of April. That broke that huge player barrier, and with that, we're seeing players need so many match points to make it into top 8 cut. It's crazy we cut down from that many players to just 8.
Yeah, just 8 and needing 35, 36 match points to pretty much guarantee that's 12 out of 15 wins. I used to be able to make top 8 with 10 wins and then ID 1 or 2 and you're good to go. Now it's 12 minimum to be able to have a chance, and we've even had bubbles at 12 wins.
Yeah. It has not been a very forgiving season for a lot of players, but try as they might, they continue. I mean, Lucas Zing was a player who was so close to making it the top cut at Indianapolis and just was not able to do any more, right? Won as many rounds, took the intentional draws where they thought were fair, wasn't able to quite make it in, but sort of seeking vengeance at this event, sort of switching up on decks. He's a player I'm really looking at, shifting off this Chiempo deck, something I didn't really expect from him to do, but he understands no matter how comfortable you might be with a deck, it's about picking the best deck for an event. And I really like what you said earlier, which is switching decks, right? The key of not just sticking with something, but playing the best deck for every event. Is that truly how you still feel in this moment?
Yeah, I generally think that's the best approach, as long as you're like very, very experienced, right? There's different approaches for different people. If you're starting out and you're trying to get that competitive edge and that competitive experience, then okay, sticking for the same deck for a few events, making sure that your decision making and whatever is under your control is the best you can possibly get it to, then that's a good approach as well. So depending on where you're at in your career as a Pokemon TCG player, there can be different ways to approach these sort of big events. But at the very top, I think that's why you see the top players with a completely different build, one deck, one tournament to the next, or the same 61 tournament to the next, because nothing has changed in terms of the metagame changes.
It's sort of like a flowchart, right? You sort of start with the first question. It's like, are you comfortable with decks? Yes. How many decks are you comfortable with? Multiple. How would you rank those decks? Where do they rank in the meta, right? So that's sort of the second thing is, yes, that's great advice as well. You've also got to make sure that you know what you're doing with the deck. Just because we're seeing Pidgeot control potentially be the best pick that a lot of different players have come together to their own conclusion about, doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best deck if you're not sure how to play the numerous lines and very complicated plays you have to see ahead with the deck.
Yeah, it's all about maximizing your possibility to win each and every turn and with each action you take, right? But if you're not comfortable or confident in getting to that point with a certain deck, it makes sense to diverge and choose a different one that you are confident in, you are comfortable in, because then it's more likely that you'll make the best possible play each and every time.
Yeah, it's sort of like two dualities. I feel like we're both speaking for different sides. I've played Gardevoir, I think, from the start of the year up until Indianapolis, just playing the deck over and over again. And I mean, I'll be honest, Indianapolis definitely was not the strongest play for that event. But at the same point, you have to sort of go through that chart, right? Of how comfortable do you think it is? Can you really accurately predict what you're going to see compared to if you have a better foothold, if you have a better understanding? Sometimes information really is key, and it really comes down to this. You have to play excellently if you're going to win an event. But a lot of your time, your preparation is really before you sit down for round one. That's where the most stress, the most really like grinding, and you have to really be focused for comes for most players.
Yeah, for sure. And then even if you prepare 30 days beforehand and you grind every single matchup, you might sit down in round one to a player who had a different journey than you, tried different lists, has different strategies or different tech cards, right? And you also need that possibility to be able to adapt, right? Because no matter how much preparation you do beforehand, in the moment, whatever play you had done before might not necessarily be the best play that you have to do in that very precise moment.
Speaking of two players with two very different paths, I think that's going to be the story for us today, Pablo. We've got two different players from two different experiences, but both at 5-0, preparing to get into this 6th Swiss round, and they're both undefeated. We've seen a lot of different decks. We've seen a lot of incredible players. We've seen a lot of incredible play, and that's all going to be displayed for us here in our 6th Swiss round.
Yes, we have a very exciting matchup here with, as you mentioned, two very different decks, and it would seem on paper a lopsided matchup towards one side, but I do believe the other deck has now a very key tech card that I'm sure you're going to be very happy about to talk and describe why that card might swing this matchup.
Surprise isn't so much at stake. These players looking to advance to 18 match points and put themselves one step closer to cash points and a trip to Worlds. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage, get into our 6th Swiss round, and get this action kicked off. We're going to have two names, two incredible players here. Isaiah Bradner, a household name, one that you should 100% know if you've been following the Pokemon TCG, following our streams and our coverage. We'll be playing this Control Pidgeot EX deck, and it's going to be up against Crystal, playing this Origin Form Dialga V-Star, the new kid on the block, versus the anti-meta deck. There's going to be a lot to really analyze and break down here, Pablo.
There's definitely going to be so much going on the field, as you mentioned, Ethan, and we did see Dialga at Indianapolis, right, take down that Control deck in top 4. However, how do you think Isaiah was able to adapt? Do you think he has a game plan for Dialga specifically?
Well, there's one card I'm going to talk about. I'm just going to get out of the way. Isaiah is playing that Entei V, and that has got to be the card you keep your eye on for sure. Of course, just being there as a Pokemon that can deal enough damage to one-hit knock out that Origin Form Dialga V-Star. And if you put a Hero's Cave on it, they can't even knock you out back if they're using a big Metal Blast. Because these prize cards, nothing too relevant. We do see Rare Candy, a few Pokemon in play, but I think we are ready to get into this 6th Swiss round. Get ready, grab a drink, grab some food, and get settled. We are going to have a great match for sure, as we are getting ready to kick things off underway. And Isaiah will be more than happy to see this starting Pokemon start. That Entei V in the active spot will be going first and has immediate confirmation, knows what deck he's playing against, and it will be Beldum, featuring Matang and that Dialga V-Star.
Yeah, starting Entei, attaching energy. For Crystal, this all seems like a standard Charizard deck. Now, we did see Isaiah is playing a 1-1 copy of, or a 1-1 line of Charizard EX. The Charmander is indeed prized. So, I don't know. I feel like Crystal might have a little bit of confusion in the early game as to what she's up against. And as you mentioned, seeing that Entei V in the beginning, probably what Isaiah loves to have at this moment.
Speaking of cards that are great to have at the start, Buddy Buddy Poffin, an excellent card, can search out these Beldum for Crystal, but immediately, maybe there's a little bit of uncertainty in terms of how you want to open this board up. You see an Entei V and Energy and a Pidgey. I mean, Pablo, this could very well just be Charizard playing a copy of that Entei. Do you think Crystal, even without having this knowledge, or with having this knowledge, should bench a bunch of Beldum, get ready to use Metal Maker as much as possible, or maybe conserve a little bit on this first turn and wait for some more information?
I really think, I mean, ideally she should wait, but I don't think, based on how popular Charizard has been for the whole format, basically since rotation, I think you always just set up normally, right? Assume you're playing against a Charizard deck, and then Isaiah will probably be able to take advantage of that. But Crystal does play that very peculiar Minior Tech card. We'll have to see if that comes into play against a potential Mowell or a potential Snorlax. If there is no copy of Snorlax, so never mind, Minior probably not going to be relevant here.
We'll just see 2 Beldums get benched. There was one in the prize cards, I believe, so Crystal will have to just be content with 3 Metal Maker abilities for the time being. And I believe also has a few supporter options she can choose from, like that Professor's Research and that Iono. It's really hard to incentivize playing Iono when your opponent really didn't do much on their first turn.
Yeah, that's definitely very important to consider. However, I will say Isaiah went first, right? So there's no guarantee that if you were playing against a regular Charizard or whatever, like they didn't have an Arven or an Iono themselves. So I think that tell is very tricky on the first turn specifically. In every other turn, yes, go for the research and stuff that I don't know, but I feel like that's not always true in the very first turn of your opponent had when they couldn't play supporters.
Not too many crucial resources hitting the discard pile. We did see another Professor's Research. Iono, I mean, Iono's a great card against a deck like this Pidgeot control deck that wants to build up a large hand size. And we're going to see this Metal Lift attack, something we don't see a lot from this deck, especially when you're trying to attack with Dialga V-Star, but it is very useful, and even though there's another Beldum that has 10 more HP, this one is great at finding you cards, especially since it puts it on top of your deck, confirming that even if you get hand disrupted, you'll still draw into it on the next turn.
Yep, if you get Iono, you know you're going to find that card. If you don't, you know you're going to find that card, so it's a win-win. And as you mentioned, that 10 HP trade-off is completely worth it. Maybe having one of the 70 HP can be good to protect a little bit against Lost Box decks, but for now, this Magnetic Lift really putting in the work for Crystal.
Let's see if we can see what Isaiah is working with at this position. Wow, there is not a lot going on in this hand. Has to attach the Forest Sealstone and use that V-Star power. Whenever you can save that for longer, it's usually better, but that is actually going to be a good enough card in this situation. It's not a super explosive start, but it's all about getting this Rare Candy Pidgeot, and with this Forest Sealstone and with a Pidgeot EX in hand, if Isaiah wants to, we could see Arven get played, grab some of these important tool cards, and get Pidgeot EX established and ready to use Quick Search for as many turns as Isaiah can, sort of protecting this Pidgeot from all threats on Crystal's side.
Yeah, getting that protection gonna be very, very key, and very thorough with his price checking, right? And that's something that you need to do as the control player. You need to know exactly what resources you count with, and with the loss of Peonia to rotation, there's very few ways to manipulate and access cards in your prize card, so that's something that you always need to account. There's Hisuian and Heavy Ball to get that Charmander, but everything else is probably locked in there until you start being aggressive, which Isaiah's deck is actually pretty well built to be able to be either control or show a little bit of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you can use something like Daisy's Help if you really want to take a look at your prize cards, but for most control players, it seems they've come to the same consensus, really not worth investing that. We will just see Rare Candy itself get grabbed, so Isaiah may want to play a different supporter card this turn, not lock himself into Arven. We'll use Quick Search, so every single turn, Isaiah with this powerful Pidgeot EX, just there for that Quick Search ability, can search the deck for any card and put it into his hand, allows for so many potential combos, so many potential plays for Isaiah, as long as that's in play.
And now Isaiah continuing to be thorough with his price checking after his first search with the Forest Sealstone. He figured out the Pokemon, I'm pretty sure the energy. Now he's putting those supporters at the back of his deck to figure out exactly what he has access to. He's quick searching right now, hasn't decided yet. I think he was going to put the 2 cards as if he was playing the Arven, but needs to grab the Arven first.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot for Isaiah. Now, I mentioned that having that tool card on the Entei V does give it more HP. But even if it's not there, 230 is still a very nice number. It plays out of the way that the 40 plus 40 works. It means that you can hit 220 with Dialga if you have something like 5, or rather, you hit 240. So the number actually works out in an okay way, but it does play around Star Chronos taking a one-hit knockout. Now, it is always possible, even with 2 Metal Makers on board, and Isaiah could be considering that as a way things could turn south very quickly.
Yeah, we do see the boss's orders. There's no... Oh, there is an energy.
Yeah.
There we go.
And that's perfect math there because of the weakness. Burning Rondo will be dealing 120 damage times 2. A turn 2 knockout here for Isaiah after just attaching and passing to Entei. This is why this card is so powerful, especially in a control deck wanting to deal with such an aggressive powerhouse that is Dialga.
Yeah, and Crystal, if she had no indication that this was anything other than a Charizard deck, now she definitely does, right? This Sandshrew is so crucial, and she needs to make sure, she must know now that she's up against some sort of control deck, does find that Iono, and disrupts Isaiah's hand a little bit, but with Pidgeot in play, Isaiah seems to be in full control at this point.
I want to make that a common thing. Every time that somebody stacks a card at the top of their deck, we should see the top deck every time. Whoa, how did that card get there?
So surprising.
What did they draw into? How did they get there? But of course, did prepare a very strong card on the top of the deck for the following turn, and now there are no Dialga in play, so Crystal, no matter what attack she wants to use here, will not be dealing enough damage to knock out Entei. But you gotta really think, okay, if I'm taking this turn off, if I'm gonna use some Metal Maker, put energy into play, my opponent does have Pidgeot EX, so they can kind of do what they want with their hand, with their board. What do I do this turn to make sure that even if my opponent's gonna take another prize next turn, I can come back and keep myself in this game? That's really the question here to think about.
Yeah, now, Crystal should also try to get 2 Dialgas down so that 1 can survive, assuming that Isaiah goes for a boss to knock it out. However, she chooses to go for the Zamazenta, which unfortunately doesn't deal enough damage to KO this 230 HP and take 10 damage off. So important to have that number for the Star Chronos and also for the Zamazenta.
And it's so tough either way, Pablo, because if you bench double Dialga, you're guaranteed not knocking this Entei out. So if there's something like a Pidgeot to quick search boss, then you take that knockout there, and then from there, if your opponent brings up Dialga, Magma Basin can just power up the Entei again, and we are seeing very quickly how this Entei is causing a huge problem for Crystal's Dialga deck.
Yeah, now, Crystal doesn't know this, but Isaiah only plays 1 boss's orders, right? So the 2 Dialgas would have been safe unless Isaiah found a Palpad, which he plays 2 copies of, and then found it again, which is not easy to do, definitely possible. But yeah, Crystal probably in very uncharted territory at this point.
It's hard. This is where a deck like Control that can be built so many different ways really thrives, because you gotta play these weird guessing games when making lines without having information. Surely a deck that maybe wants to trap things in the active with Snorlax would play more copies of Boss's Orders, but Crystal just does not have that information yet. Has to sort of make these guesses, these educated guesses, as Entei V absorbing that hit with 10 HP remaining. There is a guaranteed knockout online, and of course Isaiah can continue to just build the hand up, draw cards every turn that Entei is V, thanks to that fleet-footed ability, and now with a 6-card hand, can use Quick Search and find yet again any card he wants out of the deck.
Yeah, Quick Search, such a powerful ability. I love seeing it back, Ethan. I used Quick Search almost 20 years ago at the World Championships, and now it's back. It's so great. It's so powerful, as we are seeing right now, allowing Isaiah to have full control essentially over this game.
And a lot of solid choices. Isaiah is playing that 101 line of Charizard EX. Now, it's not doing enough damage with Burning Darkness just yet, but it can potentially down the line, of course, also being able to accelerate those fire energies into play in combination with something like Radiant Charizard. And this is where Isaiah just has so many options, especially when he is ahead and in this much of dominating control in Game 1.
Yeah, this as you mentioned, all these options just give Isaiah the flexibility to adapt to pretty much any situation. And Crystal against the wall here, I mean, she can follow this attack from Zamazenta with a knockout with even a Beldum, right? Is it tackle, I think? I don't even know what the second attack
It gets in there. It does enough damage. It gets the job
20
done.
damage, gets the job done, as you mentioned. If you can do that and bench 2 Dialga at the same time, that could be good, but I think I remember Crystal's hand being a little underwhelming. Only a Pokegear available there, which does have a high chance of hitting, but it's not guaranteed.
So we'll see the Radiant Charizard come down right now, of course, with Crystal yet to take any prize cards. That Excited Heart ability is not active. Combustion Blast will cost a whopping 5 energy to deal that damage, but it does the job. With all these Pokemon being fire weak, it can take a one-hit knockout, but to power that up, this heavy ball can find Charmander out of the prizes. And with a Charizard EX in hand, it means that if Entei falls, a lot could go south very quickly if Crystal wants to put another Dialga V into play.
Yeah, that's probably her priority at this point, right? Getting those 2 Dialga Vs, as we do see that Charmander hit the board. Yeah, so many threats, right? It seems like a weird Charizard deck at this point by Isaiah, honestly.
Of course, Tord Reklev showing off that powerful Charizard control deck. Now, the way Isaiah has built this is very different from Tord. It plays a lot more of a control aspect than the Charizard line, but they both are made possible thanks to Pidgeot EX, that quick search ability, really putting in work here for Isaiah as Crystal staring down a 3-prize lead so far from Isaiah, having no Dialga V in play, no big threats for attacks, and with the Beldum coming up right away, yeah, sure, you can deal 20 damage, take the knockout to Entei, but I mean, this Pidgeot EX could sneeze on Beldum and it will knock out with something like a double turbo energy, and from there, Charizard, Entei again, Charizard EX, Radiant. There's so many options that Crystal has to prepare for, and it really, with how this deck is built to be, which is just aggressive, hit hard, hit fast, you don't have a lot of leverage to maneuver around tricky attackers.
Yeah, now, perhaps a small misstep for Crystal if she decides to use this Pokegear. Probably wanted to do that before playing the Super Rod. Still finds a research, which is great, but by playing Super Rod did decrease the odds a little bit by putting more non-supporter cards into your deck. Now she has a choice between Iono and Research. What would you go for here?
It's 1 card difference at this point, but you do put your opponent down to a 3-card hand, and with Charmander hitting the board, you may have to assume there's one of those 2 pieces, Rare Candy or Charizard in the hand. You've got to start to just come back and disrupt your opponent, but I mean, I don't hate this either from Crystal. Just get aggressive, draw extra cards. You've got to find a way to get back into this game. We do see a few cool pieces there. Card we haven't really talked about yet, that Minior, of course, does have the ability when you attach to it for turn, you can switch it into the active spot. Great to play around cards like Snorlax with that block ability. However, Isaiah not really playing a trapping strategy, just relying on using these powerful Fire-type Pokemon, disrupting the opponent with things like Luxray. Not going to be too important of a card in this matchup.
Now, Crystal could take the chance of only benching 1 Dialga because she is going to be able to take down this Entei. So retaliation from Isaiah would be a little more difficult. There's no access to Counter Catcher at this point. So that might be the plan. However, Crystal wants to go for that Zamazenta instead. I wonder if she might not realize that she can knock out, or like she might just try to power up Zamazenta again to take the knockout. Hopefully not.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes you can sort of tunnel vision into certain plays and really not see the Beldum is not in this deck to attack. It's just here to really evolve into Metang. But here we go. Far-flying Meteor. Minior blasting onto the battlefield, getting in there. Gravitational tackle. Now, Entei does have a whopping 3 retreat costs, so it's doing more than enough. And more importantly, can pivot out this Beldum and evolve it to start using 3 Metal Maker abilities per turn.
Yeah, triple Metal Maker, super, super good, but you really would love to be powering up at Dialga. She does find 1 energy per Metal Maker, a lot of cards going to the bottom as well, which is important to note. I think if you're playing a deck like this one, since your deck doesn't get shuffled, sometimes you can use Metal Maker to get closer to resources that you need, right? So it's always very important to keep track of what cards you're putting at the bottom, because it is very important, not just paying attention to the energies, but making sure that you keep track of the other cards you get to see as well.
Well, that's a first in a while. Gravitational tackle on stream, taking the knockout. Crystal getting in, using all these flexible attackers. Zamazenta is powered up on the bench, but things are looking a little bit grim. Isaiah still having the prize lead, and with Pidgeot in play, it's going to get even easier as the game progresses because Radiant Charizard on the bench makes attacking so simple. When your opponent is down to just 2 prize cards, a single Fire Energy will do it to be able to use Combustion Blast and deal big damage into all of Crystal's Pokemon.
Big damage, and I think the biggest thing is that, I mean, Isaiah already has the Rare Candy and the Charizard, or did already have the Charizard, can now search for the rare candy, but there's no threat of Dialga, right? So whatever Isaiah does and takes the knockout, he knows that it's going to be pretty safe because the Zamazenta caps out at 220 damage, which is not very impressive. So we are seeing a Dialga deck really not put any work through Dialga itself.
Yeah, and this is really smart here for Isaiah to grab that Pal Pad. Understands that since Crystal has taken 2 prize cards, if at any point a Dialga V comes into play, Charizard EX can just knock it out and take the final 2 prize cards. So can just put the boss's orders in play, power up this Charizard, and by going down to just 2 prize cards left, and with no V Pokemon on board for Crystal, unless there's some hidden Thornton that Crystal plays in her deck, which I'm not seeing here on this deck list sheet, then the Charizard EX is going to be safe, and from there it's going to be really hard for Crystal to claw back in this prize lead.
You know what? I can't tell you how many times my opponents have randomly surprised me with Thornton in the complete
Really?
the weirdest
Wow.
situations, both at regionals and playing TCG live. So, of course, we have the information that Crystal doesn't have it, but if I were to say, I would definitely be a little worried about a potential Thornton play. Now, we do see the Palpat putting back the boss, very important, as you mentioned, be able to use this Charizard to chase down any Dialga that hits the board and essentially close out the game. So I think as Crystal, I would love to see her be like, okay, you know what? Couldn't stand a chance in this one. Let's go into the next game.
And even playing the Super Rod to just put back another Fire Energy into the deck, making sure that if for some reason this Charizard does go down, then we could, or another 1 prize Pokemon, then Radiant Charizard for just 1 more Fire Energy. With thanks to Pidgeot EX, things are getting oh so simple for Isaiah, and even putting that Hero's Cape onto the Radiant Charizard, boosting it up to a whopping 260 HP. Isaiah will go down to 2 prize cards, and it's finding from here for Crystal, it's just very hard to find a way that she can get back ahead in this game, with the Pidgeot finding a card every turn, with Charizard sitting there with 330 HP, and with being behind 2 prize cards, it's looking very grim.
It is looking very grim, as you mentioned. Like, Crystal might have had a little bit of a chance if there was a 2-prize Pokemon that she could get right now, go down to 2 prizes, and then Isaiah takes another knockout, and then Mew EX comes out and takes down Charizard EX, but fortunately Crystal just doesn't have that option at this point in time with what Isaiah has on the board. She recognizes that if she benches another 2-prizer, she is going to lose, but it's just looking a little dicey because there's the Radiant Charizard already set up. So once you take down the Charizard EX, you know Radiant Charizard is going to take the last prize card, and you cannot stop Charizard EX from attacking again next turn. So pretty sure the writing's on the wall in this one, Ethan.
Crystal will do all she can to play this out. Just draw some more cards here, concealed cards. Discarding the energy, drawing 2 cards. It feels like with how many metal energy this deck plays that you're going to draw into this eventually, but there have been a lot of metal makers used. We haven't seen too many Super Rods be played yet. We saw one, of course, earlier on in the game, but no matter what you put into play, you can't even hope for your opponent to not have the pieces, because not only are they on board, but even if something changes, Pidgeot EX can just find whatever Isaiah wants every turn.
You are completely right, Ethan. There's very little room to do anything at this point in time in this game with no Dialgas in play. The Zamazenta dealing, like, Zamazenta is such a powerful Pokemon. Retaliate is such a good attack. Metal Shield, such a good ability. Just not enough to carry you through a fully healed, a full HP rather, Charizard EX at this point, where your opponent has 2 prizes remaining. So a lot of actions being taken, but I think it's something that we continue to mention on stream because we love to see more games, right? We want to see more games completed. We want to see more Pokemon, so it would be very important for players to be able to recognize when the game is probably over so that they can play the next game and have enough time to complete the series.
And it's hard for Isaiah, too, as a control player, because it's all the benefit, not just to Crystal, but to Isaiah as well, because if for some reason the game goes on longer and Isaiah just doesn't have a strong start, Dialga just goes full gas and knocks out Isaiah's Pokemon, he may not be able to finish a 3rd game in a little less time. So we're actually just going to see Crystal bring up this Radiant Charizard and attack it with Zamazenta. But things are going to get a little bit more grim because we know Isaiah in this control deck is playing Penny, which can pick up this Radiant Charizard, even though it has a big 3 retreat cost, and it can also heal all of that damage off of it.
Yeah, you play the Penny, you essentially make it as if Crystal didn't have a turn, right? And then Isaiah does 240 damage to this. Zamazenta goes down to 1 prize card, and continues to be in this game-winning position. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Isaiah chooses to do here, because he can also choose to not win just yet, right? He has that possibility, and that will run out the clock a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's a weird world where if you don't play Penny this turn and your opponent has wacky combination of cards like Lost Vacuum and Thornton that you could actually possibly lose the game if you get something like Vacuum plus Thornton plus Star Chronos and then kill, or rather knock out your only Charizard EX in play, but we know things aren't going to be that wacky. Isaiah maybe just wanting to save Penny for later on, just in case there's another trap play that Crystal tries to set, and I think she understands, yeah. Because of this Charizard being able to attack, Isaiah's going to go down to 1 prize, and from there, there's nothing Crystal can do to stop Charizard EX from finishing the job. Isaiah Bradner going up 1-0, looking to make it up to 6-0 so far here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, with the boss having been recycled in the prior turn, having access to it, knowing that your opponent can't just go find it with PGDX at any moment, I love that Crystal decided, okay, you know what? On to the next game. It's a tough hill to climb, right? So many fire Pokemon that can take down your Dialga, but I imagine Crystal will now get to go first and potentially wreak havoc on Isaiah's board before Isaiah sets up here.
And that was going to be my question for you, was usually this control deck wants to go second, so is there ever a world where you go second because you don't want their deck to? But it feels like just your strategy of turn 2 Star Chronos is your best shot in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the closer you get to Star Chronos yourself is going to be the key. Now in this game 1, we did see that Entei be very aggressive in the beginning, tank the hit from Zamazenta so well, that 10 extra HP. I always tell people how 10 damage, 1 damage counter can be the difference between winning or losing championships. So very key right there that Entei was so perfect, and then we saw Radiant Charizard close out the game very easily.
And to that point, as we're getting nostalgic here, I mean, you've probably been saying 10 damage matters since Pokemon had the Pidgeot had 100 HP as a Pokemon, so it's crazy to see even as HP numbers continue to rise and rise that still 10 damage is so important in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, 330 HP on Charizard is not a coincidence, right? So that cards and players need to deal 170 at least twice, 160 twice is not enough. The upcoming Dragapult EX from Trial and Masquerade does have 320, so it's a little bit more manageable that way. As you mentioned, Ethan, over the course of my 20-year career, 10 damage has won me games and 10 damage has lost me games.
We'll see how relevant 10 damage is in game 2. Super relevant in the first. Crystal will be going first, so could threaten a powerful start in combination with turn 2 Star Chronos. And as you're shuffling up for the second game, as you're sort of in the tank a little bit thinking about this, gotta wonder here for Crystal, are you thinking, yeah, that strategy of just putting Zamazenta down over and over again really didn't work? Do I need to adjust by putting more Dialga into play? And I think we can both agree, you've got to. You have to use Star Chronos, because without it, your deck just isn't enough to keep up with the amount of fire-type Pokemon that Isaiah is playing.
Yeah, now I would say Crystal was a little unlucky that Isaiah started with that Entei and had the back-to-back attachments, no problem. With only 6 energy in Isaiah's deck, with so many basic Pokemon, Pidgey, Mawile, Clefairy, Rotom, Lumineon, Charmander, Regieleki, Luxray, Sandshrew, Radiant Charizard, Mimikyu, Chi-Yu, Manaphy. That's a lot of Pokemon you can possibly start with, as opposed to Entei, and therefore, your Dialga will, on average, not be so threatened so quickly, right?
Exactly. Let's see the prize cards. Ooh, double Metal Maker Matang in the prize cards. You need those to set up a powerful turn 2. Let's see what Crystal can put together as we get down to the second game here of round number 6. As we mentioned, Crystal will be starting things off. And already does have that Beldum in the active spot and a Nest Ball to potentially get some more Pokemon. And we'll also just check the prize cards and maybe get the unfortunate news that 2 of those Metal Maker Matang are unavailable for the time being.
Not available, but we're gonna start off with a Nest Ball, price checking very thoroughly as well, checking how many energies you have available so that you know how many you have access to throughout the game. Now, I don't think Crystal's hand was so good, but she could potentially establish the Greninja, or could thin her hand down enough to utilize Mew EX, which can be a little liability. It's a low HP 2 price Pokemon, but sometimes the cards you get from it can be game-changing.
So we'll get the news of what Pokemon energy cards and everything in between are in the prize cards. it's really going to come down to these first couple of turns. I mean, Isaiah, for just going draw pass on turn 1, let's not forget that was a very strong turn 2. Rare Candy, Pidgeot, Entei attack, Boss's Orders the only Dialga in play, and Crystal immediately looking to just get Dialga into play. We also have an Ultra Ball in the hand, so this is the question here. Do you find another basic Pokemon with this? This hand is really not looking too strong. This could be the opportunity maybe where we see something like a Mew EX or even Radiant Greninja come in and draw some more cards.
Yeah, just as I mentioned, either Mew or Greninja, even though Mew is a liability, we can still draw cards with it. Does have Super Rod, I think, Metang, and one other energy available, so we could see the Magnetic Lift next turn. Not going to be drawing too many cards, just one, but next turn that Mew could put in the work.
Yeah, smart attachment there. Just want to put it onto the Beldum. We're actually just going to see a retreat. Don't hate that play at all. Just make sure you get that out. You could get your hand disrupted. You could have a few factors come into play. And we're just going to see a Super Rod putting back those metal energies. They're not cards that you want to draw off restart, but it's sort of a trade-off in the moment. You play the Super Rod from your hand. While it does add 2 cards you don't necessarily want to draw into, it is 1 more card that you are getting from your deck.
Yeah, there's so many other cards, right? Even though you play so many energy, there's still more no energy than energy. Now that Ultra Ball will allow the establishment of another Dialga V-Star or the potential extra Dialga on the bench, and then you get to draw more cards with Mew once again. So pretty good draw right there for Crystal. We'll be able to have a follow-up. We'll probably see a knockout perhaps on the active with a little bit of extra draw, and it's going to be on Isaiah to make something happen here in terms of his setup. Get those Pidgeys down, maybe even 2, just to be extra safe and make sure you have access to a Pidgeot EX next turn.
Hey, Pablo, do you believe in dreams? Because we could see a 4 energy Metal Maker next turn. Look, don't say anything's possible. Never say never. Anything is possible. Isaiah will start his turn off with a Hisuian Heavy Ball, and we'll grab the Sandshrew. Now, of course, Sandshrew not too relevant in this matchup. Crystal is not putting back any supporter cards from their discard pile, so can just kind of put the Sandshrew wherever at this point, so it's not the worst thing to have. Of course, you can always just put it into the active spot if you need to buy a turn. And Isaiah does also have, it looks like, some more searching cards, Nest Ball as well, and we didn't see Rotom come down into play the previous game. It is a liability, of course, but it is something that sometimes you have to have a little bit of a trade-off between not doing anything in your game and getting ran over, or putting a liability in play to gain yourself some card advantage.
Yeah, and Rotom does serve a similar function to Cleffa, which we already have in the active, but Cleffa does have the limitation of if you're close to 7 cards in your hand, then Cleffa's only drawing 1 or 2, so that's where you prefer the Rotom, and as you say, Ethan, like sometimes you just have to take that risk, right? Now, it does play the Boss's Orders, a single copy, so it can make it a little bit hard to take down a potential backup Dialga later down the line, but we're going to see that Cleffa draws 3 cards, just the same as Rotom. Might as well do it with the Cleffa.
And that could have been an advantage to maybe not retreating the Beldum, just leaving the energy there, giving yourself an out later on. Of course, you do put the energy in the discard pile, so it is something to think about. We will just see the retreat into Metang and an Iono played, so no dreams right now of a turn 2 Star Chronos with just 1 Metang, so I'm a little bit sad about that. But hey, Cleffa's got 30 HP and is weak to metal, so Dialga will have no problem taking this knockout. Or Crystal is able to just find a metal energy off this Metal Maker. Do you think maybe not taking the knockout and instead accelerating some more energy with, of course, that attack on the Origin Form Dialga V? There are a few options here for Crystal.
I think there is merit to loading up energies from the discard pile. However, because Crystal found this Buddy Puff and does have another Metang in her hand, I think it's better to just start being aggressive against the sort of control deck. Eliminating this potential setup Pokemon is very good, and getting closer to your, like, taking knockouts without expending too many resources, I think is very, very clutch and very key. So we see the double Body Puffin, and we're going to see the Dialga V-Star get established. Now, I'm not super happy about discarding this Dialga V, right? You want the second one. You know your opponent's playing a lot of Fire-type resources and Fire-type threats that can take down your Dialga in one hit. So I think having the backup Dialga right here would be ideal.
Yeah, it was a really tough discard there. The other 2 cards in hand, Super Rod and Iono. So what flexibility do you have? Maybe you just rely off of restart for the following turn and get rid of that Iono instead.
Yeah.
You also have 2 Metangs prized as well, so it's really just an awkward situation. But at minimum, you need that Dialga V-Star down, and we're going to see a triple energy hit off of Metal Maker. Hold on. After a slower start there for Crystal, does have very solid follow-ups, and we're also going to see another Super Rod get played, and this time, bringing back a bunch of Pokemon Crystal will want to get back later, plus the Metal Energy, an always useful card for this Dialga deck.
Yeah, this Star Chronos now looking very threatening next turn. I wonder what Isaiah drew off of this. Iono, Rare Candy Pidgeot, of course, would be ideal, but with no Charmander in play, there's no possibility for Rare Candy Charizard into powering up Entei whatsoever.
Does draw into one of those Metang off the prize card, so not a bad draw at all for Crystal, and we're going to see this Pidgey promoted into the active spot, so what is Isaiah holding on to? With that Ultra Ball, this is actually going to open up Pidgeot EX as a potential. Does play that one copy of Luminion V in the deck, and Arven, Forest Sealstone, Rare Candy. It feels like the way that Isaiah has built this deck, or just the way Pidgeot control is built in general, makes it as easy as possible with such few resources in hand to get to Pidgeot EX as quickly as possible.
And there's the Luminion, as you mentioned, even. It's almost like you've played this deck before. It's almost like you're good at this game.
Sometimes, listen, I was doing a scary amount of preparation with stall decks before I went and played in Orlando, so unfortunately that time may be coming to an end soon with the new Twilight Masquerade cards, but listen, I'm soaking it all in right now as I can. And hey, Pidgeot EX is here. You should be happy too, man. This is like the old days for you now. We got Pidgeot EX in play too.
I love Pidgeot EX, trust me. Perhaps not in this particular strategy, but I do love being able to search for any card that I want every turn. Like, who doesn't love that, right?
Yeah, and it's great to see that they brought it back, but also in a way that's more balanced. Right? On a 2-prize Pokemon means, while it wasn't necessarily as much of a liability back then, a 2-prize, or rather a 1-prize Pokemon that searches out any card would definitely not be at the same power level. So with risk comes reward, but that reward is more than plenty for having 2 prizes being given up if it's knocked out.
Now, we did see Isaiah choose Entei V as his Pokemon, or as his quick search card. We might see that get benched and attached to. There we go. We see the Sandshrew retreat as well. And we see the counter catcher to buy more time, right? Energies dedicated to retreating this Metang means there are not energies attached to this Dialga V-Star for the Star Chronos. But Star Chronos looking pretty threatening right here.
So we'll see the restart. Does draw into a great card. There's always the risk you draw into some precious resources like Super Rod off that one card, but Crystal gets rewarded and she'll go ahead and play this research. So these are a big 7 cards. If Crystal can maybe find a way to find one of those Prime Catcher, the one Ace Pack card, then you can maybe start to target down these 2-prize Pokemon. Of course, Entei does not get knocked out by Star Chronos, but even just getting it off the board, worth using your V-Star power if you can set up the rest of the line. And that's a 3-of-a-kind, Pablo, but not really a 3-of-a-kind that you want to see. There's only 1 bench space left, but Crystal will finally, it looks like, have the opportunity to get down a second Dialga, and that is important for making sure that when this Dialga V-Star inevitably falls, there's another one there to back it up.
Yeah, now to explain the sequencing here, because of course you can't play Nest Ball if your bench is full, but Crystal chooses to fail the first Nest Ball, chooses to fail the second one, and then uses the third to get that Dialga V-Star onto the bench. Now, this is allowing her to thin her deck by even 1 card, but finds 2 energies to be able to retreat. Now needs to hit only 1 for us to see the Star Chronos, and I think the Star Chronos would be very powerful here. Take a single prize on the Sandshrew, and then you're going to have so many energies that anything that Isaiah promotes will be very easily in range, and there's the energy.
Yeah, I feel like the only other option is you could always use Beam on the Metang, take the knockout on the Sandshrew, and then next turn give yourself some potential options, but it's scary because a single boss's orders can go ahead and ruin all the plans, and here we go, finally, Origin Form Dialga V-Star, Star Chronos V-Star power. Isaiah will promote this Pokemon, Luminion V into the active spot, and Crystal will take an additional turn. That means an additional turn of Metal Makers, another supporter card, another attack, so many options at Crystal's disposal, and it's going to get more and more scary the more Metal Energy go onto this Dialga V-Star.
And now Crystal already has the boss's orders in her hand to target either of these 2 Pokemon, which are so much better than the Luminion, and does decide to go after the Entei to potentially protect the Dialga V-Star here, but now Crystal's going to go down to 2 prize cards, and the Radiant Charizard will be able to take down this Dialga V-Star.
So make sure the math is correct. We can see the restart be used, drawing into 2 cards. And here come the Metal Makers. We'll look at some more cards and get this second Origin Form Dialga V-Star powered up. And with this play, Crystal will go down to just 2 prize cards, and there is a great final 2 prize target on the bench, that Luminion V. Looks like Crystal, even after having a slower start, because Isaiah was not putting on as much aggression as quickly. Look at this now, Pablo. We've got 9 energies in play that quickly. There we go. Metal Blast taking the knockout. Crystal now just 2 prize cards away, but don't count Isaiah out because this is where this deck really takes off, especially now that you're in Radiant Charizard range. What an insane 3 cards there. The Radiant Charizard and the Iono will put Crystal down to a small hand size and fill Isaiah's small hand back up. Wow, what great cards for Isaiah.
Yeah, amazing cards to have in hand, not even needing to quick search for any of the pieces. Now can just find the energy directly, which I think was the missing piece to be able to take this knockout. Now, Crystal does already have the Dialga powered up, does have Mew to draw, and hopefully find the Prime Catcher, which is still available, or another boss to close this game down. So we might be going to a game 3, depending on what Crystal is able to do. And another thing is, Crystal still has time, right? Even if she just takes down this Charizard and Isaiah brings it out again and knocks out the next Dialga, even Mew can take the last prize card. So we'll have to see what Isaiah has in store here.
Yeah, Crystal does have 2 cards off that Iono, but if she can maybe thin some cards out, play some energies down, restart is a great ability later on in the game. And really for Isaiah, it was worth getting Pidgeot EX into play, but at the price of putting Luminion means that, as it stands, no more energy needed. Crystal just need to find a boss's orders, or we have not seen Prime Catcher come down yet, so there are lots of options for Crystal. Isaiah gonna do everything he can, move into this Radiant Charizard, use Combustion Blast, and from there, it's on Crystal. This is the turn where she can force a game 3 and try and put herself into a spot to win this set.
And a game 3 would be I don't know, with 12 minutes on the clock, unless Crystal wins immediately here, and we see a very aggressive start from Isaiah, it's going to be a tough sell. But all right, there is a boss. There are 2 boss's orders and a Prime Catcher still available here. So Crystal choosing to thin that Beldum, which could be difficult to justify. Maybe another Dialga could be good. Maybe the Zamazenta, but just trying to win this turn. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, it's very difficult because there's something like Radiant Greninja that could come down and that can maybe draw more cards. But here we go. I think it comes down to this Pokegear. Do we see boss's orders or something like Research to Dig? And there's the boss's orders, the final card. Crystal with immediate aggression, forcing out a game 3. We're going the distance, Pablo. We are going the distance here in round 6.
The last card being that boss's orders, and I wonder if Crystal knew her boss's orders was at the bottom, so just to shuffle with the Buddy Puffin, as you mentioned, then perhaps shuffling and then failing that and playing the Greninja to draw 2 cards and then the Pokegear, then you look at the top 9, but it worked out. It was the 7th card, and Crystal takes us to a game 3.
And not a lot of time remaining in this too, but with how this matchup has been playing, these have been quick games for Control. Both players have been playing cards, setting up. I want to see this game finish. We had a little bit of an extension, I believe, because of the way the sleeve situation happened, as you could see on stream, but wow. Isaiah not having as powerful as a start in game 1, even with Entei V in the deck, and even with turn 2 Pidgeot EX put into play, it just wasn't enough. Crystal was able to take the knockout on that Sandshrew with the Star Chronos and then Metal Blast through the Entei, removing Isaiah of all threats off the board and taking 3 prize cards in essentially what was 1 turn.
Yeah, and Crystal's deck really running on all cylinders with those multiple Metangs, multiple Dialga in play, which is what she wasn't able to do based on the aggression from Isaiah on game 1. So as long as Isaiah doesn't start that anti-aggression, I do still have to give the advantage to Crystal.
Here we go, game 3, clock winding down. Let's see if we reach a proper conclusion as Isaiah will kick the action off. Does start Pidgey, a great Pokemon to have in the active spot. Of course, Pidgeot EX, along with all of its great things that it has going for it. High HP, does search out the card every turn. It has a free retreat on top of that. So if Isaiah can pivot into Entei with an energy card this turn and something to follow up the following turn, this is exactly what kind of Pokemon you want to start, since it lets you just get out of the active spot the following turn.
Yeah, certainly. Now, The anti-aggression so crucial for Isaiah to be able to close this out. We do see the attachment as well, which with only 6 energies even, having an energy on your starting hand is so unlikely, but Isaiah finding it anyways.
Action on Crystal does start with an Ultra Ball, and immediately we'll just have to figure out how this board is going to be set up. Starting that Beldam means you can maybe use that Magnet Lift attack if you want to guarantee you have a solid second turn, or you can commit 1 more energy to your Dialga, but there's pros and cons. Really, just talk me through what are the benefits of going for Metal Lift to end your turn or Magnet Lift to end the turn based off of, or instead going into a Dialga V and attaching the energy there instead?
I mean, with the energy on the Dialga, now you're that much closer to start Chronos, right? With the energy for the Magnetic Lift, you guarantee that you're going to have a very good follow-up turn. So I think the decision comes down to what else is in Crystal's hand at this point in time. Does she already have a follow-up supporter? I guess she just wants to guarantee the Magnetic Lift no matter what.
Pokegear, whiffing, not finding any supporter cards, but it's okay. Crystal does have an Iono in the hand, and that can disrupt a little bit of what Isaiah was building up. We're just going to see the Super Odd be played now, valuing putting that Origin Form Dialga V-Star into the deck, because it is something that Crystal wants to draw into on the following turn.
Now, if Crystal doesn't find a Buddy Puffin and Isaiah is able to go Rare Candy Pidgeot, and she's left with no Beldam in play, she's going to be in a very rough spot against that Entei.
So let's see it here. Big 6 cards. We're having a sleeve fiasco all the way through. We'll see. Hopefully we'll make sure our action is resumed. Our players are playing with properly protected decks. And that's a very valid question there for Isaiah, making sure there is an extension. Time really matters between these players. We've seen a few times. I mean, it matters, and we've seen how much important even a couple seconds can matter. We talked about 10 damage. 10 seconds can matter too, Pablo, and with how many little breaks we've had, hopefully we'll make sure these players are playing with the proper amount of time and figuring everything out. But these are, as you said, a big 6 cards. Do we see something like Buddy Puffin? More Beldam put into play, and the final card is that Buddy Puffin, and that is huge, especially with how solid the rest of the hand is.
Yeah.
Matang for next turn, Dialga V-Star, supporter cards, and can stack the deck with whatever card she chooses to, thanks to that Magnet Lift attack.
Yeah, fantastic Iono here for Crystal. Pretty much ideal setup. Now, Isaiah can take advantage of this by going Rare Candy Pidgeot attach boss. That's a big ask.
And a big top deck.
And
Candy Pidgeot, 4 Sealstone. And with this 4 Sealstone, if this could guarantee a knockout on Dialga. This is insane turn 2 for Isaiah. What just happened?
I mean, did Isaiah Magnetic Lift the previous turn?
I didn't watch him do that. You don't get to use your opponent's attacks. And look at that, the 4 Sealstone just going immediately onto the Entei. Wants to make sure this Rotom can receive a tool card later on that maybe gives it a little bit more HP. Heads up thinking here for Isaiah. Finds the mist energy, and Crystal can smell something is probably not right with how fast Isaiah is playing. There is another Pokemon into play, and the boss's orders can take a knockout onto the lone Dialga V. If there was one more, Crystal would have such a better chance here, but just those 3 combination of cards swings everything into Isaiah's favor as the time winds down.
Yeah, and Crystal top decking that Metang, but there's no Dialga to power up at this point, so I think Crystal really needs to establish both of those this upcoming turn to even stand a chance, and there's almost 7 minutes on the clock. Ethan, do you think that's going to be enough for Isaiah to close this out, maybe?
We're actually just going to see a boss's orders. Interesting. So not digging through the deck at all. Just wanted to maybe stack the deck for next turn, try and stall the active spot. But Isaiah does play those Penny in the deck. And this is something that I don't think he maybe went out of his way to not do. But well, let's think back to that first game. Decided to attach the double turbo energy instead of play Penny. I think if Crystal has information that Isaiah's playing Penny in his deck, she maybe doesn't make this play.
That is very true. Yeah, maybe that crucial decision by Isaiah all the way back in game 1 actually makes Crystal change her play, as you mentioned. And now we're going to see the Penny. There's no threat of Dialga. You can take another prize card. And now Isaiah 2 turns away or 3 turns away from winning this game.
Yeah, I could just re-bench this Radiant Charizard, use this Lost Vacuum to get rid of the 4 Sealstone. And if Isaiah has something like a Hero's Cape or maybe something like a Bravery Charm, can make this Entei V even harder to knock out. Isaiah playing fast, going down to 3 prize cards left, and Crystal does find Nice card off the top, of course, did use that Magnet Lift attack the previous turn, so Nespal can find this Origin form Dialga V, but now you gotta continue to ask yourself, if Dialga comes down, is it just gonna be knocked out via another Gusting card that Isaiah could have in his deck?
Yeah, and I think Crystal might not realize that there's only access to one boss for Isaiah, so choosing to go for that Samazenta, the strategy that we saw not be successful in game 1, finds another Nestwall, so this would have been the turn to bench both Dialgas, right?
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, she's only going to be able to bench one, which might still be enough, but she could also choose not to because she's playing very defensively. You can see the hesitation on the Nestball.
Yeah, it's very tough to know. I mean, there's so many lines that are so hard to see when you're in the middle of the game. You've got the clock pressure, the pressure of being on stage, so much to think about. I mean, even the previous turn, if you used Beam on the Matang or even hit for 220 damage with the Beldum, then all of a sudden this Retaliate attack is dealing enough damage. So, but even in that case, right, we could have seen another Penny get played. So there's so many things to think about, so many lines between both of our players. Time winding down, and Crystal struggling to find a door, an entryway back into this game, staring down an insanely developed board on Isaiah's side, having no Dialga V in play, and your opponent already at 3 prize cards remaining. It's looking very, very tough for Crystal, but I've seen crazier games get pulled out. She's got to dig what she got to do what she can here to pull this out, put her head into the game.
Yeah, now did find another Nestball after she went for Greninja. So one final chance for Crystal to bench a Dialga this turn. Hopefully thinning enough, and there we see it. Finally hit the field. Is it too late? I guess we'll see. I think this is where Crystal might finally learn that Isaiah is not playing another boss unless, like, if Isaiah goes quick search Palpad and then find the boss somehow, then you know they only have one boss, right? Or if they don't boss this turn, then you only, when the option is very obvious right there, right, then okay, you don't go for it. But, all right, defensive play right there with the Prime Catcher. Gonna see another Magnetic Lift to stack the deck.
Big Metal Maker there, though. Wow, 3 energies onto this Dialga. It will, of course, be all for naught if it is knocked out, but look, every energy card counts. Okay, we've got 5 energy now in play just off those 2 Metal Maker, and with how set up essentially these backup Pokemon are, we're just going to see Crystal pass the turn over, not decide to attach for turn. I mean, that's something you really want to make sure you get energy down every single turn. So maybe could come into play later on, but we will see the Penny pick up this Radiant Charizard yet again, back into this Entei, and now Isaiah is just 2 prize cards away after this turn from being able to win this 3rd game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ethan, imagine if these 2 energies had been on the Beldum and you hit for 20, right? I mean, now there's a Bravery Charm that stops it, but you don't know that, right? So then maybe you Star Chronos, get the knockout, and you're pretty golden. But now the Radiant Charizard is threatening this Dialga V-Star that's about to come up, even if it's Star Chronos or gets a knockout, or 3 energies, Radiant Charizard can now KO you, so it's going to be a little difficult here to make any sort of comeback, and 2 minutes on the clock, plus 3 turns, essentially 2 more turns for either player, then I think we might see Isaiah run away with this one.
Yeah, it would have been far-fetched if Crystal still had her Prime Catcher. Then there is a world where you could Prime Catcher the Radiant Charizard, take a knockout the turn that you play, an Iono to hand disrupt, and then use Boss's Orders the following turn. But with that Prime Catcher essentially being negated for free with Penny as the supporter choice to allow this Radiant Charizard to just move out of the active spot, it's going to be very tough here for Crystal, especially since this Entei V will not be knocked out by anything like Star Chronos. Can be knocked out to Metal Blast, but Pidgeot, Charizard with a double turbo, that's not a combination you want to play into.
Yeah, definitely not, and it's all because of that pesky red symbol at the bottom left corner for Dialga. Being weak to fire is what's turning the tide, and as we talked about in the beginning, right, how do control decks adapt to their bad matchup in Dialga? Well, this is how, and preemptively powering up Radiant Charizard is how you do it.
So we are just over a minute remaining in this match now. I'm not sure if that accounts for any time extension, some small things that we've seen throughout the match. We'll keep our eyes. We'll make sure we let you guys know if it comes to that, who is our turn 0. There are some very weird interactions in turns when it comes to Star Chronos. You can steal your opponent's turn in time, so that is something I have my eye on, but it just feels like even if Crystal were to try and stall another Pokemon into the active spot, Isaiah's got still so many resources left to continue to attack every turn. Will be the Iono as the supporter for choice. We'll draw 6 cards still. Crystal yet to take a prize card in this match. Isaiah being put down to just 2 cards in hand as we are nearing just under a minute remaining in round number 6.
As we do see the Metal Maker hit 1 energy, Star Chronos is ready. 30 seconds on the clock. So if Crystal is turn 0 and uses Star Chronos, then she's also turn 1 and turn 2, correct?
No, I believe that she would just be turn 1, Isaiah would be turn 2, and then she would be turn 3. So the turn still progress as normal, since there are a certain amount of turns in time.
Oh, right.
But
yeah.
you would just take your opponent, instead of your opponent being turn
Right.
1 and 3,
So
you would just be turn 1, you would just be turn 2, and that's it.
Okay.
So that's how it works. So we'll confirm. So Crystal turn 0 and uses Star Chronos. So now, if everything is correct, Crystal is turn 1 in terms of time. So Isaiah will have 1 turn remaining with how things play to win this game. We're just going to actually see the retreat here, and this is what Crystal's going to do. He's going to make it as hard as possible for Isaiah to win this game. Isaiah was put to a 2-card hand with that Iono, and also a 1-prize Pokemon has been put active. And with Isaiah being down his boss's orders, Isaiah needs to find boss plus fire energy. And I don't know if there's a combination of cards. I think would have to have Palpat off the 2 plus a fire to be able to get there. That would be a crazy combination of cards. So let's see how things play out, and we'll make sure we're confirmed to make sure everybody's on the same turns of time. But that is how I believe it works with Star Chronos.
I think you are right, Ethan. And as you mentioned, 2-card hand. What does Isaiah have here? So many cards needed. The boss's order still in the discard pile. The only copy as well.
Needs to find Palpat and fire. Do we see the combination?
There's a fire?
There's a fire energy, but I don't know if Isaiah can take the knockout of anything else.
Does have the fire, but it seems like Star Chronos, because we do have confirmation. Crystal was turn 0 and also turn 1. Isaiah is now turn 2, and therefore Crystal will be turn 3. So that Star Chronos just allowed Crystal to tie this series and essentially take away that win from Isaiah. It's crazy to think about.
That is insane. Star Chronos not being used offensively, but being used to control time itself, saying, listen, I know what you're trying to do, but hey, I'm the control master. I'm the time master. Let me take a hand for this for a second. And wow, victory looked like it was almost imminent there for Isaiah. And this Star Chronos may have just snatched away the game with Isaiah having just 1 turn left, which he should normally have had in how time rules work. There's no way he ever loses this, but because of 1 less turn, the game flips upside down on itself.
Yeah, Isaiah should have been turn 1 and turn 3, but because of Star Chronos, the Time Master, as you mentioned, like the control deck just got controlled, Ethan. Out-controlled.
You really got to wonder if we had more time in this game. If there was only more time, right? Then things
1 more
could have
minute,
been
right?
so different, and that's just the beauty of Pokemon. We'll see Charizard EX making its 2nd appearance so far in this series, so it will be powered up, and it will be able to take a knockout onto the Zamazenta. But from there, I'm not quite sure there's anything else. And yeah, Crystal putting the dice in front,
like,
saying,
you know
hey,
your
look,
turn 2,
you know
right?
what you're supposed to do here. You know how things work. Taking the time away, showing, saying, look, your turn 2. We're going to see the knockout. Crystal will be the 3rd and final turn, and we're just going to see Crystal bring this Pokemon up. It looks like Stilk is going to go through the actions, draws for turn, and passes. And that's it. It's a tie. Dialga showing him he's the time master. He knows how to control it. Dialga V-Star stealing the turn away and forcing a tie. That was such a roller coaster of a series, just when we thought Isaiah had what he needed to close the set out. Dialga snatches away the turn of time, and our players will get a tie in this round.
Very well done by Crystal. Very well analyzed, right? And that's part of playing in the tournament, right? You're not just playing your cards. You need to be aware of the time, the rules, right? And yeah, Star Chronos worked. Yeah, not in the way you would have expected it to, but Crystal was able to stabilize just enough. And this all comes down to that nest ball that she drew off of the Radiant Greninja. If she doesn't draw the nest ball, because she chose not to set up the Dialga initially, right? So she had a last opportunity to do it. She did it, and it completely paid off. After, as we saw in Game 1, that Entei took over the whole game. Game 3 was almost the same.
This is what happens when you're not able to set up Dialga, when it just gets picked off with fast aggression from Entei, and It looked like in this first game, there was nothing Crystal could do, and there was nothing she could do. It was Entei V being the star of the show. We saw some cute attackers in there. Minior made some appearances, but that was all she wrote. And then in game 2, Crystal, even with just having a single Beldum and Dialga V to start the turn off, and after some aggression from Isaiah bringing up different Pokemon into the active spot, still got lucky enough off the Metal Maker, found enough energy in play, and was able to just use Dark Chronos to take that knockout, build up to a big Metal Blast, and that Lumineon V, though it was great at setting up that Pidgeot, ended up being Isaiah's final 2 prize cards he gave up to another Metal Blast attack.
Now, in game 1, we were talking about how Crystal could have scooped up a little earlier. It seems like she scooped up at just the right time because an extra minute, an extra 30 seconds could have changed the tide of this game completely.
And the tide was fully in Isaiah's favor in this third game. Powered up as many threats as you could think. The Entei, the Radiant Charizard, even Charizard EX could have been a threat down the line. But even with all of that, Crystal found her line. It was taking that turn away from Isaiah in turns of time, starting with turn 0, taking away turn 1, putting Isaiah at just a single turn remaining. And that was what she needed to have Isaiah just fall one piece short. Had the fire energy, but just did not have the Pal Pad plus Boss's orders to close the game out. Both these players still undefeated, but I mean, if you're Isaiah walking away from that, that's gotta sting, you being so close to being at 6-0, 1 match point away from making it into day 2. But for a player like him who is no stranger to day 2s, being those 2 match points closer to being in another top cut and finally getting that big win that he's been looking for so long.
Yeah, and not to mention that he's right outside of the top 16 of North America right now, like in 23rd, 22nd place or so. So a good tournament here puts him in a really good spot to secure that Tier 1 Worlds invite. So yeah, walking away with that tie, being so close, definitely hurts a little bit.
Time Master, that's all I gotta say, Pablo.
Time Master,
Dialga
yeah.
put on a show for us, and I mean, look, that's what you've got to think about sometimes with Dialga. We saw sort of the same interaction more recently with, of course, that Rapid Strike Urshifu Metacham. That's one of the memories. When I first started casting at EUIC, there was a turn where Metacham Yoga Loop stole a turn away from UV Max and then was able to force ties. So that's sort of the way that the rules work. I'm sure Isaiah, nothing more he really could have done in that third game. Played super fast, but I'm sure after that, again, just saying, is there any way I could have sped things up? Is there any way I could have sequenced that final turn, maybe when I was using quick search to, instead of maybe finding that double turbo energy, maybe get that Pal Pad to put the boss back in? There's lots of things to think about and really reflect on as you're walking away. You gotta keep your headspace positive though, so you don't tilt for the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, Isaiah and both players actually have 3 win-and-ins, right, at this point in time. Any round they win from now until the end of the tournament, they will book their plays in day 2. So both players in a fantastic spot. Crystal played to her outs, did what she needed to do to make sure that she walked away with a point at that point in time. And I would say also, like, if she had a slightly stronger start, she wouldn't have been in that spot either. Right? When we saw in game 2 her deck functioning in all cylinders, we saw how dominant it can be, right? So definitely could have gone either way depending on starts and whatnot. And that's what makes this game what it is, right? That variance, that how things can happen when you, like, the way you expect them to and how you don't expect them to.
That's why I love Pokemon, Pablo. That's why I love Pokemon. Speaking of I love Pokemon, I love item cards as well. And of course, if you've been watching on Twitch throughout this weekend, we've been holding a community poll to showcase what the viewers think the most powerful item cards in the current standard format are. We've got a bracket of 8 of our chosen item cards to take a look at. We did see Buddy Poffin take the win over Mirage Gate. I can happily say I represented that card, so you know I did my job here, but we're going to have another battle off as we continue to go through our bracket. It looks like this time it will be Rare Candy up against Ultra Ball. We were talking about cards that have been in the game for a while. I mean, Rare Candy, and if we're talking about every single form of Rare Candy, it's been here from the beginning, Pablo.
Yeah, Rare Candy got printed all the way back in EX Sandstorm 2003. However, we had Pokemon Breeder even before that. So as you mentioned from the very beginning, this effect of skipping your stage 1 has been there. Evolution, a very key component of the Pokemon trading card game. And I'm going to be on the Rare Candy team.
That's great, because Ultra Ball is one of my favorite cards, so I got to do Ultra Ball proud. But Pablo, kick us off here.
All right.
Tell me about Rare Candy. Why is it better than Ultra Ball? I mean, Ultra Ball is a great card, but what makes Rare Candy incredible?
I mean, Rare Candy, as we just mentioned, right, the whole game revolves around evolving Pokemon. Usually the most powerful Pokemon are the evolved Pokemon, right? We have Pidgeot, we have Charizard, we have the incoming Dragapult TX, and what's better than attacking with your evolved Pokemon, getting out as soon as possible so you can start attacking with it. So being able to skip a whole turn, right, just like Star Chronos that we just saw, come into play, getting a turn 2 attacking stage 2 Pokemon instead of turn 3 is so powerful. Rare Candy, and it was so powerful that it got nerfed. Yeah, the rules changed, the text changed, so Rare Candy was so good that it needed to drop in power for it to be balanced, and it's still a 4-of in so many decks today.
I'm going to argue for Ultra Ball here. You know what card hasn't been nerfed that's been around because it's just so respected? Ultra Ball. See, Rare Candy right now, if you were talking about Rare Candy back before it was nerfed, maybe I would agree that Ultra Ball is better. But Rare Candy right now is nothing in comparison to Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball is my beloved because Ultra Ball finds you everything. You want a Pokemon? Play Ultra Ball in your deck. You want to put energy in your discard pile and find a Pokemon? Put Ultra Ball in your deck. You want to find a supporter card? Put Ultra Ball in your deck. We have Luminion. Ultra Ball does everything. It's a staple card for a reason. It's because it can be included in so many decks. There are other options that find Pokemon, sure. Buddy Poffin is a great example for that. But if you're playing evolution decks, if you're playing Pokemon with big HP, Ultra Ball gets you there. He finds you the Pokemon. It gets you what you need. That's all I have to say. Ultra Ball, I am so confident that Twitch chat loves Ultra Ball as much as I am that I don't need to speak more for this. Ultra Ball is just that good. And think about this, Twitch chat. How many games would you lose to not finding Pokemon if you didn't have Ultra Ball? And how many games would you lose to not having Rare Candy in your deck? Let that sink in. Think about that.
I mean, let's talk about this though. Like, Ultra Ball is absolutely a fantastic card, but what good is finding your Pokemon if you can't use them, right? What good is finding your Charizard if you can't use it? All decks that are really good right now, or at least the best decks, revolve around attacking as quickly as you can.
It's true.
What card facilitates that? Rare Candy. No amount of Pokemon in your hand with Ultra Ball will help you do that other than Rare Candy. So I think you're putting a little too much faith on Twitch chat. I would love to see them betray you and vote for Rare Candy.
You're so mean, Pablo. I do not want to see anyone betray me. So that poll is live right now on Twitch. Let us know who you think did a better job of arguing, and more importantly, vote for your favorite card. Please do me proud. Thank you, Twitch chat. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, anywhere, of course, you want to see the action, and this action has been happening all season long. Of course, our leaderboards, our top players who've been traveling from events all over the world. Starting out with North America, these numbers are going to change a lot this weekend, and as we mentioned before, Pablo, NAIC, the big shifter to see who makes it into the top 16 to finish this season off.
Yeah, NAIC, the big tournament, not only to finish the season, but also to adjust the standings. And with it being an international event, it's not only going to affect the North America leaderboard, but it's also going to affect the whole world rankings with the tournament. And someone who's right outside of this top 16, which is comprised of incredible players. You have to give props. If any of these players won an NAIC, you wouldn't be surprised. And if probably the next 10 players below this won NAIC, you also wouldn't be surprised. So the North America race to that Tier 1 invite is so close at this point.
Can't build up the excitement anymore. It is going to be an epic weekend, and players from Europe will be sure to be there too. They want to make sure they stay within those top 22 slots. Between here and having that Tier 1 invite, travel awards, stipends, they all matter so much as we work our way to Honolulu, Hawaii. And we talked about it earlier on, so much talent here all the way down. We have international finalists, even some that you may not recognize. Brian DeVries, of course, was an international finalist back at LAIC. He was a player who played a very interesting style of Mewtwo and MewGX. I mean, we are long past tag team, so I'm taking a little bit of a sigh of relief. You know, it's been a time for sure, but that just shows these players, a lot of them in the top 22 race, heavy dedication to the game, been playing for years and years and years.
And speaking of years and years and years, we do have the results of the poll of these two cards that have been around for years. So let's take a look. Who argued better? Seems like Twitch chat did not betray you.
It was going to be a hard argument for Rare Candy. I feel like maybe if we were at a stage where Rare Candy was a little bit more inclusive, maybe next format, right, where Dragapult EX is there, then maybe people are a little bit more swayed. But I feel like we have maybe a lot of Chien Pao haters in the chat instead of a lot of Chien Pao lovers. But I mean, Ultra Ball's in that deck too, right? So without Ultra Ball, you can't find your Pokemon for Rare Candy. Listen, they go hand in hand. I can't disrespect Rare Candy as a good card. I mean, I played Gardevoir most of the season, right? So we'll see how this bracket shapes out. There's still so many great item cards here. That's going to be a crazy semifinals. We've got 2 Pokemon searching cards, and on the other end, a bunch of utility cards. Palbad versus Hisuian Heavy Ball. Those are 2 great cards. And then Super Rod versus Counter Catcher. I mean, I don't even know who's going to win this, Pablo. There's so many ways this could break down.
Yeah, and I think I'll give it to you, like, the 2 semifinals, the 2 cards that have been chosen so far, they can fit into pretty much any deck, right? Whereas Rare Candy and Mirage Gate are a little bit more specific, so I'm going to give Twitch chat the benefit of the doubt and say, all right, you made a decent choice. But I also think many people in Twitch chat probably were not playing back in the super broken Rare Candy days, so perhaps if they had experienced that, they would have liked Rare Candy a little bit more.
Yeah, if we said Rare Candy in general, I might have to give you that. They don't know what it's like to quick search on turn 1, right? Because speaking of cards, it was legal. That was one of the formats, right? You could quick search on the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, I would attribute my highest placing at the World Championships to a turn 1 Pidgeot.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you've had that Clement clutch for you, and of course, these players need some clutch finishes to go on. I mean, we've seen lots of talent. Is there anybody you have your eye on so far that's been performing well? Of course, we just saw Isaiah move to 5-0-1. There's lots of players in the field. Have you had a chance to go out and see some of the action, see some of the names? Any players that stick out to you?
So I want to give a shout out to a California local player who's up and coming. He had an amazing run in juniors. He had a top 8 at every single international back in 2017, and now he's having a run as a master.
Wow.
Daniel Rosas, I'm a big fan of his, and I expect great things from him. So I would not be surprised to see him do really well. He started off quite well so far, and I'm rooting for him to make his first day too. How about you?
It's tough. There's a lot of really good players out in the field. You know, we got Chip Ritchie playing out in here. I'd like to see Chip do well. He had a little bit of a slower start, started out at 3-2. So, you know, it is as tradition to put casters on for the win and in. So he wins a few more matches and wants to play it out at 6-2. Who knows? We could be featuring him on. But my serious answer, probably somebody who's pivoted over. I mean, Reagan Retzloff is somebody who I'd really like to see get a win this year. Of course, did a lot of successful things with Lugia V-Star, but with this Chien-Pao deck has still had plenty of great placements. We'll see how everything breaks down.
I mean, Lugia V-Star is about to get a big operate from Twilight Masquerade, right?
That's true.
So we might see the Reagan comeback with that Lugia, which back then really set the tone for Lugia V-Star, right? We saw so many players just take his 60 and do well at events. So I would not be surprised if we see a repeat of Reagan playing Lugia at NAIC.
Well, still plenty of action to come down. This is where things are going to get intense. Every round means harder and harder competition, and the stakes are going to get even higher. As we wait for our next Swiss round, Adam is out in the field with an interview, so we'll throw it to that. But you at home, don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Adam Watson here in LA, and I'm joined by a longtime fan and veteran of the Pokemon scene, John. Why don't you let the people know who you are?
Hi, I've been involved in Pokemon since day one, never left this franchise. I was at the very first tournament, actually, in 1999 on the Queen Mary here in the U.S., and I am just beyond, my mind is just blown by how big the tournament scene is now. I mean, we always had the card tournaments, but then they added the video game tournaments in the mid-2000s, and now there's Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite. I can't keep up with all these different aspects of the franchise now, and I'm a super fan. It's just like, there's so many options here for everybody, but we all have in common that we love Pokemon as a franchise, and that's what we all bond over. And you can walk up to anybody and start talking to them about Pokemon, and you have an immediate friend. So that's the power of the social aspect of this franchise.
That is an excellent point. We talk all the time about how much the tournaments have grown recently, but it is important to remember the scene's humble beginnings.
Yeah.
So what was it like being at the very first tournament?
Well, we couldn't get in because they didn't have enough capacity. So they gave out free booster pack to everybody in line because you couldn't get in. But now these are so organized now and so well run. I mean, it's at max capacity if you look around here. I mean, they should like triple the space here. I'm sure there would be, more than enough demand. But I mean, I've seen people here that I played with 25 years ago that walked up to me and we're rekindling our friendship, just like, no time has passed. And you meet new people here as well. You point out somebody's, plush they have, and you're like, oh, where'd you get that? You strike up a conversation with them, and that's how you bond and make friends. And I'm a very introverted person, but when I come to these things, suddenly I'm an extrovert, I guess. I don't know.
The love of Pokemon just transcends all of that. Having that common connection with so many different people across so many years. Is there anything else that you've ever experienced like that?
No, and that's why I'm still in Pokemon. I mean, it's such an imaginative franchise. Like, you've got the movies that have, all the legendary Pokemon and the lore, the video games, like especially Diamond and Pearl are my favorite when it comes to the lore. You can get into the competitive scene and get into all the statistics with the, the different Pokemon and their EVs and their IVs and their movesets, the card game, the strategizing, the collecting. I mean, the social aspect, that Pokemon is such a welcoming community for different groups of people, gay people, minorities, anybody. So you can come together in this franchise and bond together, and there's a group for everybody. So no, I have not seen any other franchise that has this kind of power and that is this imaginative.
That is an excellent point. Pokemon is bigger than all of us, yet at the same time unites all of us.
Yeah, and it'll outlive us all.
I definitely agree. It's almost a mouthful to list all the different ways that we can enjoy Pokemon together. Yeah. And I'm so glad to hear that you have been a part of the scene for so long, and being able to reconnect with people from years ago, I think, is a huge dream for a lot of other Pokemon fans. Did you have any inkling along your time with Pokemon that it was going to get this big? What was your first maybe glimpse into you thought, okay, this is really going to get huge?
Well, I always said it should be huge. That's what I always said. So I loved promoting the card game and having, bringing people to tournaments and talking about the cards and everything. And I'm like, this is such a huge imaginative franchise. Why isn't it bigger? Like, what's wrong? Do people not have as good taste as I do? Like, come on, it's such a good franchise. Like, you have everything here. What more would you want? So then people finally caught on, I guess maybe after Gen 3, Gen 4, people started coming back. Pokemon Go really brought it back into, I guess you would say, the zeitgeist. And then we had the pandemic where people were getting back into hobbies because they were bored at home. And it's like, hey, get back into Pokemon, start collecting, battling again. So no, I didn't really expect it to be as big as it's become, but I definitely wanted it to be. And I think the Pokemon Company has done a really good job at, expanding it. I mean, look at all this. This is nuts. This is nuts.
And so for someone who's been in the Pokemon scene since the very, very beginning, do you have any advice for any new Pokemon fans?
Make the jump to the tournament scene. Start coming out, making friends. I'm an introvert. I'm scared of people half the time. But when I come to these things, I open up so much because people are so warm and welcoming. There's different groups of people for everything here. So just make that leap and go to your Pokemon League, start making friends. And it's like a club that you're joining. It's like in high school I was in speech and debate, and I was also in Pokemon League, and that was my fun time to get together with people. So once you make that jump, it'll be hard to quit, but you will make so many friends, you will have so much fun, you'll get to travel, you'll get to even hang out with your family at these things. So just come out and have fun, and there's 20,000 people here, it feels like. There's got to be 1% of people are going to become your friends, so that you can be friends with. So, yeah.
Very well said. Don't be afraid to take the plunge. This is a very welcoming community, and you will find the best way to enjoy Pokemon that you've ever seen. And that's going to be it from us. We've got more Pokemon action coming up, so don't go anywhere.
You guys can begin the match.
Right.
All right,
Best
good luck,
luck.
man. Yeah. Nice. Double battle pass.
Let's gamble. I grab a huge technical machine devolution.
Wow.
I know.
That's gonna.
I'm cooking, dude.
I bet. You're cooked.
Absolutely cooked. Destroyed even.
Yeah, I would say destroyed for sure.
One for one. 15 energy for nothing, man.
Welcome back in. I'm cracking up, Kyle. Listen to our players. I love that addition of the player mic so we can kind of hear what is going through the
So good.
Well, Kyle, I'm working off 2 hours of sleep. You're going to have a delusional Boo on your hands for this cast.
Sign me up.
But, of course, I'm Boo. Here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we're about to jump into another Swiss round of Pokemon TCG with you all. And let me tell you, if there was one match I would have loved to cast, it's this one.
That's
so.
right. We got, I mean, not only the players, but also the decks.
Yes.
This is going to be a wild ride. The people's champion is showing up on both sides of the tables, if you will. It's going to be an excellent round here in round 7.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess you could kind of call this a lost box deck, right?
It's lost. Yeah.
Yes, we're going to see some awesome decks here coming up for you all. I feel like if this was a choice, a viewer choice, you probably would have picked this one. So
yeah.
I think we did good for y'all coming up with this match. We're very excited to get into it. But, you know, this is another Swiss round in a long day here of our day 1 that our players have been playing through. I'm sure they're really tired by now. If you've ever played one of these tournaments, it is a grind. That is for sure. How do you think our players are feeling going into this match, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got a lot of those match points already. We can take a look at the standings and see how most of our players are shaping up, especially at the top. Plenty of 6-0 players that, regardless of how tired you are, you got to be feeling pretty great there. Lucas Zing, Bodie Robinson, Rowan Stavino. There's some amazing talent here at 6-0. 501, we saw Kieran on there being a little giggle bear on stream. Isaiah Bradner had a good time, even though he only got 1 turn of time.
Oh my gosh, tragic to see. Isaiah always seems to tie on our stream, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, a ton of fantastic players here that we have sitting at either undefeated or actually, yeah, these are all technically undefeated because they're all ties on the other side. So yeah, lots of good Pokemon being played out there, and we're about to see a stellar match coming up as well. Our players are getting ready down at the table. We are about to jump into this game.
Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at our players for round number 7.
Here we go. On our left here, we're going to have Rudy Wade bringing Lugia V-Star to our table. Of course, having to face off against the mighty Cloth.
That's
Kyle.
right. The people's champion, Cloth, is showing up large and in charge, trying to improve on a result that we saw from Stephen Bates a few weeks ago. Dylan Jack now trying to make a name for themselves at this 5-1 spot, but you got to go through Mr. V-Star himself, Rudy Wade, and all of his followers on any major music platform.
Bringing the hot mixtape here to our table with Lugia V-Star. We'll have to see if he's able to pull out a win here, but we're going to be getting into this matchup, and it's going to be an interesting one, that is for sure. Jumping into these prize cards.
Double Luminion. That's not good.
Yeah, that's pretty awkward there. Not 1 fish, but 2 in the prize cards.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go fishing in those prize cards really quick.
At least 1 is on the bottom there, but hopefully Rudy starts with some supporter, maybe already.
Or double chops, you know, whatever it ends up being.
That
we have
is very true.
the fist bump. We are underway, and there's definitely some interesting news for both these players once we get underway here.
Yep, we are jumping into our Swiss round 7 between Rudy Wade versus Dylan Jack. 2 very interesting decks here. We're starting over on Rudy's side, though. That Minchino starting off in the active position with a gift energy. And then Rudy able to go back into the deck here with that Ace Spec card. These are new cards, or somewhat new cards, been added to our format just recently. You can only have 1 Ace Spec in your deck at a time, and so usually they're pretty powerful. Master Ball is going to allow you to search out any Pokemon there. Very on brand. We're going to get that Lugia V on the table here for Rudy Wade to start things off. Let's take a look at the rest of the hand. It's just going to be a pass over there, just a Master Ball to the discard.
This hand is bad. Rudy has not much going on, and this is exactly what you need to do if you have not seen the crab. Take a peek.
Yes.
It's a dangerous Pokemon, and this is looking to be a pretty solid start here as well.
Yeah, my Cloth's name is Joseph, Kyle.
There
so
he
that's,
is.
That's what I call the Josefe on the bench there. Love to see it. I'm a huge supporter of Cloth. I even had it in my I almost honestly predicted it for this event. Can you believe it, Kyle?
Maybe if you had a little more sleep, you would have been spot on there for it.
That It's very true. Usually it'd be the opposite, but yeah. Let's go through this deck, I suppose. If somebody's not familiar with Cloth, I mean, it's definitely not the most familiar. Rudy Wade doesn't even look that familiar reading all of these cards that are coming down. So if you had to describe how this deck functions, how would you describe that, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, Brute Bonnet is really one of the key pieces. Having access to a special condition, being in that poison that you can give both of the Pokemon, it's going to be so vital, as this provides that opportunity to activate the rest of your abilities there. With the Cloth, you can, instead of doing just 30 damage for 2 energies, you're instead doing 190 damage, and that's when you start to incorporate plenty of knockouts. It's going to be single prizes back and forth, which is something we see with Ancient Box players, but when you're dealing these kind of numbers, you can start to trade with V Pokemon pretty easily.
Yes, I love to see this coming out onto the field now. It's so rare that we actually get to see our poison markers coming down. But unfortunately, poison's going to vanish real quickly with an evolution. But I don't think it's going to be gone for very long. That Brute Bonnet with the Toxic Powder ability allowing for both of the active Pokemon to be poisoned.
Rudy's hand is terrible, but he has just enough to get the job done against Cloth. He's got the energy for special roll.
Was the boss already in hand?
Yeah, but,
oh, wow.
But look at the rest of the hand. It's energy
really
and Collapse Stadium and another Chinchino. There's nothing going on here. This is not how Lugia plays.
Not at all. We're used to seeing those Archeops be down on the field. Evolution a lot more than what is happening here. But like you said, Kyle, that's enough to take that Cloth off the field for Rudy. So, I mean, it's a turn. That's for sure.
That is a turn of Pokemon. And we are seeing another one here. If it was the Coleridge experiment, then we could have seen an amazing turn. Just a simple Lost Provisions activation for Cramorant would have been enough to take the knockout on Chinchino. Instead, has to go the alternate route, using the Arvin and finding a little bit of help here. But honestly, I just want to thin this hand down and start drawing with Bibarel.
Yep, that is for sure. That's why it's there. It's already been evolved into, so we got some extra support there.
Excuse me, this is just adorable. This is the best thing you can do. If you don't have Coleridge Experiment, Lost Vacuum away your own tool and get to 4 yourself. It is disgusting, and I love every second of it.
Yes, we're used to see the Lost Zone being stacked up with those Comfey, but not today here. We're getting to 4 there to activate that Cramorant. This is not what I thought we would be seeing here today, Kyle.
This is not right. we see the gift energy activate, so a couple additional cards for Rudy.
Yeah.
But there's still nothing going on. This would be an excellent time to see Archeops. I'm pretty sure we're not going to see it.
Yeah, that is a bummer. Gift energy drawing Rudy up to 7, but just that Great Ball that's going to draw out at least the Lugia V-Star. But what is a Lugia V-Star if you don't really have anything else supporting it? That is the major point of this deck, is to get out those supporter Pokemon that help accelerate your energy. And the Archeops, Minchino's going to join us on the bench as well. But also, if all your energy is in your hand, it can't even come out of the deck either. So this is just so awkward here for Rudy. It's just a bunch of energy, an Iono there, and Ultra Ball, I suppose, as well.
I mean, you've done nothing, your opponent's done nothing. You're scrapping, and then you have Iono in hand. So there's an opportunity to at least see a couple more cards, potentially run into the perfect Ultra Ball double chops. I mean, only time will tell, but even a single Archeops in this spot would be pretty solid if you had a way to discard it. See Jacques added to the hand along with an Archeops, so not the worst, I suppose, but still need some help.
Yeah, gonna need some help indeed. At least some cards here to work with. We're gonna see another Minchino come down, or not, I guess, Kyle, from Rudy.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much at this point. If
your
opponent's targeting this Pokemon,
it
doesn't. You're just adding another Pokemon that can trade 1-for-1 at that point, and it's fine for you.
Well, Artisan's going to come down onto the field. Rudy, I guess, just checking to see, make sure he knows what it does here, and that's going to bring out our Cloth.
He's going to read it again. He's been in the studio for the last 4 years. The last time that we've seen a big result from Rudy.
That is true. And honestly, I don't even blame Rudy at this point. I feel like going into one of these large events, I mean, the percentage of hitting a deck like Cloth is so slim. Then to hit it and be on stream against it, that's got to be a bit nerve-wracking here.
Yep.
But Dylan knows exactly what he's doing behind this deck here. A couple similar lists have been played. We saw Cloth come out with that Electrode combination, and this is now the new iteration of the deck. And it seems to be doing pretty well. Dylan taking it to a 5-1 record so far, hoping to get another win here. So.
Yep. This is not a deck that people prepare for, and
yeah.
you can surprise a lot of players. You can knock out Lugias in one turn. A Lugia V, it's very simple to surprise your opponent and deal 220 damage out of nowhere when you include the poison effects, but
yeah,
that's not going to be the case. Still, 2-for-1 prize exchanging here with the Cramorant dealing exactly enough to get you to that halfway threshold on the Lugia V-Star. You can't complain in that spot.
Yeah, you love to see it. Both of our dark Pokemon on Dylan's side are those poisonous Pokemon. The Brute Bonnet allowing Dylan to poison both active Pokemon. And then that Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, not one we see very often for a Radiant Pokemon, but that Poison Peak ability allows you to add 2 more damage counters on a Poison Pokemon checkup. So I love seeing the damage or the poison markers out on our fields, and Rudy Wade is probably dealing with this for the first time today in this tournament. So we're going to have to see how he navigates it. We see that evolution into the Chinchino here. And 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, there's certainly 2 different ways to go about this turn. We saw the Ultra Ball top deck, which really leads to a lot of different avenues. There's Professor's Research in hand, so could have used Ultra Ball, discard an Archeops, grab another one, throw that in the discard with the Research, and you have 7 cards in your hand this turn. Chose to go with the Jacques, discards, but has the Chinchino now in play. But you're left in a weird spot. This Lugia V-Star, it's not really getting the job done. It's already damaged. You're probably going to go down in the prize exchange. And you can give it some energies in this spot, but maybe if you had drawn a couple more cards, you could have found access to a Jet Energy, and then maybe attack with Pokemon like Snorlax in this instance.
Yeah, that is true. There's a couple of different routes I suppose Rudy could take there, but hey, at least we have the Archeops down now. Both of these being activated off that Primal Turbo that's going to be accelerating all of these special energy onto the field here for Rudy.
Yep, I suppose you could still retreat if you want to keep this Pokemon around, force your opponent to have access to boss's orders, whatever it may be, something to target down that Lugia, but really values knocking this Pokemon out and getting rid of that stadium, the Artisan, so maybe we don't see back-to-back Cloths played down and you can slow down this fearsome engine on the other side.
Yes, absolutely. That is a big win there. Taking that stadium out, slowing down Dylan for sure, and moving your way through this matchup. Now, 2 prize cards down on Rudy's side of the field, and we are over to Dylan's turn. So taking a look at the hand here, what are we seeing, Kyle?
I mean, the beauty of this is you still have the Bieberl, so you can continue to draw up. There's cards like the Lost Vacuum. You could find some access if you are able to target down anything. Fortunately, nothing on the board just yet, so...
Yeah,
But you don't have to do very much this turn also. You have Cloth ready to roll. You have a switch in hand for next turn. The Artisan being lost in this spot was actually pretty big. That was the only thing Dylan wanted to accomplish this turn, was bench another Cloth.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, and it just wasn't able to happen thanks to that being gone now. That Cloth there taking the knockout here, just in case anybody's unclear what that Cloth is doing, the Unhinged Scissors is what actually activates all that extra damage. It's 160 extra damage plus a base 30 on that Cloth if it is affected by a special condition, which is why we need to see that poison as well.
Yeah, Cloth is hurting himself to get the job done, but that's the sacrifices we make in Pokemon. Snorlax now is the next Pokemon that will take its chances against the big crab. And
yes,
I mean, we see the prize cards fall, and they are going in Dylan's favor at this point, and it's up to Rudy to find some disruption. I think that looks like target Bibarel at some point, start to slow down this engine. If your opponent doesn't have access to Cloths, maybe you get lucky. And we didn't see a Cloth last turn, so I guess you take your first shot and knock out this Cloth and hope to not see a second one.
I mean, at least we're working with 1 prize Pokemon trade back and forth here from these players. This is not the familiar block Snorlax that is so commonly used out in our field. This is the unfazed fat Snorlax that we used to see a lot of. Now, of course, less, but perfect inclusion here in Lugia is going to get the job done, being able to hit enough damage.
Now, there is a strategy that Rudy could incorporate at some point in time. You play down that Lugia V, try to evolve that without being targeted by a boss's orders. Maybe you play that down when your opponent has like 2 prize cards remaining. Incorporate that on a turn where you use Iono as well. And then you have those additional hit points to work with, and that can start to counteract the one-to-one prize exchanging that we see here.
Yep, absolutely. That was the boss's orders here to bring up that Bibarel. That is a single prize knockout once again there for Rudy.
Yeah, it's clearly something you want to accomplish at some point in time. The issue is this cloth goes unchecked, the prizes will continue, but you did get rid of this Bibarel, so next turn, if Iono is played, you really can do some damage. You will not see another cloth if you're able to stick that and your opponent does not find second Bibarel.
So you think that was the turn to take out the Bibarel then, Kyle?
It's tough to say, because if you have the Lugia and everything else to go along with it, maybe you wait a turn, but you can't fault him for going after the Bibarel. It is terrifying.
Yes, it is. That is doing a lot of work there for your opponent. And this game is just flying back and forth here. I feel like we just jumped into this match, and it is already down to the wire here. Dylan with only 2 prize cards left to take. Rudy, on the other hand, 3 left to take here, but still the potential with these attackers on board. Going to go into the deck here now for this Ultra Ball that's going to grab us this Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just find 3 Pokemon that can get the job done.
And then
Cinccino's ready to roll. Minccino's eventually going to evolve as well. And the big question now is, do you go Lumineon for Iono? Hopefully your opponent is just stuck with 2 cards in a bad hand. And I think you just take the risk, play that Pokemon even though it's a V, and try to put your opponent on a hand where they miss for a turn.
Yeah, I think that is the risk we're going to probably have to see taken, because, yeah, being behind there in prize cards, we're going to have to see that disruption to make sure that Dylan cannot take that win condition home and take a win in this matchup. But we'll have to see what Rudy decides to do here. Luminous Energy coming down onto that Radiant Charizard, and we are going to see that Lumineon V coming down onto the bench. It's going to allow you to search out a supporter card. It's going to be, of course, that Iono here for this disruption that we're going to see coming up here for both of our players. Dylan's just going to be at 2 cards after this, representing those 2 prize cards.
Now we are getting to one of my favorite points in the game, when there is potentially going to be 1 prize card available. And that is when we could potentially see that Crisis Punch Cramorant come into play. It is such a sneaky way to steal victories. Lumineon V is already in play. So although this does not look great, and you see that there's some prize cards to make up, Bibarel just needs to come up with a simple plan. Find Cramorant, find Crisis Punch, find Boss's Orders. You have 2 turns to get that done. If you find it, then you have a crazy mixtape going off.
Crazy mixtape indeed, and that would be quite the way to go here if that's how things go down against Rudy Wade. But what did Dylan find off this Industrious Incisors?
Nest Ball, and I believe there's also some switching effects, maybe Pokegear. It was tough to see it all. It moved so quickly, but Cramorant. My old friend, welcome back.
My old friend. Yeah, the mixtape, the CD, that technical machine Crisis Punch, not a card we see really often at all. I think a lot of people read it and they're like, wow, when would you ever use this? Well, this is the exact time that you would be using this card. And another surprise factor added to this deck from Dylan Jack, and I'm sure Rudy is definitely not expecting that. We're going to start with this Pokegear 3.0. Let's see if Dylan's able to find some help in a supporter, but it's just going to be a whiff. No supporter off that Pokegear 3.0.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, but it also thins a card down, so potential to see more cards with the Bibarel later on is going to be fine. And this is a very unassuming Cramorant. You know your opponent does not know what you're playing.
Exactly.
They were clueless to the cloth. They read every single other card.
Even the artisan.
That was here. I don't know if I love this. I think this is pretty awkward now. Although you do get to stay ahead in the prize exchange. If you were going for Cramorant Crisis Punch on Lumineon, you just walked into giving your opponent a bunch of extra cards, and you're probably going to get Iono'd again and lose your Cramorant.
Yeah, there might be a lot of recovery needed there. I mean, there are 2 Cramorant, I guess, but Yeah, you never know what cards are going to be in your hand to be able to seek out your win condition there. So this is a bit scary here for Dylan, but we're going to have to see what it comes down here for now Rudy's turn. Of course, going to be able to take this knockout on this turn, and then really, yeah, it's up to Dylan. What is Dylan able to find after this?
Well, you already have an attacker in that Radiant Charizard. You have the Chinchino now if you're Rudy, so you have all of those lined up.
Yeah.
Iono is also in hand, so you feel pretty comfortable about putting your opponent down to 1 card, although they still do have that Bibarel there that you have to worry about. I suppose you still have to think about Crisis Punch could go on to the Sneasler and just find an energy. There's some ridiculous combos, I suppose, where you just do this all out of whack and just attack for the 3 energy cost.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah, the double turbo is making up that 2, and you just need to find 1 single dark energy to be able to use that there.
It'd be ugly with another double turbo, but you could find those resources if you're not able to find the Cramorant itself.
That is brutal here. There's still options, Kyle. Nobody's out of this game yet. Rudy's still going through this turn, of course. We're seeing that second Primal Turbo now.
Okay, there's Wombo combos. There's the Thornton you could also do, and then swap into the Lugia, evolve into the V-Star, and then have all those hit points in the active spot to avoid giving your opponent
that's true.
So there's so many different avenues Rudy could go in this spot to try to stop your opponent.
Oh my gosh,
it's going to be the slower approach.
I would love to see that, but maybe, yeah. Well, I mean, not knowing that there is those options there on Dylan's side. So yeah, just going to take the knockout there on that Cramorant. Again, it's still going to come up with what Dylan can do with this turn. Both of our players are now down to 1 prize card here. We're going to see the Ultra Ball.
All right, it's Cloth. It's not Cramorant.
Okay.
There's not, I guess both of them are already in the discard pile. So, but I was thinking even if Bibarel just finds Arvin for the Crisis Punch TM, you could have that win set up there. It's now just going to be digging for the double turbo for the Cloth to close out on the Radiant Charizard. And he sees 4 cards. What are we
I know, I can't
working
see that, Kyle.
Any supporter, anything to continue?
I don't see it. It's looks like a town store, a lost vacuum. I mean, it's got to be not much because Dylan's looking at it.
Mannerism.
Sheesh.
Is that town store?
Yeah. I think it's true. I feel like it's.
I think it's all of the pieces, but just too much of one side. You needed access to finding a way to bring the Cramorant back in, or to find that energy, of course. The double turbo would have been great, but it's just the resources aren't lining up.
Honestly, none of those are in hand at the moment.
Oh, it's brutal. Dylan does not find enough there, and Rudy Wade is going to squeak through, learning how to play against Cloth on the fly.
Hey, we still have the mystery of the Crisis Punch. That's for sure.
True.
The card was not discarded there from Dylan's side of the field, and definitely wasn't played. So there's still that mystery there. That technical machine may be the technology we need, Kyle.
Yep.
To bring Rudy down.
Rudy's very familiar with CDs and mixtapes, but he's never seen this one. This is a very interesting inclusion that I'm sure could surprise him and definitely lead to a Game 3 if it finds its way into a Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, that is for sure. Hits for a ton of damage there. It's 280 base damage on that Crisis Punch. Of course, it's a tool card that performs as its own move. You still would, as you said, would need 2 double turbos attached because that's all the deck plays. But you can only use it if your opponent is down to 1 prize card. So it's very interesting when it happens, but when it does, it is a powerful thing. But back and forth from both of our players here in our first game between them. We did see Rudy taking out that draw support that Dylan had, which I think was great because it did walk Dylan into some awkward turns there in that game.
Yeah, I think the MVP was the attack with the Lugia V-Star. Removing that Artisan really limited the amount of access that Dylan had. I think that this was one of those fatal moves here. When we saw the Cramorant promoted and attacking, you lost access to finding a Crisis Punch situation, but we also saw that none of the other cards really came together there. And we'd be talking completely differently about this game if we had just seen Double Turbo draw, and Cloth would have won the game, and we would have been in the game too with a big smile on Dylan's face.
Yeah. Ooh.
Is that double Brute?
It is.
What is happening?
Two Brutes in the prize cards. That is not what you want to see.
Oh, this is not a. It's one Hisuian Heavy Ball, thankfully. But finding it, you have to use the Arven. It's just such a misuse of your resources. Speaking of that, that's a fish in the active.
Definitely a misuse of resources there. Unfortunately, it's the prize card liability already on your field now. And oh no, that's even worse. I was about to say, Kyle, in the last game, the Cinccino was super clutch, being able to take that early knockout on the Cloth here, and that was amazing to see in the beginning there. And that's kind of what carried Rudy Wade through. But now there's nothing carrying Rudy Wade through besides a gift energy, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, just sacrificial Luminion. Hope to get some additional energies off of that, but this is a realistic turn where you could lose if Brute Bonnet wasn't prized.
That's true. That is very true. Both Brute Bonnet were not prized. That is unfortunate indeed, because as we've said, that Cloth does need to be under a special condition in order to get all of that extra damage on its move, and Brute Bonnet is the thing that gets you through that. So unfortunate there for Dylan, but we'll see. I don't know. I didn't get to see the start hand, but as you said, there is that Hisuian Heavy Ball potential.
Yeah, I like this. There's no other Pokemon. Oh, there's a
Hisuian
Heavy Ball in hand! That's ridiculous.
Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to allow Dylan to get one of these Brute Bonnet out. Look at that smile. You love to see it. And then the Hisuian Heavy Ball is going into the prize cards to replace that Brute Bonnet, but that's exactly what you wanted to see. And then the second piece to that is that Ancient Booster Energy capsule here on the Brute Bonnet to be able to activate that ability, that Toxic Powder, sprinkling it down onto the field here and onto that Luminion V.
Oh, what's left in the hand? Is there a supporter to play? Access to the Double Turbo is all that's missing here. Colress Experiment for 5 cards.
Oh, this is huge.
It's not
no
there.
Energy. That is a bummer to see.
See, it lost Vacuum once more, so finding 4 cards for Cramorant to potentially attack is once again an option. There's a Thornton in this deck as well. Just ridiculous things all over the place.
Thorntons
I love
are
this
just popping
matchup.
out everywhere. That is wild. Well, our Lost Zone is going up there now for Dylan. At least that's something, but whew, would have loved to see that entire combo actually work out here to take out that Luminion, and it's just going to be the poison here. No energy on that Cloth to be able to attack, unfortunately. Now we're over to Rudy. Another chance, but what was the top deck? Are we working with anything here, Kyle?
It's not great, and I don't know if we have time for Jacques right here. I think you just have to pull the trigger, go for the research, and hope to find some Pokemon.
I feel like Lugia players are pretty well versed in just throwing away hands sometimes when it gets into awkward positions. And I would say this is quite the awkward position here, Kyle. You need every single stop that you can pull out for Rudy Wade's side of the field. And that's what it's going to look like. A lot of resources going into the discard pile, but you have to do what you have to do to be able to get through a game here.
Oh, there it is. Not only the Lugia, but also a little additional help. The Capturing Aroma in hand. If this is Tails, you can go find the Minccino. You have the Cinccino already in hand. The Research is there. The Master Ball is in hand as well. So you have to think that turn 3 Lugia V-Star with the Archeops on board has to be a possibility.
Yep, this is going to be a heads now off of that second Capturing Aroma. That's going to be an evolution Pokemon here for Rudy. That's what we need to see.
Now the debate, I suppose, is retreating this Luminion. Is that ever a possibility? Losing those 2 prize cards seems like a big issue at this point. You'd have to promote Minccino, which isn't great. You lose one of your attackers, but giving up 2 prize cards here before you ever get the ball rolling seems really rough.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's going to look like.
Ooh,
Rudy thinks as well.
This is scary too, though, because
what?
there's a Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. 220 is definitely in range if
I
the
was about
cards
to
pile
say,
up.
isn't it exact? Well,
It is.
no, would it be?
Because you do 190, poison is with 3 counters. So it's 220.
Well, we're going to see a pokey year here from Dylan. I didn't see what the top deck was either. Wow. Is this another... Oh, I was about to say, is this another whiff of the pokey gear? Not like this, but no.
I didn't even see if there were other options. Just took his time to grab
No.
one of the best supporters. Finds the Colress.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But Colress's experiment at least is found here.
We're getting a
for
judge
Dylan.
shuffle? There we go.
I think so, yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There we go, indeed. And Dylan's going to go straight into this Colress now. We're going to see another 5 cards here. 3 of them are going into the hand, 2 into the lost zone. That's going to stack our lost zone up to at least 4 here.
Yep, Cramorant loves to see that, and Dylan would love to see double turbo energy, and that's not a thing.
Yes.
I suppose that is the main issue, is the double turbo
was gonna
energy
say,
would limit the damage count.
That's minus 20, right?
Yeah.
200. All right, here's the 2 going into the lost zone now. We have the Artisan and an Iono. Ooh, now we're online here. We got the B Burrell at least for some future turns coming up. 2 crams down. Those are both the crams. Switch now into that Cramorant after the Cloth, so we're at least going to see some damage go down thanks to the lost zone being at 4, unlocking the lost provisions on the Cramorant. 110 damage here, but that's going to stack up quite a bit now thanks to that poison as well.
Yeah, this is a really rough turn. I mean, Dylan did everything that he needs to do. If you're Rudy on the other side, damaged Lugia V-Star looks like it'll be knocked out soon. The
Yeah.
Luminion is likely going to be some prize cards at some point. I believe the Collapse Stadium was discarded by the professor's research. When you just start to think about how the prize map works in this
Exactly.
one, this looks like a concession kind of game in a best of 3 when you have 21 minutes remaining. He's going
Yeah.
to try for a little longer, but
We'll see.
I think you'll realize pretty quickly
Wow.
that unless your opponent prized 3 DTEs, this one is just about cooked.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I mean, our previous game between these players went all the way down to 1 prize card. So Dylan doesn't have any issues taking these prize cards off, especially if they're on these 2 prize Pokemon. So it's going to be tough here for Rudy to pull through, but we're going to see some more cards being played for this turn, capturing Aroma. Rolling aheads here, which is another evolution Pokemon. Of course, we already saw that V-Star power on the Lugia V-Star be activated to bring those Archeops down as well. I saw that there was a lot of energy in the hand as well for Rudy, which of course, if you have energy in the hand, can't be accelerated out of your deck, but is it awkward enough energy to impact anything?
It's a little early for that, but although you start to see some of those energies now, you know that Iono at any other point will just shuffle those,
Back in.
place them back to the bottom of the deck, and then you have access to them once more. I could definitely see that being an issue near the later stages of the game when you're on your, 5th attacker, trying to work through another bird, another crab, whatever it may be. But
yes, that's true. Yeah, anytime you're going against a single prize deck, you do have to think a little bit differently, resources-wise. You can't just hit hard and take several prize cards. It's a little bit more of a grind of a game. So.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Lugia players switching to 17, 18 energies.
Yeah.
This is a 16 energy build. Although the double turbo energies are at full effect in this sort of matchup, it's you still could run into some trouble where that if you have to discard a few of them with the professor's research, you might not have the energies to close out.
Well, we'll have to see where this goes, but we're seeing a lot of energy come out here from both of those Archeops, that Primal Turbo. Our Chops doing the work here, accelerating those energy onto the field, allowing Rudy to stack up these attackers, hopefully be able to take things home with these consistent knockouts. But Cramorant's going to go down from Dylan. Rudy going to take a prize card off of there.
Yeah, and if I'm Rudy, if I see double turbo this turn, I think I'm running away. This is terrifying. But
This is.
the hand just hasn't worked for Dylan. Just continues to draw into awkward pieces.
no.
A Thornton top deck in this spot. It's not ideal.
Wow, that is super unfortunate. Kyle, this is not how I wanted to see Cloth go down here in this game. There's always potential to rescue this, as we're talking about. It is single prize Pokemon, whereas there's a lot of double prize Pokemon on the other side of the field, but not when you keep getting draws and hands like this. Let's see what this Iono can bring here for Dylan. 6 cards into the hand coming up.
Where's one of those energies?
Yeah, where's the energy?
Oh,
Not
misses
a
again.
single energy. My goodness. That is just not what you want to see. I mean, there are only 4 double turbo in the deck, but I mean, there hasn't been that much stuff discarded, but to whiff it that many times is just unfortunate to see.
You can see that Forest Sealstone was a card that was placed on the bottom of the deck by the Iono.
Yeah.
Finds the Oranguru, which would have been the magical answer
I was about to say,
get the energy
no!
card. Instead now, just the pieces once again just dodging each other, and this is a thin it to win it situation. Put all your trust in this one.
Hey, I trust in the Bibarel to get us there. We'll have to see what happens here. Ultra Ball being played to discard those 2 cards, one of them being that Oranguru, which Rudy's going to pick up and take a read of here. Super Rod's going to put some cards back into the deck right off the bat here now.
All right. I don't want to place too many Pokemon
I was
back
about
in.
to say,
This is a
you
pretty
don't
big
wanna draw
turn.
into 'em?
If we see two of those 3, I will cry.
Stop.
I'm not prepared for this moment.
We're getting a judge shuffle here, and this could be the fate of Dylan now in this matchup. We'll have to see what is drawn into. 1 card in hand, the rest being drawn now up to 5 for the hand off this Industrious Incisors. What do we got, Kyle? Have you seen it?
This is not real life.
No energy still?
We are trapped in a dream. The cards are not lining up. Dylan is going to miss the attack.
We cannot afford another miss here, Kyle. It is just going to be that Toxic Powder bringing poison back to the Lugia V-Star, but that still means that Lugia V-Star is on the board and is still swinging, knocking out these attackers for Dylan.
This is a great moment to incorporate a Pokemon like Snorlax.
Yeah.
You see those high hit points, you can take a knockout on the cloth, maybe include therapeutic energy so you don't have to worry about the sleeping effects, and you're going to just be attacked by Cramrats at this point. Your opponent doesn't play energy cards, so let him hit you for 110. That's going to start to flip the prize exchange in your favor now.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, this whole game, it started with Lumineon, and now it has turned into Dylan, whiffing so many energy that Rudy has taken the lead here in this matchup. And we are getting closer and closer to a potential 2-0 win here in our Swiss round 7 for Rudy Wade. I'm sure happy to see the tides have turned a little bit here. Down 2 prize cards now. We still have a lot left to play here, though. Dylan going to promote this Cramorant into the active. Of course, that Industrious Incisors is no longer online unless we can see another evolution into another Bibarel for Dylan.
Yeah, you think about everything that's gone wrong to this point for Dylan right now. Continuing to miss card after card, only finding Bibarels over and over again to draw up to 5 and be disappointed.
What's worse is searching the deck and seeing all the energy, but never hitting it.
These are cards in my deck.
I thought we'd see it off the course. I really did. I had such hopes.
Well, you have the opportunity once more. Colress is in hand, but I expect to see the Bibarel draw up, have the hand at 5 cards, and then use that supporter card to try to get the job done, take some knockouts.
All right. That's giving out cards and hands. I think an Iono was drawn into, but we do see the double turbo
And
energy.
it's the one turn he doesn't need it.
I know. Like, what are the odds?
The Radiant Hisuian Sneasler to take exact poison damage knockouts.
Absolutely. So sad to see. Colress's Experiment is the supporter that's going to be played for turn here for Dylan. Putting some cards here into the Lost Zone. Even though it's going in the Lost Zone, Rudy Wade still's going to take a read there on that Covalion.
Just cool card. Is this for trade? Finds all the double turbos now. Another in hand. So this is where the tides can turn. Dylan taking that 2 prize knockout. It's going to see that opportunity to eventually target down that Lumineon, and then it's just a race against Snorlaxes and Chinchinos. You have to think that that's favored for Dylan. It's going to be on Rudy to target down B-roll once more, try to limit the draw power. Hopefully the resources aren't all there. Or maybe you go after Brute Bonnet and just try to get rid of poison. Like, just find some part of this engine that you can target and abuse.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Well, we're going to see our players now tied up as far as prize cards go. Dylan finally getting to those 2 prize cards, even though it should have happened a long time ago, Kyle, but we finally got in there thanks to that poison damage here for Dylan. Now Rudy deciding what to promote here before continuing on this turn. Snorlax is going to be what joins us in the active now here.
Was that an issue with the gift energy? Because the damage shouldn't have. If you're being knocked out by poison, that's not an effect of the attack. I'm not sure if you were supposed to draw energies with the gift there, but we'll continue on. If that's an issue, then we'll deal with that.
I'm sure that will halt it.
I didn't see if it was relevant towards the knockout with the damage counters that were placed on the Lugia, but.
Well, either way, if there was any sort of issue in game stage, should always be a pause, right? But we're going. Archeop's here, accelerating some energy onto the field. It's going to be that luminous energy being placed on that Radiant Charizard.
Yep. That luminous energy is a card that often is forgotten about in this deck. It doesn't pair well with other special energies, so how do you incorporate it into a list with 15 other special energies? This is the one way to do it, just as a singular attachment on a Radiant Charizard and try to find the right opportunity at the end of games. Both these players focused on big finishers in these spots to try to close out.
Yeah, exactly. I love to see that. They're totally different decks, but they have similar strategies in that sense of coming out swinging at the end there for your final prize cards. And those are always interesting games to watch here. Well, we're going to see the knockout there on that Cramorant, but that Snorlax is going to take a nice rest there. Going to sleep on the board. I think we have some discussion there between our players and the judges. Maybe just checking out everything that happened here between our players.
Yeah, we're going to read gift energy and take a look at that. It's the same.
Read some cards real quick.
It's if you're knocked out by damage from an attack, and poison was the way
definitely
that this
did
was
have it,
knocked
yeah.
out.
No, you're exactly right.
So there should not have been additional cards drawn from Rudy that turn, and I'll be the only one who had noticed it, I guess. Sure.
I think so.
I'm sure Twitch chat is screaming.
Well, yeah, that is for sure. Hey, we're listening to you, Twitch chat. We love the support that you give us, calling out things that we sometimes miss. There's a lot of stuff we're looking at back here, but glad you caught that, Kyle. Hopefully our judges and our players can get things figured out.
Yep. I mean, this is a wild game. There's so many interactions that Rudy's never seen before.
Yeah, for real.
He's dealing with. Probably hasn't had to use a poison marker in the last 10 years. And here it is now, all over his board and his opponent's board.
Yes,
Can't fault him for not understanding these interactions when all of this is so new and you're under the lights.
Oh, yeah. There's a ton going on there, indeed. But, I mean, even there's so many interactions. I mean, the Snorlax is going to sleep. You got the gift energy. There's Thornton in the deck, which is like basic for basic. It's like
both players trying to incorporate these cards.
Yeah, I know, and it's doubling up on both sides. There's definitely a lot to be looking at and reading here, for sure. And then these times where intricate things come up, where it doesn't technically count as damage there, as it, I guess, lists on the gift energy as being activated. So, but I mean, that is a big difference there, because if you draw into additional cards, then does it come down to like, how did those cards help you? Like, do you just shuffle them back? What is the answer?
So the Lugia had enough damage to where the Spit Innocently did not take the damage, did not take the knockout. Poison is the effect that knocks out this Pokemon. Gift Energy reads that if you're knocked out by damage from an attack, you draw those cards.
But
5 cards turns into 7, leads to this turn. There's going to be an issue with, I don't even know how you reverse this game state. It might be something that you just can't come back from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the Pokemon checkup is maybe a term that not a ton of people are familiar with, but it is actually like a miniature turn that happens between both our players' turns. And it's essentially where you assess the board state and you keep track of any sort of upticking counters or something like poison damage there. So that is actually when that happens. It's not like some sort of effect of something else. So you got to do a quick little checkup, and your Pokemon's locked out.
Yeah, true. Like, if we played it the way you're truly supposed to, you place all the damage on the Pokemon, and then at checkup time, you read, "Are you knocked out, little buddy?" And he is. And then you go, okay. And then you place him gently down into the discard pile and continue on play with a new Pokemon.
They dissolve back into the ball, Kyle.
Yeah, there you go. Return! You did great!
Yes. Well, hopefully we can sort this out. The only issue I guess I could see happening is if you're taking those extra cards from the gift energy, then like you would draw into something differently.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you're seeing cards you shouldn't have seen.
Exactly.
You engaged in a turn where I don't know if you can come back from all that. At least,
lot of other things happen
yes.
as well.
Yeah, maybe if we got this a little sooner, there could have been a way to stop this. But I mean, also we got the power of video on our hands. There is potential to
Yes.
maybe bring this back.
Yeah, hopefully there's going to be a bit of rewinding here. But, I mean, this is a good lesson to everybody out there who plays Pokemon TCG and who's competing at these tournaments. If you are skeptical of anything that happens, it is always, always better to just pause, take a look at things, consult with a judge, and figure it out from there. Because if you go too far and the game state is too far gone, you could have a different result. Back at, I think it was like one of the first regionals I played in, I let my opponent take a knockout, and that was like game. But then I was like, wait, actually that wasn't a knockout because like I had this tool card or something. But
Yeah.
it was too late, and I lost because of that. So that was a bummer.
You didn't do your checkup.
I know, I didn't check up.
See? There we go.
My Pokemon checkup there.
If you just fully role-played the whole scenario and returned your Pokemon with the Pokeball, you would have been fine.
I'm just going to start. I should just start standing up as well in my matches and announcing every attack like that too.
It's absolutely a power move, and I would expect it from every cloth gamer.
Yes.
You need every bit of power on your hands.
Did you think you'd be casting over a cloth game today, Kyle?
I didn't think we were going to cast table 700, so no. But honestly, like it's a deck that can do this. I'm not surprised in the fact that it showed up, but it never shows up in numbers. There's just not a lot of trust behind it.
Yeah.
It's a great surprise. It takes advantage of players who aren't ready for it. The better players know how to work around this, and they're if you've prepared for Ancient Box, you've prepared for this, essentially. This is just Ancient Box with a couple extra pieces and not being reliant on Sada.
That's true. And a little poison.
Yeah,
a little toxic powder.
A cute beaver guy, all the fun things. Like, this is the best way to play Ancient Box is to get rid of all the ancient Pokemon.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Kyle. I'm sorry, my ancient gamers out there. Kyle roasting y'all today.
Why would you play with ancient Pokemon when you could have big meaty claws?
Big meaty claws here off that claw. We actually were listening to what the cloth sounds like back there, backstage.
Is this like the what does the fox say?
Can you do your best impression, Kyle, of cloth?
I don't know if it's appropriate, but he does sound like a cow being run over. It's like
Don't talk about Joseph like that.
It's a poor little Miltank that just never stood a chance.
That honestly is what it sounds like. That is very true. Cloth is a beloved, though. Definitely a popular Pokemon. I'm happy to see it being brought up in a deck here as well. What do you think the MVP is, though? Is it? I feel like Cramorant does equal like damage here. I don't know. They're both so good.
Yeah, I think it's Cramorant. The deck doesn't work if it doesn't have a finisher that can handle the high hit points, work through the awkwardness of that single prize exchange, because you're going to fall behind at some point. Looks like we're going to get a hearing from the judges now.
Let's listen.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to go ahead and the research is legal. We're going to...
Wait, what?
Return the 2 cards that should have been taken with the gift energy.
Yes, so we're going to return the 2 cards that should not have been taken with the gift energy, which are the 2 Lugias that are in your discard pile.
Okay.
And then we're going to move forward from there.
Okay. Is there any penalty?
Whoa.
Wow.
There's going to be a double prize card
Okay.
penalty.
I was going to say,
was surprising.
that has
Wait,
to be.
No?
Oh, never.
I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. So there is no penalty. This Professor's Reach is legal. We are going to put back cards you got from...
These 2 Lugias?
Correct.
And show...
2 basic Lugias.
The 2 basic Lugias.
These 2 Lugias?
Yes.
And then what do I do with them?
You're going to put them back in your deck.
And then that's it?
Yes.
Plot armor unlocked for Rudy Wade. That's a surprising call to hear, but we'll take it.
Producing your own music, I guess.
This is great news for Twitch chat, because double prize penalty would have been game over, essentially. Now we have a game in our hands.
Well, is it great news, though?
If you want to watch game 2 all the way, yes. If you want to watch a winner, no. Because the way I see this playing out, Cloth wins with 8 minutes remaining, and we all cry as Cloth desperately tries to close this one out.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're going to be getting back into this game. At least we're getting a nice little continuation. You don't have to listen to any more of our cow impressions here from Kyle and I. So that's good, I suppose. And I'm glad we got to that figured out.
Everyone's a winner. I got to try out some animal sounds, and Cloth continues to play.
Yes, lesson learned. Everybody, make sure you do your Pokemon checkup. All right, Super Rod being played here now for Dylan. Let's zone back into this game. Where did we leave off, Kyle?
Well, a lot of things that shouldn't have happened, and we're back to Snorlax attacking, taking a knockout, and Dylan is in a situation where a boss's orders at any point on that Lumineon would feel great, but I think you realize that you don't need to rush it. You saw your opponent lose at Collapse Stadium early on. Now it's about continuing to have access to some resources. Prime Catcher is there. I mean, take the prizes if they're there. It was about digging for the boss's orders if you couldn't, but if the Prime Catcher's there, you got 2 prize cards. Your opponent's going to be playing from behind. There's no way to come back from it.
Yeah, I was about to say, now we're going to see this disruption following that Prime Catcher as well from that Iono. So Dylan still going to be at 4 cards from the Iono. Rudy only at 3. So that could be what is needed here potentially. But that Lumineon V is now inactive here.
And
Fresh
this is
for the pickin'.
This is the main issue with Lugia. It's not the deck it used to be 2 years ago when you could play down an Ancient Raikou and take double knockouts and clean up the board. This deck is so linear now. It's attach big energies, do big knockouts, and that doesn't work when you're playing against a one-on-one prize exchange. You're already down in the prize race.
Yeah.
You see 2 double turbo energies in play, so that guarantees that at least will be down to 1 prize card remaining as Dylan next turn, and that leads to either another Cloth being played with a double turbo or a Cramorant with a Crisis Punch. There's always going to be some way to take that final knockout.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see here from Dylan. And there was just so many turns where it was coming up short here, but now it seems like we've locked in these resources here on Dylan's side. The Brute Bonnet's down. We have the Bibarel. There's another Bidoof on there. That Sneasler's there. The Cloths with the energy as well. So that's what we needed to see from Dylan. Now 2 prize cards left to take this game. Rudy sitting at 3. Going to promote that Radiant Charizard now here that already has the Luminous energy on it.
Yep. This might be a turn too early, but the resources weren't there. If you have the boss's orders, you target down the Bibarel maybe. It's tough because the energies are already there for the Cloth.
Yeah,
I suppose you just
exactly.
have to knock out Cloths and hope your opponent doesn't find anything with Bibarels over and over again.
Oh, ho, ho.
And there's Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yes, Cramorant joining the field. Once again here off that Artisan that Dylan put into play for this turn.
I love that this is Dylan's first time on stream, and he just has the judge shuffling his deck every time. just like, oh, I've got this really great resource available. I might as well.
I feel like I'm so bad at shuffling usually, but it's kind of like a nice little buff, yeah.
Ooh, finds
Judge
the
shuffle
forest Sealstone.
Wow.
Now next turn, Oranguru just leads to guaranteed finding the Cramorant resource you would need. Whether it be boss's orders or what say you. Dylan should be down to just 1 prize card remaining, I believe, and yes.
Yeah, and it's the History and Heavy Ball.
All right, we'll see if the prophecy is fulfilled. Does Dylan win this game with 8 minutes remaining?
Yes, that is true. Yeah, we did get a 10-minute time extension, which should be reflected on the clock here now for these players, I believe, and also a warning from that judge intervention that we saw earlier. But yeah, are we gonna? Oh no.
All right, you have to find a way to slow down the engine. Or do you go after the poison? Do you remove the cloth? Does it not matter? Because Cramorant's a scary bird.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There's just too much on board here that Dylan's working with, but I guess we'll see what Rudy decides to do. Just going to be remove the cloth here from play. One more prize card down. Going to see if...
1-to-1 prizes, Cramorant active. Is it there?
I know you've been waiting for this moment, Kyle.
It's on the bottom of the deck.
Oh my gosh.
The orange CD.
Could it be that the orange CD is what takes out Rudy Wade?
Of
that
course,
is the
lost
question.
provisions, removing the cost of the attack. Crisis Punch would be free, knocking out any Pokemon
Oh my
in
gosh,
play.
is it really?
That's
like
how
that?
it works.
What?
It's a cheat code.
That's... Yeah, I guess that
Are
makes
the
sense.
resources there? Nest Balls in hand. Is a Rangaroo in the deck?
Wait, was it discarded? Oh no.
I think it's there. There's
No, I think it was discarded, but then it was super rotted.
All right.
Remember? Or was that this game?
it got shuffled back in. A Rangaroo's
Either
there
way,
for
it's
a
there.
Sealstone should be found.
For
Here we go.
Sealstone
For a
being
Sealstone.
activated, we're seeing it here. That Cramorant free
Oh,
attack.
this is just going to be a cloth play. Same thing.
Oh,
It's
sorry. I mean, yeah.
Pick your
same,
poison.
Same effect here. The cloth is coming back out with those big, meaty claws, Kyle. And it's going to take the knockout here, securing Dylan a win in this Swiss round here, at least for that game. Our players are now 1-1 here, heading into another game, but we did not have much time, Kyle.
Yep, that was without a 2-prize penalty. That was the prize cards were already on board, and Dylan was able to identify this is easily a game that he can win. Rudy was grasping at straws, trying to find a way to take away the resources, slow down the fact that there were already 4 prizes on board by turn 3, and you can't come back from a situation like that. You have to play the single prize race, and you need to be up at least a prize in order to keep up if you're Lugia. Around 20 minutes, had the opportunity to get out of there and try for a clean game 3, and instead, it's going to be going at it with about 6 minutes left. It's a scary spot.
Yeah, Cloth taking it down here. I mean, we saw that start for Rudy. It was brutal there with the Luminion, just an energy attached, but Dylan whiffed so many energy throughout the start of that game. I believe it was like 2 turns in a row that Cloth was unable to attack, and Rudy was able to recover there with some attackers back and forth, but then Dylan finally got things established on the board state over on our right side. And all the resources were there to have multiple ways to take this win in the end. We thought it was going to be the epic Crisis Punch, ended up being that epic Thornton as well. Either way, it was going to be epic here for a win from Dylan Jack, with Cloth taking that win there, and it's a 1-1. And now we are going to be moving on to our final game between these players with just a little bit of time left. We're going to have to ask ourselves, is Rudy Wade going to end up stranded in the active again with just a Pokemon that's unusable? Or will Dylan Jack be fighting for survival with no energy hits?
There's a little bit of hope. The prize cards aren't great. Chinchino's going to be hanging out there.
Okay.
Finds a lot of Pokemon to go, but yes, you can already see 5 minutes remaining on the clock. This has to be turbo mode if you want to get the job done. At least Lugia's benched, and that's number 1, what you're asking.
That is number 1. I think that's probably maybe the best setup we've seen so far here from Rudy.
This hand is pretty great. Double Archeops, Master Ball. That's Luminion Research next turn.
True.
Giddy up.
Yeah, that is pretty nice to see. Of course, we also have that Lugia V with the double turbo energy attached on turn 1 as well. So we'll have to see what Dylan is able to do on this turn 1. Starting with the Brute Bonnet in the active position here for Dylan, and a Nest Ball going into the deck.
Yeah, plenty of switching effects in the deck, so no worry about all of those retreat costs. And Looks like there's access to a fair amount of Pokemon from this hand. The Artisan is played as well, and maybe the support of choice will be that Iono, which would just be absolutely disrespectful to Rudy's hand if it's placed on the bottom.
That indeed would. I guess we'll have to see what happens here, Kyle.
Oh, this is so great. It's just going to vacuum away and start to load up. Says, you know what? I'm the only one who uses Artisan this game.
Yeah, that's nice to see, actually. You utilize the Artisan, and then you take it off the field, so your opponent cannot utilize it. And now you have 2 cards in your lost zone as well, so we're only 2 away from having that lost provisions online for the Crimorant. Here's the Iono. We'll have to see what Rudy's hand ends up looking like after this. It is going to be an additional 6 or fresh 6 cards here for Rudy. Hopefully working with something here. Of course, for Dylan, an additional 6 cards here after the rest was shuffled and put to the bottom. We're going to see the energy. Yay, that's what you want to see here.
Bare minimum gamers. We're getting the job done.
All right, what else is in the hand here for Dylan now?
It looks pretty good as far as the town store. You'll have some access to some of those additional resources, but you need the Bibarel to continue to get the ball rolling, and that was maybe not the flip you were looking for. Capturing Aroma for Tails into Luminion was Jacques into double discard. Archeops with Ultra Ball into Lugia V-Star. And now you have to throw away a lot of resources. I think there's 2 Ultra Ball in hand, so it still kind of works, but it's the double chop discard into research strategy.
Yeah.
You just like using Jacques if you can Jacques.
True. That is true indeed. It's going to just be this Ultra Ball now.
Oh, this is the main issue I have. I don't like losing that Collapse Stadium in this matchup, but I guess there's 2 minutes left. Who cares?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
If this game was going 12 minutes,
yeah,
then there's a little more time where that Luminion or damaged Lugia being replaced is so clean, but that's not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see indeed, but that's where we're at this point in time. We are going to see both those evolutions, the Lugia V-Star, as well as that Chinchino, and then that V-Star power, bringing out these Archeops onto the bench with that Summoning Star. And all of these energy are now coming out of the deck and onto our field, onto these attacking Pokemon, that Chinchino being one of them. So awesome. I love this card.
The special roll.
We're special and we're rolling.
I just think of sushi all the time, and I'm just like, I bet Chinchino makes delicious sushi. Nice
true.
crunchy roll, big knockout on a Brute Bonnet. Sign me up.
Yeah, every time I look at a sushi menu, I'm going to the special rolls. That's for
right.
sure, Kyle. Well, that special roll is going to get us somewhere here from that Chinchino.
Unless it can distort time like a Dialga, I think we're in trouble.
Yes, that is true. It is winded down. Why do we keep going to time here for all these matches, Kyle? I just want to see some nice conclusions.
It's a big debate right now on social media. A lot of players are talking about it. We've seen data collected all over the place, and the truth of the matter is your actions take longer on stream. You've got judges watching every move. You play slower because you're nervous and you don't want to make a mistake, and it all leads to about 5 to 7 extra minutes of play, and everybody doesn't like to concede on stream unless you're me. It's my favorite thing to do.
That's true.
I click the button the second I see my hand, and it doesn't have the exact 7 cards in a research for 7.
Kyle concedes in his free time, yeah. That is for sure. The Master Ball being played there from Rudy. Then we're just going to see that knockout on the Brute Bonnet. So, I guess no switching effect needed, huh, Kyle? Now it's in the discard pile. Cramorant in the active. We're going to see that second Brute Bonnet now hit the field. At least we're going to have some poison happening if we can get that tool card attached as well. And the Ancient Booster Energy capsule. Brute Bonnet is an ancient Pokemon. 3 retreat cost on that thing?
Yeah, it's a chunky lad. You know,
that is a heavy mushroom.
Stuck to the ground and connected to all its homies. They talk to each other by wiggling their roots or whatever. I'm not a scientist.
Well, that is time in the round for our players, and it looks like, yeah, it's just going to be a fist bump here.
Well, we all know what could have happened.
True.
But this is what happened. Cloth, Lugia, tie. Both players now with the opportunity for a win and in the next 2 rounds. So can't be too sad. You can think about what could have been. but we got some pretty great gameplay. And, of course, just watching Clock and a very popular musician.
Yes.
Does it get better than that? That's a pretty cool show.
I honestly think the only way it could have gotten better was if the Crisis Punch, the hot mixtape CD, took out Rudy Wade.
You know what? It was actually correct to use Thornton instead of the Crisis Punch because he hadn't shown Crisis Punch yet.
Oh,
so he goes into game 3 without giving up the info. But it stinks for us because I wanted to see the CD.
Dylan, you optimal player, you.
Yep.
Bummer.
Still thinking about strategies like that. You know, do what you got to do.
We're here for the theatrics, I must say, for
yeah.
sure. Well, looking back at these games between our players, honestly, Rudy had some pretty awkward starts here, but was able to pick things up. This is still our game 1 between our players, and was able to pick up the win, just establishing these attackers and getting some consistent knockouts. It still came so close. Dylan was down to 1 prize card, was just not able to clean things up. Started with the Luminion V. I mean, that looked so scary, but then Dylan just continued to whiff energy, and it became quite sad. But hey, that wasn't it for Dylan in this match.
Yeah, this was, I mean, obviously you see the loss of the Clap Stadium, immediate punish there as soon as the Prime Catcher's found. It takes the knockout on the Luminion. There still was access to Thornton as a potential top deck in that spot to switch it into a single prize Pokemon, but the cards just didn't line up for Rudy. And when you get into a single prize race against Clough, you're going to lose. It has so many different ways to sneak in a knockout at 1-to-1 prize cards. We didn't see it in game 1. We certainly saw it in game 2. And game 3 didn't happen.
I know, that is a bummer to see. I wish we could have saw the conclusion. I mean, Lugia is a powerful deck out there. I feel like there's still a lot of people that doubt its potential in this current meta. Now, that being said, yeah, Kyle being one of them. That being said, on the horizon, Lugia should be getting quite a few cards that can improve it exponentially. So
An A-Spec energy card that lets you tap into the energy of old and attack with Luminion once more. Sign me up. But this one is not doing it for me.
Would you actually play Lugia in the upcoming format?
I would test against it. I would consider it a relevant deck to where I needed to know how to play it.
Still not good enough
yeah, but
for Kyle Sablehouse.
I mean, there's so many fun decks that are coming out. NAIC format is so fun.
Yes.
So I even though Lugia gets some tools, I don't care. I want to play all the other decks that are coming out.
I know. NAIC is going to be a blast. I am so excited. I love when we get these giant tournaments that happen. The most amount of players that we see, the biggest stages, and a brand new format where it is a clean slate. So that is when we get to see the best innovation from our players. And that's what I'm going to be looking forward to. That is for sure.
Yep.
But speaking of looking forward to things, you know, we made a couple of caster predictions starting out as we do for every single regional. Let's take a quick check-in, see how these predictions are going so far. Kyle, how are you feeling about yours?
Rowan Stavenau or bust. Maybe I just really enjoy Future Hands, and that's why I chose this card.
I'm gonna say press X for doubt on that one. I do not think.
Well, you know what? I will definitely take everything that comes with it. As Amp You Very Much is one of those attacks that just steals games, and we've talked about the situation with time. I saw Rowan posting 15 minutes after the round that he was 6-0. So
wow.
Just dumpstering people left and right. Spiritomb was my answer to some of these control situations. It doesn't auto-win anything by any means, but just slowing down Rotom can be such a phenomenal way to buy yourself time and make that game 1 a little more winnable. And we saw a couple more options there. The Dialga was able to squeak out that tie on stream by taking turn 0, 1, and 3, as Skarsnik was believing. But does he have anything going on there with the Great Tusk? What do you think?
I mean, I hope so, because look what's over on my side. We got the small Roaring Moon going, which is a nice little pair with that Great Tusk. But I guess if you had to choose, who do you think is most likely to succeed out of us, our caster picks, out of both of ours combined?
You and me, or everybody in here? I think Hegster used the fact that he just is best friends with everyone to steal the Entei pick.
That's true.
And every good player is just playing that Entei in their control variant.
Hexter plot armor
He's,
of being friends.
he's definitely used some
players.
cheat codes to get the job done there. Pablo with some nice consistent picks with the
Yeah, I love
Snorlax and the
that.
Charizard. I mean, it is representing 2 control archetypes. I don't think he's speaking about the Charizard of old when he plays that card.
Yeah, I mean, lots of good picks here from all of us. We'll have to see how things play out. I mean, we're only in our day 1 here. I feel like this day has kind of flown by as well.
First of all, I mean, you're still on yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's
Like, you've had the longest day ever. The fact that it's
yeah.
moving quick, I'm very happy for you because at least you'll have some
Yes.
energy for round 8.
Yes, thank goodness indeed. Awesome picks there. But our players who are competing out in the field right now are competing for some very awesome things, Kyle. Let's take a look at what are our prizes here for a regional championship that our players have the possibility to winning. Of course, right up top there, that first place, what everybody wants to put on their resume. A regional champion, that's the title. And if you're in the Masters division, which we are watching on stream today, you get $10,000 that you win as well. And you punch your ticket to our World Championships if you didn't already have everything booked up for that.
The disrespect to the booster packs, you know? How dare you not mention if they are Twilight Masquerade packs? If they aren't Twilight, then you know what? We could throw them out the window. But if they're Twilight Masquerade packs, you better be excited about winning 108 packs there.
Yes.
Yeah, you won what?
Well,
5 digits worth of money, but I want those packs.
I know, I would be excited about opening the packs. I feel like a lot of our winners sometimes don't even open them. They just like store them away.
Yeah, that's the Ryan Sabol strategy of just throw them under your bed for 12 years and then buy a house with it.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that was a super fun match that we just took y'all through. I think that was definitely one for the books that I will remember in my casting career. That is for sure, Kyle. Happy we could do that one together there. But we have another game on the horizon for you, and it's going to be set up pretty quickly here for y'all. So once our players sit down, start setting up, we can discuss their decks a little bit more, but it's going to be a fun one. That is for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited to get into a little more action, and got some players that are likely going to be on that win-and-in situation. Round 8 going to be coming up shortly, and it's still a lot of players that are eyeing up some additional match points. And this is really where the tournament is made, I feel like.
Yes.
You've already done the groundwork. You've got the initial 5 wins. But your tournament really depends on like the next 2 rounds and then the opening 2 rounds of next the day 2. If you're getting the job done in this spot, you have the potential to get lucky, get the right matchups, run into the right person, drawing at the wrong time, and you can find that top 8 pretty easily.
Yeah, and then just figuring out what is going to be in our day 2. I mean, our field is dwindled down exponentially there in our day 2. So kind of having a little bit of a scope of what you're going to be playing against in a day 2, going into it, preparing for that the night before, or at least, you know, scoping out what people are playing around you to kind of see what you're going to be up against is huge. So lots going out there in our field. We're going to be rolling into our round 8 here coming up soon. There's only 9 rounds in our day 1. So you gotta stay tuned because these are gonna be some thrilling ones coming up, but we will see you very shortly after this break.
first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I mean, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Hui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
Welcome back in Pokemon Trainers. We've been taking you through our Swiss rounds here in our day one at our Los Angeles Regional Championships. Look at those beautiful Pikachu medals. That's what our players are playing for. Well, one of the things our players are playing for. I'll tell you what, Kyle, I would be super excited to have a nice little gold Pikachu around my neck. I feel I'd never take it off.
Would you wear that to your league cup that you attend the next week and just flex on all the locals?
Absolutely, I would. I'd probably frame it above my bed, too.
There you go. Yep, give it a kiss every night. That's
yes.
gotta shout out Pikachu.
Well, it's good to be back on the desk here when I didn't even know if I was going to make it to this tournament. I had some travel issues, but now we're making it through here. I'm Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. We're excited to take you into another Swiss round here. I say another one. This is our 8th Swiss round here in our day one, and there's only 9. So this will be our last round that we are in here with you today. So let's make it a good one, Kyle.
That's right. We'll be passing the torch over to Mr. Hegster himself, along with Tablemon Pablo Meza. But in the meantime, we've got a great match lined up here. It's going to be 2 players that are on that winning in opportunity. It's big doings here. We're going to take a look at the top of the tables, though, and my cash cow, Rowan, getting the job done. Keep on
that's what
trucking,
you like
buddy.
to see there, Kyle. Rowan doing it big with the turbo future hands, right?
Yep.
Yep.
See a lot of other names to boot along there. These are all players that have already locked in day 2 contention. Charlie Lockyer, Jake Ewert once more, Kyle Lesnowitz, okay. It's not Sylveon, but he's getting the job done. Haven't seen him in a while. Good to see. Colton Day also. We've got some regionals finalists in there. It's a very fun tournament.
Beautiful to see. Lots of good names on this list, and they're still out there doing a great job in the field. Make sure that you're cheering on these players. Well, any players that you're tracking in our tournament, but of course the ones that are doing well, I'm sure they're feeling good and would love your support. And yeah, it's great to see lots of players succeeding, but hey, this is not the end. This is our players are still out there trying to make it into our day 2, trying to secure a 6-2-1 record at a minimum to get into a day 2. And then that's really only the start. Once you're into day 2, it is an uphill climb from there. So I'm sure all these players here sitting at the top of our standings are feeling good that they are going to be going into a day 2 with a pretty good record so far.
Yeah, this is a big spot. Obviously, the opportunity is at its height. When you get to this point, you're running into great players every single round from this point forward, and you know that your deck has to get the job done if you want to make it into that higher standings in day 2, if you want to have an opportunity to make the top 8, because we're talking upwards of 170 to 200 players that typically are making it into the day 2 at this point, and only 8 of you will convert after 6 more rounds. So bring those additional match points in, and hopefully you'll get the job done.
Yeah, the stress is heightened, the stakes are heightened, and the stream only gets entertaining from here on out. And we're going to jump into another entertaining match here for you all. Make sure you let us know what you think of these decks that are coming up and these players that you're about to see on our stream. I am very excited for this. If y'all think that, or if y'all thought that we had a wild match last time around with the,
we're playing! That is surprising.
It's us! Surprise! Surprise caster battle.
We just run to the table. Yeah, if you didn't know, we've been accumulating match points all day.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna have some really interesting decks coming up here. Will it be more interesting than a Cloth versus Lugia? That is gonna be the question. Because that one's hard to beat, but I don't know. This one might beat it.
Well, if we have a winner, it definitely will be one of my favorite games.
True.
Let's go ahead and take it to the table. Introduce our players here in round 8.
Well, now it's not us sitting here at our table.
I wish.
Here, Kyle. It's going to be Jalen Jones here on the left, playing that Espadra EX with that little Xatu juicing it up as well. I got to say, I have yet to cast over an Espadra, so I'm very excited for this match, Kyle.
All right, yeah. I mean, anyone who's testing for NAIC knows the power of Xatu, as it is paired up very well with Dragapult, but maybe one last ride as it's paired up with the Espadra, loading up energies for the side ball, knockouts left and right, but there's another deck that does a pretty good job of accelerated energies on the other side. That Origin Form Dialga V-Star, along with Metang Metal Maker. It is tried and true now, as we've seen already one regional win. Can it be another?
Yeah, we're going to be making some metal here today. Well, that's what we hope for. Wow, look at these prize cards here. On the left, a lot of Pokemon in both Pokemon League headquarters as well for Jalen Jones. On the right, we see the Prime Catcher as well as one of those Dialga V, but nothing too bad. I mean, you don't want the Prime Catcher ever in there, but I mean, Jalen Jones, I feel like, wins the worst prize cards here today.
The battle you never want to win, yeah. Of
true.
the 3 Xatu line, double Natu in the prize cards is an L. Pink card on the other side, never great to see, but we've got a game on our hands.
Got a game indeed. Well, let's not speak too soon, Kyle. We're going to see the fist bump here from our players, and we're getting into our Swiss round 8 between Jalen Jones and this Espadra deck, starting off with the Klefki and Samuel Sosa. as well, playing Dialga, starting with a Radiant Greninja in the active, going into the deck right off the bat here with a Nest Ball. So going to be checking out what is in the deck. I guess the only perk is that you know exactly what's in your prize cards, because that pink card is so easy to identify.
Yes. Aw. Well, shucks. At least we're not counting 16 energies to see what's going on here. It's going to be a relatively quick search. And
well, you can't count 16. There's only 15, Kyle.
Good. Okay, good. That definitely eases my mind. But there is a difficulty immediately, greeted by the Klefki. And with the mischievous lock in place, basic Pokemon not using their abilities. Poor Radiant Greninja.
I know. So sad. Radiant Greninja is a basic Pokemon. And it's sitting in the active, essentially lacking all utility that it brings here for Samuel. So it's just going to be an energy attach here to a lone Beldum on the bench after a single Nest Ball being discarded, and that's going to be the turn there. So now we're over to Jalen Jones' side of the field. Going to start off with a Buddy Poffin. Definitely a nice turn one card that you'd love to see. You're going to be able to get out 2 basic Pokemon. Hey, it's your favorite, Kyle. 2 basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less.
Wow, sign me up. Yeah, well, definitely don't have to worry about the hit points on these Pokemon. They're babies.
Yes.
That's
They're
30
tiny,
hit points
tiny.
over there. And
30? That's got to be the smallest.
It is tied for the smallest that I've seen, and along with poor little Clefas over there. But when it evolves, ooh, this is the scariest Spothra waiting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I would have guessed that is what it would evolve into, I never would have guessed that, honestly.
Right? It's equivalent to Metapod into the Butterfree.
It's true.
What is happening here?
Yes, and look at this, too. That Spothra coming out, and I could barely tell what it is. It's that's a shiny, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, when you have 562 championship points, you have to flex on the haters. So close
especially if
to
you're
the
playing
invite
Spothra.
here. And yeah, this is a deck that either infuriates your opponent or puts a big smile on their face. This maybe Dialga's the one deck that's like the happy medium.
Yeah,
where it's just
that's
like,
true.
You don't ruin my strategy, but you're still pretty annoying.
Yeah, no, I 100% could see that. I guess if we're discussing these decks, I mean, we've already seen Dialga on the stream, and that was an awesome match to watch for sure against Isaiah Bradner as well, but I have yet to cast over in Espathra. How would you describe this deck, Kyle, for our viewers?
Well, maybe 13 jousts will get the job done. Just take your time. Start to load up. But honestly, I feel like this is a situation where you try to establish a really nice board presence so that when the V-Star comes into play and starts to take those knockouts, you don't miss out on too much. You want to have a direct answer to the Dialga V-Star. A one-hit knockout via the Espathra would be ideal. The issue is you don't have the Zatus to back it up, so it has to be a lot of attaching from that single Zatu in the next few turns while you have this little bit of leeway.
Yeah, that is going to be difficult. Those prize cards showing to be a bit awkward there for Jalen, but I really like these matchups where we get to see both of these decks that kind of take a little bit of initial setup to get to, but then when we're getting those evolutions out, when we're getting rolling, that's when we get to see these decks shine, and then we get to actually discuss the intricacies between the attacks between these decks and what ends up happening there. Of course, that Shuppet on the field there for Jalen as well. Identifying that. We're going to see that Bayonet as well. It's in this deck, too. Not exactly what I predicted it to be in.
This wasn't your caster pick? Come on, take credit for it. I have the Spiritomb.
That's true.
This is definitely we are Team Jalen.
Yeah, no, I covered several decks here, apparently. But here for Samuel Sosa, we're going to see this turn continue.
Yep, when he's not hitting home runs, he's getting Dialga Vs. You have to get that Pokemon into play early and often. Of course, the opportunity to accelerate energies via the Metal Maker is going to be the best way to apply pressure.
Yeah.
You hope to see it early, but it usually takes a little bit of time to work through those item cards and get your deck thin enough to where you start finding those 15 metals over and over again.
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky. We'll have to see how the luck has fallen here today for Samuel. Oh! And by sometimes, I mean right now, Kyle, the Metal Maker going to be able to attach these metal energy. We're making metal out here. on one single Matang meringue pie.
Well, you have the additional energies, of course, which is great to see. Is this ever a turn where you feel like you have an opportunity to move up into the active spot and accelerate a little more from the discard pile?
Yeah, that's true.
The answer is no, I guess. And this is why I didn't like the evolution on the Metang. I didn't state it when it immediately happened, but I feel like you evolved the other Beldum so that you have the opportunity to retreat into the Magnetic Lift and then use that attack, find maybe a better card that gets you out of this situation. And you already have your retreat cost ready to roll for next turn.
That's true. I like that a lot, Kyle.
Well, it
Should've
didn't
said
happen.
sooner. Yeah, that's true. I would have liked it if we saw it. But now we're over onto Jalen's side. Samuel's going to take a moment here to read this Espathra EX. I mean, I will say this deck is definitely known. I don't know. Would you could classify it as rogue, per se?
I'd classify it as tier 2.5, and everyone probably
hope
knows
and a
about it, but
dream.
it's far and few that have tested
Yeah,
a lot of
against it.
games against it. Typically, it's one of those that you theory craft and you understand, oh, I have grass weakness, I'm probably in trouble. Oh, if I use rare candies,
True.
Bayonet's probably going to wreck my face. And this is one where you think, okay, well, maybe if I get to an aggressive start, I can use this Dialga and knock out these Pokemon before the one-hits follow up from the Espathra. But this is a pretty solid start for someone prizing 2 Natus.
I was about to say, I mean, this is pretty nice to see all these cards come together with such awkward prize cards. We're going to see the Radiant Alakazam being sought out here off of that Capturing Aroma.
Yep. I mean, subtle joust here, subtle joust there, and
Move those around.
It can lead to all the difference. A single damage counter is very important in this matchup, as you describe the Psyball attacking for 30 plus 30 damage. You get to a number that incorporates up to, what, 270?
Yeah.
280 is the knockout that you need for the Dialga. You push that damage counter over, it can save you that additional energy at that right time.
Yep, and here Jalen is going now with these Pokemon being benched down. We saw that Xatu being able to accelerate that energy as well for Jalen. That's what we need to see here. Of course, that energy was already on the Klefki, so is going to serve that Klefki to be able to help it retreat back to the bench. And then we're going to just see the knockout here. It's the first one of the game going to Jalen Jones, knocking out a Beldum on the field. And now that Espathra EX is up in the active, and it is it's attacking here, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Metal Blast goes, you don't have to worry about the Dazzling Gaze there. But if you want to use your V-Star, you're talking about 6 energy cards to get the job done. And that doesn't line up very well against Espathra. If there is another one waiting in the wings to take a knockout, you could load that up with some Zatus. Hopefully you draw the right prize cards, and you can continue to accelerate energies.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of energy here coming down onto the fields because, of course, that Espathra EX with the Psy Ball move. It's a 30 base and then also 30 additional damage for each energy that's attached to not only your Pokemon, but your opponents as well.
You think about 6 energies on that Pokemon, you're already in trouble. 210 damage. You haven't even looked at your own energies on the Espathra. You're up to 270 immediately, and that Alakazam, of course, would clear with the Radiant Greninja damage counter. So this is a threat.
Yeah, this is a threat indeed. I always dislike playing against Pokemon that I have to be wary about how much energy I'm attaching, especially you know, when they're making your energy cost go up as well on some of those Pokemon.
You didn't like Starmie V?
No.
Yeah, as an Arceus player, walking into a 300 attack from a Starmie out of nowhere was the saddest thing that could happen to you. And it's very reminiscent as we see the Espathra on this side.
Oh my goodness,
You need so many energies. And Metang is going to go fishing.
Oh, gonna go in with this Metal Maker to see if we can hit any metal. It's just gonna be 1 here for Samuel.
Yeah, then this is the spot. It was only 1, it wasn't 2, so you're not using your V-Star this turn. Values that energy on the other Pokemon now. Sure, you can Metal Blast and deal relevant damage into this Pokemon, but it's a 2-hit knockout, and you're trying to avoid giving up that easy prize to exchange. If you give up 2 prizes on this Dialga this turn, I don't like your chances.
Yeah, I do not either because that is debilitating. We were talking about how this matchup really looks on paper, and it really could go either way for both these players depending on how these initial setups are. And I mean, that's kind of how it goes with these decks that take a lot of this setup, but then once their abilities are rocking and rolling, then it comes down to these intricacies of it. Now really the Espathra EX. And if you can hit those metal makers, what are you going to draw into? That is the question here, but Samuel's just going to be able to do some damage here now onto this Espathra EX. It is going to remain in the active, available for Jalen to strike with it again, potentially in this next upcoming turn.
Yeah, for Jalen now, you can move some of you can move that damage counter from the Radiant Greninja up to the active if you're going for the knockout this turn. If you want to slow down, you have that opportunity to maybe charge up a second Espathra. The issue is if you commit all your eggs to the active basket, you have no way to attack the backup Dialga V-Star if it comes into play next turn. If that Pokemon uses the V-Star attack, Star Chronos, takes the knockout, and then Metal Blasts into your potential Espathra that you could see this turn, game is over.
Yeah, this could actually become really tricky here for our players, but Espathra EX is going to be evolved into, and was this one taken off the prize cards there, the stadium?
This is the other Bayonet with the opportunity to bring back one of those supporter cards. And I like this. You're probably not going to surprise your opponent with a crazy Poltergeist out of nowhere. They don't play too many item cards for that to be a big knockout. And oh, surprise. it's like, hey, me? Were you talking about me, Dad?
Oh, yeah, you made that happen, Kyle, for sure. Oh, we still have a lot to do here on Jalen's side. We just saw that that Xatu being used here now for Jalen.
Yeah, this is the turn we're talking about. You're not committed to the knockout on the active. You throw it on the rigid band. You're just trying to stay around for some additional turns. On a stage 1 Pokemon, you get that damage reduction. Hopefully that's enough to survive the impact of a Metal Blast. If your opponent goes Start Chronos, Boss's Orders, Metal Blast. And it is all on Sammy. This is basically the turn of the game.
You know what, that art like throws me off. I'm like, this thing's psychic.
Listening to their commentary from our players here. Talking about the art thrown off.
Yep.
What's going on?
Working around the typing there to see if there's any relevance there with the resistance.
Yes, lots of purple though. Lots of purple on the field, that is for sure. All right, Samuel Sosa gonna evolve into that additional Metang. Wow, there's so many Metang here on the field now. Dialga V-Star now up to 5 energy on it.
Yep, we've seen players, well, they've talked about these situations exactly. You get down to the bottom, 8 cards, 12 cards, whatever it may be. You start to know what is left in your deck, and you can start to sort through using that Metal Maker specifically at the right time. Not only are you going to have all the energies to close out, but drawing into the boss's orders, you can basically guarantee that you'll know where it is when the Radiant Greninja draws into it, if it is one of the cards that's not in your hand yet.
Yes, yeah, and there's plenty of Metal Makers out on the field here for Samuel, especially after the Super Rod now shuffling all those energy back into the deck as well. There's ample amount of energy happening. Now we're going to see this first Metal Maker for the entire turn here from Samuel. And
it's okay. We got a couple more shots.
We got a couple more indeed. That's going to be our second Metal Maker.
If that one missed all the way, then this one has to hit pretty hard.
Yes. Yeah, there's only so many cards left in the deck here for Samuel, so you know it's going to hit at some point here. Now that brings us up to those 6 energy that we were talking about there on that Dialga V-Star. Now using the V-Star power of that Star Chronos that we saw in our last Dialga game too, Kyle.
Yep, this is how you get the job done. And clearly you already have that knockout lined up, and then you're trying to take a knockout here if you can. If you can remove that Espathra in play, is the only relevant Pokemon left. 260, you're talking about that Rigid Band as well, so you need to deal 300 damage to get the job done. Metal Blast, 40 plus 40. It's got to be enough energies, right?
There's got to be. Well, a Super Rod is definitely going to get some more energy back into the deck here for Samuel. Just one, though, going back in there.
Well, we've seen the attachments onto this Dialga V-Star, but who cares? If this one wins the game, I think we'll be okay.
Yes, that is for sure. This is our additional turn here from Samuel, trying to piece things together. It's our second medal maker here. Those energy are coming down now, one onto the active and one onto the bench.
7 energies is 280. You need the 8th energy to get the job done. Have we not seen the attachment?
No, I don't think we've seen the attachment.
Okay, there's Super Rod still there. I mean, maybe my math's wrong, but this, I'm a little worried now.
What?
It's 40 plus 40, I suppose. So we're 7 times 4 to 42, 80. No, it's okay. It is enough to get the job done there. Good. Yeah, 7 times 4 is 280, plus the initial from the 40 gets you to that 320. Into the rigid is minus 30, it's 290.
Oh my gosh.
It's just enough.
Just enough there. Wow, yeah, that's going to be the knockout. Took a little bit of math here.
I'm like, the's so many energies on this other Dialga,
Yes.
and I don't care about it right now. It's just remove that one, and we'll be
Yes.
okay.
Absolutely, but it's going to get us there now. Samuel was able to pull things off here, get all of these energy out onto the field. Where do you think this goes from here, Kyle? I mean, this is looking fantastic for our Dialga player.
Yeah, this is a spot where Jalen doesn't have much that he can accomplish on this turn.
Yeah.
Hero's Cape hanging on to the little baby in the back, trying to buy an additional turn to evolve into a Spathra, and
Yeah.
you just want to sacrifice this Bayonet at this point, get your opponent down to 1 prize card remaining, and then hang on to the hit points of a Spathra, hope that there's no more boss's orders to be found, and you just have a lot of hit points in the active.
It is kind of funny to see the Flittles now 130 HP, though.
Who you calling a chump?
I'm 130. Oh my gosh, that is wild. Well, Jalen gonna be just thinning out the deck here now. Shuffling back up once again.
I mean, you talked about the energies that we saw. 15 energies in this list.
Yes.
12 energies in play. Are there scenarios where Metang is trapped in any points? There's
Yeah,
There's a
that's
couple
true.
ways where maybe you get your opponent to overextend and you can surprise them. We haven't seen switching cards in these Dialga lists. They have no way to pick up Pokemon as well. Bayonet loves snagging that Iono. Klefki is going to do its job.
Yep, it's going to get that Iono back, and then it is gone off the field after it activates that. Of course, we did see that Xatu put an additional energy out onto that Flittle, as well as the attach for turn, and now it's Klefki up in the active position here, going to Samuel's side of the field that we're working with.
Yeah, this is very wise from Jalen to promote the Klefki and have that Mischievous lock in play.
Yes.
Reduces the potential of Radiant Greninja finding the boss's orders, but Pokegear will find it, and Jalen knows what that means. Let's go to game 2.
The boss's orders is going to secure it here for Samuel. That is going to be it for our game 1 between these players, and Dialga is going to take things down here. Should I say Origin Form, Dialga V-Star. What a name.
Put some respect on my name.
Yes.
The battle of 30 plus 30 compared to 40 plus 40. Surprising that 40 plus 40 did a little bit better.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I will say, though, there would be no Origin Form Dialga V-Star without those Metangs carrying all the weight there. I mean, that truly is the key that unlocked this deck for sure.
Yep.
Being able to make those medals and get the job done here for Samuel. That's what we need to see. But honestly, I still feel like it is very even between these players. Was there any point in this match where things just looked like it was slipping that maybe Jalen could have done different, Kyle?
I mean, there was an opportunity to maybe attach all the energies to the active Espathra and then full send that knockout, put your opponent in a situation where they're using Star Chronos for not a KO, whatever it may be. But the main issue was the prize cards. The second that we saw the double Natu in there, you know you're not going to keep up with the energy acceleration of Metal Maker.
Yeah,
You're
that's
only
true.
bringing 1 energy into play each turn along with your attachment. It's just too slow when your opponent is throwing down 6 energies a turn.
Yeah, I mean, those prize cards were super awkward there for Jalen. So hopefully we see a little bit of better odds here for both of our players. But that's the thing that is really troubling about these decks that you go against, that they need that initial setup and then they're popping off. But if you're playing against that, you want to be able to pop off first and be able to debilitate your opponents and take out their initial setup. But when you're not able to do that, because you also take some initial setup, then it really comes down to the long game. Who's able to stick things out longer and take just enough knocks, have just enough resources to be able to secure this win. And I think it might genuinely come down to what you said, Kyle, is finding the right cards, making enough metal, and then that 40 plus is just a little bit more than that 30 plus.
I'm pretty sure they don't put music into the headsets, but Jalen's not going to let that stop him. Still having a great time here, and although down a game and not seeing the full potential of his deck that game, this is a deck that really focuses on having some disruption, taking advantage of that league headquarters into some basic Pokemon, shutting off abilities with the Klefki, disrupting the items with Bayonet. There's so many different ways that you can ruin an opponent. And Sammy's just like, energy pass, I'm going to Metal Maker 3 turns, you're donezo.
Yes,
But Jalen's going to keep fighting. It's up to those Zatus to give you that opportunity, or just 7 mulligans. We're up to 3 now.
Oh my goodness, are we? Wow. Well, I mean, that's what you want to see if you're not the player mulliganing, that's for sure. You're able to take an additional card for each of your opponent's mulligan that happens. So it's going to be a lot of extra cards here for Jalen, and I would honestly be jamming out too, because that's what you want to see, as much
free
help
card. Give me
you
the
can
free
get.
card.
I didn't even question the jamming because the music's playing in my ears. So I was like, yeah, I'm jamming too.
They do not get to listen to the broadcast, or else I would be giving them vivid instructions on how to end games.
You know what Jalen's jamming out to right now? White noise.
He's stuck in a wind tunnel.
White noise.
Oh, Klefki's not going to play this time around. Other prize cards, not too bad.
Yes.
We're set for a great game, too, and we're going to get things underway.
All right. I mean, maybe those nest ball could hinder Samuel in the initial setup of this game, but well, we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. But I believe in both of these decks to hopefully have some solid starts here. We're starting on Jalen's side. That little flittle in the active, capturing Aroma, is going to roll a Tails for us this time around. So it's going to be a basic Pokemon.
Yep. All about finding the initial setup with a bunch of stage 1s in the deck. You have to have the basic Pokemon down on the opening turn to really take advantage of the opening turn. Going first, and you don't have to worry about being knocked out, thankfully. So
yeah, that's true.
I know you're nervous up there. You're going to be just fine.
A little 30 HP, but definitely going to be able to hang on here. Wow, you love to see this. Flittle in the active. We have a Natu, now a Shuppet, and now another Flittle. That is great because you need these Pokemon down to be able to establish them in the later turns and kind of play around with these different strategies that this deck holds. It does have a lot of potential if you can get those resources out early enough to utilize them in the future. Samuel Sosa now on the other side, starting us off with an Ultra Ball, discarding one of those many Metal Energy.
Yep, you love to know where those are. You can keep those in the discard pile and find them with the Super Rod. Once you get to that mid-stage, late stage of the game, you've already burned through all the Pokemon, all the items, most of the supporters, and you're just trying to Metal Make into those big knockouts to clean up Espathras at the end. So throw those away as soon as you can. Try to make up for the fact that you just gave away 3 minutes of the clock to mulligans. And see if you can close out a game 2 with a nice setup.
Yes, indeed. Well, that Radiant Greninja is coming out onto the field, but it's actually going to be able to be used this time, Kyle.
Hurrah!
Very nice. You know, you gave your opponent a ton of cards off the mulligan. Now you'd like to draw some yourself to see what you can do with this starting hand. Another Metal Energy hitting the discard pile here now to draw into 2. That's going to get us into a Beldum, which is great to see to start establishing this board state here. It's just going to be an attach now to the Zamazenta and a pass.
This is the kind of setup that Jalen has been begging to see. It's a basic Pokemon, receiving energies. You could use the league headquarters. You can use the Espathra. It lines up so well, and your opponent only played 1 Beldum. Maybe they cannot keep up with the pressure that you can put on. And we're going to see the Bayonet EX in this point. Item blocking? early, when you only see one Beldum,
Interesting.
how do you find your Pokemon if the items aren't there?
Yeah, that is true. That Ultra Ball discarding 2 Professor's Research to bring out that Bayonet EX. We also have the evolution into Zatu as well as Espathra EX into a 3rd Professor's Research being shown on this turn. All of them in the discard pile now. I mean, I guess this is what the 3 mulligans got you, huh? God.
That is, yeah, that is gasoline we're cooking with. And
yes.
Usually that's not how you cook, but we're going to use that to get a pretty solid hand. Bayonet not using an energy from the Clairvoyant Sense. So another basic energy could lead to 2 additional cards, an energy accelerated, and then you get to put on pressure with the Bayonet, shut down some of those item cards from your opponent, and build up that Espathra that could just run through the board.
Yeah, this is epic to see. I love to see this here from Jalen. Espathra getting a nice showing here on our stream. Cooked up some nice little buddy poffins here.
With the gasoline?
With the gasoline to bring out our little Shuppet and our Natu on the bench. So even furthering this board here for Jalen Jones.
You start to think about the benefits of that Shuppet. It can evolve into the Bayonet. You can use that to go back-to-back boss's orders with that big Espathra. You can basically mimic the turn of a Dialga V-Star, except your opponent does play the game. And you'll still take those big knockouts, and just the pressure that you put on with the Bayonet. Yeah, you walk into the Metal Shield, but your opponent's just using Radiant Greninja and hoping for supporter.
Exactly. Well, that Bayonet doing some work here, and we did get that Pokemon League headquarters as well. Not 2 in the prizes this time, thankfully, so that's out on the field now. Limiting Samuel just a little bit there with the cost of the moves here.
Yep.
And
Jalen was really hoping to not see Metang. That was typically a card you hope your opponent has to use Ultra Ball for, which is in the hand for Samuel, but it was found, which means that your opponent will accelerate energies. So you're both kind of at that standstill point. I think if you give Sammy too much time, he will find a way to set up a big Dialga. So the clock is definitely ticking here.
well, we're going to see one of those boss's orders. One was discarded earlier off of an Ultra Ball, I believe. So now this is our second one we're seeing hit the discard pile here for Samuel to bring up that Zatu. And this is the Pokemon that you definitely want to see out on the field. Luckily, there is another Natu on the bench already for Jalen coming up there. But now it's actually just bossed into the active and stalled out here because we're on Jalen's side now. And whoa, look at that. And now it's gone.
Yep. the hidden bird, Turo, is going to move that Pokemon. And you can just replay it back down, have that Natu
awesome
for next turn. Bayonet as that guaranteed supporter later on is going to be nice, and just buying time. That's the name of the game. Your opponent burned a boss's orders, which we know is a valuable resource in a matchup where your opponent's targeting back-to-back Espathra or whatever it may be, and the energies are flying around, but you're not attacking. There's a headquarters,
look at that.
buddy.
There's a headquarters there. Does require another energy here, so even though trying to, couldn't get through.
Smile through the pain.
You got to take a look at your surroundings here. We're in the league headquarters right now as our stadium for play. Tax of basic Pokemon, that's a huge factor of this. Cost 1 additional energy.
I just got LeBron James dancing in my head saying, we go into the league.
Appropriate. Well, that Zatu being used here now from Jalen, as well as that Bayonet that's jumping out of there off the field and getting that Turo right back to the hand to be able to utilize it once again. That Flittle now in the active position here for Jalen. I love that combo.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It lines up so well. I mean, the 1 energy retreat isn't a big deal, but you don't want to use your energies the wrong way. You want to attach as many as you can to a Espathra so that you can take advantage of these knockouts. You know 100% of the time you're bringing up that Espathra, but it's still correct to bring up that free retreat Pokemon. Just think about it before you go through the actions. And it's just a nod to a player with a bunch of championship points trying to get the job done.
Yep. You got a little floater out there that's able to help you retreat here. They're adding up the damage here now. You know, it's counting that 30 for each energy attached to both Pokemon as well as the 30 base as well. So that's going to take the knockout there on that Zamazenta that had all of that energy attached to it. Now wiped off the field here for Samuel. So one run prize card down here for Dalen, but at least we're not locked on item cards anymore.
Is this just Mew and Prey? I didn't see what the last card was, but you start to get nervous. Maybe it is a supporter as we see the origin form Dialga.
Yes.
V-Star, only 2 energies on that Pokemon, so it's not nearly as much of a threat as you'd like it to be just yet. And that's just a nod to Jalen's strategy, slowing him down. It's Iono. That's 6 fresh cards.
6 fresh cards that are much needed right now. Not even a hand to shuffle here for Samuel.
We didn't get to see the legendary Iono that can't be played when your opponent also has no cards.
Oh, that's wild,
yeah,
actually.
that's one of my favorite debates. It's like, oh, it's actually part of the way the card reads.
Yeah, I've never even thought about that. that sort of situation happening, but hey, I guess it's a possibility there. Well, we're gonna see this Metal Maker here now from Samuel, and it's gonna be nothing there, just a whiff.
I love that you said possible, and sure enough, he does whiff every single energy. He still used the ability. It just stunk.
Yes, unfortunately, can't hit every time, huh? Oh.
Well, the benefit of not seeing the energies is your opponent can't knock you out.
Yeah, it's not as much damage, I guess. Not enough damage output there, but still, I don't know. Like, where do you even put this board state right now, Kyle, between both our players?
I still don't feel comfortable if I'm Jalen at this point. Your opponent, and if they're able to find 6 energies on that Dialga V-Star, it's the same turn we were talking about last game, which is Star Chronos, Boss's Orders, Metal Blast into a Spathra, and you can close the game out. Removing both those Pokemon from play, regardless of how much damage is on your Dialga, still probably going to lead to a victory. And that's why we see Jalen say, no way, buddy. I'm going to play down the cape, avoid the Star Chronos taking a knockout on me. You're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way with the blast.
Yeah, that nice Metal Blast, which does, require quite a bit of energy as well. That is tough. Wow. Well, Kumite coming out. That was off of the, that was in hand off the Iono?
I guess so.
Yeah, wow, okay.
It works out that way, and I mean, we see, what, 4 metal energy in the discard? It looked like 15 total in this deck list.
And only 2 on board, so
no
they're
Super
out
Rod
there.
to juice the odds. But
Not yet.
You have to think that there's an opportunity to see 6 energies this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we very well could see it. I guess we're going to have to see what Samuel hits here. We're going to use our first Metal Maker, and that is not a great start that we want to see. It's just going to be big old 0 energy being attached there off of that. The rest of those cards shuffled up, going to the bottom of the deck now. We're going to jump in for our second Metal Maker. That's 2 already, Kyle.
Well, you see enough energies to where if you get to 5 energies, you can take the knockout. With the Metal Blast, you're not terribly concerned about working in the Star Chronos this turn, but also, are you going to get the benefit of that attack in this game? I'm not sure anymore when you're looking at no Dialga on the bench.
Yeah, that is difficult. It's like, where do you go from here, I guess?
You put all your eggs in this basket, and it's full now.
It is full.
You have an Ultra Ball, and you could lose your A-Spec to find a Dialga, but then you have no hand, nothing to work with. You're just completely relying on your prize cards from that point.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous spot to be in when you're trying to close out this series.
That is a very dangerous spot indeed. That's not what we want to be seeing here. But unfortunately, that's how things are happening. That's how they're shaping up here for Samuel Sosa. Like you said, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can deal a bunch of damage here. It's not a knockout. It's 220 is.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's going to be short.
Oh, no.
He's terrified to hear that.
Oh, shoot, yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, he can't even use the attack because of the ability. He's like, I can't.
Yeah,
he's not allowed to make the mistake that is Star Chronos in this spot.
Wow. Saved by the Espathra EX, requiring an additional energy with that ability there.
I mean, it's 260. You go up to 360, then
I'm sorry.
you have what? You have 240 hit points remaining. The attack phase has already been announced, so now you're in the attack phase. you have to make a choice.
Yeah.
You can only use the only legal play, which is Metal Blast.
That's what Samuel announced, Metal Blast.
No, I think he was trying to use Star Chronos because he tried to flip the V-Star
No, he
marker.
was, but then now he's doing Metal Blast.
Okay, yeah. So which inadvertently takes the knockout, which he wasn't going to take.
My goodness.
He didn't want to take the knockout. Boo.
Yeah. That's.
He was forced to make the right play.
Kyle, sometimes, you know.
I mean, there's a world where you just do this, and then you boss Zords the other Spathra, and there's no Turo, and you have that relevant damage in play. We don't live in that world. There's a Shuppet on the bench. Bayonet could just grab the Turo, remove all the damage, and then Samuel cries on the spot. So.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
I think this was a great call for Samuel to have
great
to use Metal
inadvertent call.
Blast.
Here we go.
Calculated move.
Super calculated here, but hey, I mean, it was messy when we got there, Kyle. It was messy.
It's still 2 prize cards on the board.
Exactly,
that's all that matters.
Exactly. And now Samuel's actually leading in the prize trade here. Only 4 left to take to potentially get that 2-0 and take things down here in this match. But Jalen is still jamming here. We got that Flittle in the active position for Jalen, and lots of cards to work with for the hands.
Potentially the 3rd Xatu could be in play next turn. Energies could be flying left and right onto this Spathra to clean up what would likely be that second Dialga V, Dialga V Star, whatever it ends up being. And I suppose that's what Sammy was going for when he tried to continue to play. He wanted to go, he's like, oh, I don't have this additional turn.
Yeah.
Now I want to use Ultra Ball for Dialga, so at least I have that to potentially save me. This is a spot now where you don't have that Pokemon. You're walking into league quarters in a Spathra, and you're probably only attacking with basic Pokemon like Zamazenta in this spot. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because you don't have that extra turn now.
Yeah, that is actually tough to see here, but you are completely correct there, Kyle. Just kind of unfortunately walking into this scenario here, and Jalen Jones being able to establish everything needed to carry out these ending turns, where Samuel Sosa stuck with a Radiant Greninja in the active after that knockout on that Dialga V-Star. All those resources now gone to the discard pile. Super Rod is going to allow him to bring some of them back in those 3 Metal Energy, joining back into the deck here for Samuel. But Jalen Jones now 3 prize cards left in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we're in dangerous territory. 12 minutes remaining. Samuel already has that 1 victory in the beginning, that game 1, but trying to build on that second one, it's going to be an uphill climb.
Yes.
Iono is played. Have to see that Dialga V so you can potentially start to build on that Pokemon here. It's gonna have to be. And we'll see what is that Nest Ball?
Yeah, Nest Ball. That'll get us something here.
Just enough.
Just enough indeed. That Dialga V full art coming down onto the field for Samuel. Making metal. On to make some metal.
Wondering if you ever see the Mew just get loaded up with the Metal Maker to use Psyball for the knockout in a spot like this. You could
that would be wild.
Copy the attack and just throw 6 energies on the Mew to take the knockout out of nowhere. That's off the top ropes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's pretty wild. For some reason, I was thinking Metal Maker only attaches to metal Pokemon, but no, it's just metal energy.
Yep.
So
you can
you're right.
You can do dumb things with that Mew if you want to, and I love dumb things.
That is true. I really do feel like sometimes Mew is pretty underutilized in some of these decks that actually run it, you know?
I mean, there's a lot of times where your opponent played a Radiant Greninja, you boss it, and then you snipe, and they're like, wait, what? How did Dialga just snipe me? But it does come up. It doesn't seem like the right play in this spot to go for something that aggressive.
Yeah.
You still have time. Your opponent's not going to boss his orders for not a knockout on the Dialga in this situation, so clearly there should be an opportunity to incorporate that Star Chronos and maybe build up a Pokemon that can't be KO'd.
Yep, you have that Dialga V now on the bench getting built up there on Samuel's side to hopefully be able to take things home. That is our best efforts that we can give here. Making sure to stack these energy down. As Spathra EX on Jalen's side, Just that Radiant Greninja in the active, though. That third Zatu
Triple.
coming down. Clairvoyant Sense, it does say once during your turn, but we got a bunch of them.
Stack them.
Stack them up.
Triple stacker.
I mean, it is like a totem pole, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It lines
Just
up
stack
very
'em.
well. It's just build up these Pokemon. The issue is finding psychic energies, which is
That's
the
true.
only reason that we see this slowing
Multiple
down.
aren't being used, yeah. Exactly. Still have to have the Psychic. If only I had drawn it out of the deck, that would be pretty wild, but it's just going to be some damage on this Radiant Greninja. Nock's going to get the knockout there. Now we're back to Samuel's side here.
And Jalen did what he needed to do. Both Espathra have 2 energies on them.
Yep.
They're in a situation where, regardless of what the Dialga V-Star, inevitable V-Star, would do, whether it be Chronos into Metal Blast, or immediately going into a Metal Blast and threatening, you're going to likely have the answer for a one-hit knockout on that Dialga V-Star. And Samuel cannot make 2 threats at this time, as you see him go for up double.
Yeah. Yes. Meldum coming out here.
And I think this just is a nod to the fact that you're all in on this Dialga. The Dialga V-Star is going to come into play.
Yeah.
And you just go for the YOLO Mew play at the end if you have Super Rods and Mew.
I think, honestly, I think you're right.
That's
That's
it
your
at
only
this
option,
point. So
really.
put 4 Metang out there and put the whole deck on that Mew or that Dialga at the end and see if it gets there.
Yeah, that is really your only choice. I mean, when you look at Dialga, just on paper, like you look at the list, it's tiny. Like, it's so simple what it actually contains. It's all like the same stuff.
This is the meat and potatoes of the TCG.
Exactly. And I think that's why people have really chosen to pick it up and start playing with it because, you know, it did fantastic in Indianapolis, taking it down, and now people are like, wow, it functions? Let's play it. Let's keep going here.
Samuel not taking the 3rd Metal Energy there.
What?
Sufficed with just the 3 on the Dialga. And I assume that this is just a 3 energy Metal Blast play that you're going for in this spot.
Yes.
It's calculated that this is the number that doesn't get me knocked out. We'll see if that's correct.
Yeah, we will see if that's correct indeed. Because doubles the energy here for both of our Pokemon coming up. But this is 3 here on this Dialga V-Star. Metal Blast is going to be hitting 40 damage for each energy, metal energy, I should say, that's attached to that Dialga V-Star. Now it's up to Jalen, really.
Yep. You think about
Take it out.
There's that resistance that you have to think about. So there's the reduction on
True.
that grass Pokemon there in the active spot. Retreating this Pokemon using Super Rod, drawing into additional psychic energies is also on the line too. So if you want to have an opportunity to draw more psychic energies, you can. But he's just finding them anyways. That's the second one now. And the third one is found. He's building.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he just
that's
found
another one.
energy. 1, 2, 3. That's math. Math is happening.
Stop. Honestly, resistance doesn't come into play very often, so that is a good thing to note.
This is 10 when you include the base damage. So you're dealing 300 down to 270. So you're 10 short. We're Turo Alakazam shenanigans away.
Oh.
But I don't think we see that just yet. But if this Pokemon is removed from play, you can Alakazam from the Radiant Greninja and then clean up with the other Espathra.
wow.
This game's going to get wild. 6 minutes remaining.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh, 270 here with that
This is a
side
bloodbath.
ball.
This is just slugging left and right, damage all over the place. We don't get to play Pokemon like this anymore, and it's so fun to see ridiculous numbers back and forth as both players are trying to find the answer.
Yeah, I mean, really, both sides are seeing evolutions. We're seeing tons of energy. We're seeing tons of damage counters. But everything seems to be holding on here, Kyle, in this game.
1 energy left in deck. This is a deck with 15 energy. And
They're all in the discard pile.
It has to be Super Rod, and we're not seeing it.
Well, there's already, I mean, how many super rods?
He has access to
4
one
super
other
rod.
energy in his hand and 1 energy in the deck. So you cannot use Star Chronos into an Espathra. This is... Oh, you better not play into... Okay, don't play into the headquarters now. This is dangerous, but this works. You can take the knockout on the Espathra, get the prize cards you need, and it is all in on Super Rods plus Muse. Super Rod is in the prize card still, and that's a scoop.
Scoop at that moment? There? That, yeah, you're right. That's a scoop there. And we're going to a game.
Keep dancing, my guy. Look at you.
Jalen Jones dancing to that white noise. I love to see it. Hey, I would be dancing too after that long, super extended game between both of these players. And Jalen was able to take things down with multiple Espathra just switching back and forth and slowly taking knockouts here until that eventual concede from Samuel.
I'm playing it back in my head. I'm thinking about things that happened. I think in the beginning, that Ultra Ball that was played, there was a Super Rod there that was lost.
Yeah.
Probably one played in the middle of the game, one in the prize cards. So were there enough energies to go all in on a Mew at the end of the game? If you know that information is a no, you get out of there and you try to win a crazy Game 3 with a couple minutes remaining. I suppose that is the best use of our time here. But a great use of time for Jalen, stalling with that Banette in the beginning. And it turns into a quick knockout on Zamazenta. And the back and forth slugfest begins. This was my favorite turn of the tournament so far. You're forced to take the win, buddy. Take that knockout and try to keep going.
I'm excited when the players watch that one back to see
like, well, you wanted to do this, but no. I'm gonna make you.
Let's take a look at these prize cards there. I mean, the Zamazenta was in there. There was a Dialga V in there as well. And we're going quick here.
Boo.
Samuel already took a turn.
We got 3 minutes left. I'm not.
Oh, no.
I don't know about those prize cards.
No.
This is a spot where Jalen could have an opportunity. We see no Beldum in play. We saw no Buddy pop in. It was just bench Mew, attach energy, go.
Yeah.
Jalen could find the right cards, send up a Cleffa, give up a free prize, and then just go crazy on that Dialga with 2 minutes remaining.
Hey, that's how I hope it turns out here. But do I think that's going to happen? Yeah, not super likely here. It's just going to be a bunch of Pokemon coming down here.
Not Flittle!
No energy. Flittle's going down to that Dialga V-Star that has already been evolved. I mean, we missed the initial turn from Samuel. So, yeah, now we're into an origin form. Dialga V-Star taking out a little Flittle.
Stall. Use the boss. Draw the cards. Try to buy time.
Do the things. Exactly. And we're going to see the grasping draw here from that Cleffa, getting us some utility into this this card draw here. It's free to do.
Seeing that EX Pokemon in play, it's kind of got me scared.
A little bit.
There's a minute 40 left, and
Samuel's
is
moving
playing
fast.
just as fast as you need to in this situation.
Exactly.
Take knockouts. Don't even think twice. If you get it down to 3 prize cards before as you pass that turn over to Jalen, if he draws that card, there is a world where you can take this. And we already know that Star Chronos stealing those turns in time is
that's true.
The craziest thing that we see on this stream. And there's another opportunity here now.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic showing here if we could see that once again.
Jalen will not be dancing to that.
No.
If you take turn 1, 2, or 0, 2, and 3, 0, 1, and 3,
yes,
then that turn 2 is so sad.
It is. That is definitely true. But hey, that's the power of Dialga V-Star, being able to warp time and space here. Wait, is it just time?
I think in combination with Palkia, they get it done as a team.
Time, I think. Or I don't know, one of those.
No, well, Giratina ends up helping in one of those forms, too.
What's
I didn't play the video
do?
game. Or not very well, at least.
Well, we're at least seeing some cards flying here for Jalen.
Run away.
We're seeing those clairvoyant sense, accelerating that energy, drawing those cards here for Jalen Jones. Bayonet now in the active here. 2 energy attached with that rigid band here. And that's just going to be the everlasting darkness. We saw this in our last game as well. It's just going to be that 30 damage, and then your opponent is not allowed to play item cards.
Ooh. Uh-oh, we saw surprises.
Whoa.
We saw some cards.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Many things just happened. Yeah, I was like just saying that, and I was like, wait, what's being played right now? I'm like, you can't play item cards as an Ultra Ball goes down. No, Kyle.
Yep.
Why is this happening right at the end here? Sheesh. Okay, are we just taking it back? Like,
and this technically matters as far as medal makings go, so we do have to go through all of this. There's still a game to be played, honestly. This is turn 0 for Samuel. You find the energies with the medal maker. You can steal that turn and take turn 0 and turn 1.
Yeah.
Take the knockout. Hope that Jalen plays down an EX and then knock it out.
Hope.
Because you can't knock out the Bayonet right now. It's not in the cards. The Prime Catcher, if that was a card you drew and you weren't item locked and this was another world, that'd be great. But yeah,
if anything, that's not happening on the board right now. Love it, love it.
Oh, this isn't enough. Well, it's turn 0, actually. So you give turn 1 away. You take turn 2 and turn 3. We're still in the spot where your opponent has to play down an EX. Don't do it, Jalen.
Don't do it. Hey, honestly, at this point, I could see it happening, Kyle. I could see anything happening here from our players. This has been a whirlwind of a game both ways.
I've had such a good time. It is going to be a double prize penalty for the illegal search there after using the Ultra Ball. But I think no harm, no foul there. I don't believe Jalen has the prize cards in him this time.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Hate to see it play out like this, Kyle, but we're still going here. We're at least going to see a clairvoyant sense from that Xatu, attaching that energy to the field, drawing into an additional 2 cards for Jalen.
All right, Espathra, can you get there? I don't think so. It'd have to be a lot. He's counting to try to see if there is a world, because you see the Mew there in play. Maybe there actually would be turn 1 and turn 3 that could get the job done.
Yeah, this is turn 1 at the moment, right? Yes.
Espathra dealing 210, which turns into 180. Still going to be short in that regard. So it's going to be slow and steady, shut off the items, and hope to hang around.
Yep, this is where things kind of, should I say, flittle out, Kyle?
They certainly do. Oh, the turn is stolen.
Once
Samuel.
again, I'll say I did not expect that to happen the first time it happened on stream, and I sure did not expect it to happen again.
Has to knock out Little Flittle once more, but that is just 1 prize card remaining, which is 1 short here. And that should be a tie for our players.
Yep, they just confirmed it. I heard it straight from the players themselves. Kyle, we have somehow casted our way into another tie here on the stream.
Yeah, who's doing interviews? Because they're just back there eating potato chips all day. Skarzig's having a dream day.
Yes, unfortunate turn of events. We're going to end up in another tie here in our stream match, which is sad. I would have loved to hear from either of these players on their deck choice, what they've gone against. I mean, both of them seeing success with their chosen decks, both in the Origin form, the Alga V-Star, and that Espathra that is so rare to see. I mean, it's pretty unlikely you hit it in the field, and to see it on stream is even better.
Well, we saw in the opening game, Jalen certainly had an advantage as far as game knowledge going into this matchup.
Yes.
This is one where he's probably seen plenty of Dialga, but Dialga has not seen plenty of him.
Yeah.
He was able to capitalize a little bit in the beginning, using that Klefki to slow things down, try to set up some relevant Pokemon, but it just wasn't enough. The math eventually overtook, and 40s are better than 30s. Game 2 was a different game, though. We saw that Zamazenta was the focus in the beginning. It doesn't work well into the league headquarters, into the ability of Espathra. We just saw the knockouts fly in. This was a wild turn. No knockout available when you use the Star Chronos, but Metal Blast accidentally gets the job done, takes the knockout on the cape. And Jalen still had a little more up his sleeve from that point. Got it to a game 3.
Yep, yeah. I mean, it went all the way up till the end there. We were debating how many energy were left in the deck. There weren't any super rods that we saw that there was access to, or enough at least for Samuel to take things home. And that brought us to this game 3 here. There was not much time left though. We did go into turns, which means we ran out of time, and at the start of 0, our starting player is turn 0, and you get 3 additional turns. But if neither player is able to take all of their prize cards, that means we result in 1 tie once again here on the stream.
Yep.
Kyle, who do you think you were rooting for there?
I don't know. I just like to see finishes at this point. It'd be cool for Jalen, obviously, very close to that Worlds invite to have that opportunity. But Samuel was fighting so hard to get through all of the adversity and all of the awkwardness of the draws, of seeing new cards, of trying to work through all the attacks and the abilities against him. If he did get the job done, that would have been quite the heroic tale too.
Yes, that is true. I think it definitely could have gone either way, and both of those decks were cool, interesting decks that we were both rooting for, especially Jam and Jalen, you know?
He had a great time. Nobody can tell him otherwise. And of course, both these players still have that opportunity to continue to build on their success in the final round, which will be coming up shortly. But we're ready to take a look at some tweets, and what better than one of our favorites, Mr. Christopher Shemansky.
Yes, out there taking some snapshots here of the player fields. More than 2,400 hashtag play Pokemon TCG players are underway here in LA for the final regional championship of the 2024 Championship Series. And that is a big thing here, Kyle. I cannot believe how quickly this season has flown by, but we are just at the end here. This is our last North American Regional Championship. We're ending things off here in Los Angeles, and look at all these players that showed up and showed out to play here for the trading card game.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal experience and opportunity for a lot of these players, not only to play against some of the best, but also get a little more of that gameplay under your belt before you go into the North American International Championships. You have an opportunity to get the rest of those championship points to move into Worlds. And is this guy going to be at Worlds? Because I don't want to play against him.
Yo.
Drip so hard. Dripped up and ready to start gaming.
I can't even look at the picture. The profile picture is so cute.
Cubone Drip. Yep.
I love this. Cubone Drip here. Dripped up. Ready to start gaming.
All right, I want to know, do you have a young child that had those Jordans, or did you buy those for Cubone? Because that would be quite the tale if you went out and purchased those for your new son.
I'll tell you what, our TCG gamers need to step things up because our PG's carrying the cuteness out there with the drip.
Oh, yes, there we go. Leon out here once more. Ready to go X and 3. Yeah, we've heard this story before, but this is I mean, well, this is what everyone says. They're going to go out here and lose, and then they end up dominating. I've seen the Leon cosplay up at the top tables before. And yeah, you can't play the card anymore, but you can definitely show out with that crazy hair.
Yeah, Leon's still coming out here and rocking it up for the TCG here. That is awesome to see. I've seen Leon so many times, like in our posts and walking around, but have yet to meet our Leon cosplayer.
I believe I played them at a tournament a few years back, and it was not a fun experience for him. I was playing like Pidgeot Bird Stall, and it was like just a Rangaroo recycling over and over again. I just ruined his day.
That's really tragic, actually. All right, well, we got Lisa here with a cute. I'm sorry.
This is great.
I can't. It reminds me of my dog.
The bombastic side eye. Just wanted to sleep, not be photographed. But you know what? When you're that cute, Bruce, we're gonna snap some pics.
Yes, absolutely, and you love to see it. Watching the stream there in the background, that awesome viewer party here. Whoa! Check out that fresh cut.
I think Bruce needs some love. We have Frank Powell. Maybe we need like Dialga Bruce or something so that we can find an opportunity to show Bruce off a couple more times. That is absolutely sick. I love that. Has the Pokeball etched into the back of the head. Professor Richie is back with the Pokeball fade. Do you think that they already know that going in, or do they have to look up the Pokeball?
I feel like they look it up, right?
Well,
what if you mess it up?
Yeah, I mean that's true. You don't. You don't get to come back from this.
The amount of times I have accidentally inversed like which color is on which top or bottom.
I mean, the TCG ball is opening from the bottom on the actual. Have you looked at the back of a TCG card? The white part is opening when it's supposed to be the red part opening.
Oh my!
It's actually the wrong part of the card opening up.
Don't they open at the same time? It's like a clam, right?
Yeah, but like one part of it gets to hold the middle ring part, and it's the wrong part on the card. And it's just been printed for 25 years that way.
That's pretty wild.
We can't come back from it. This is who we are.
Well, I think Jay has a pretty fresh-looking Pokeball there too.
It.
Hey, Kyle, I expect you to roll up next event with that.
Yeah, is that the Hawaii fade? I can rock that with my Kukui open shirt cosplay. I don't think anyone wants to see that.
I don't think they would be able to see it anyway with the headsets on your
I'll just
head.
keep turning and talking to you over and over again.
I'm going to bring you some of my cute hair clips to clip in your hair.
All right, this is a win-win all around.
Well, thank you so much for all of these awesome posts that we get to feature on the stream. Definitely keep hashtag playing Pokemon, both figuratively and hashtag play Pokemon your posts so we can see them there.
Please literally play Pokemon TCG some more.
Yeah, exactly. Do both, please. But awesome to hear and see from you all in the crowd at home, being involved in Pokemon in some way. And, you know, speaking of being involved with Pokemon, you should definitely keep up with all of our events that are coming up here through June 2nd. We have a ton of events here that you can tune into and watch along with us.
Yeah, we're going to have Pokemon action all week long, so it's going to be exciting for this Memorial Day weekend that we have coming up. And you also can be a part of the action, too, here on Twitch. You can take a look at the poll that's going to be live for Round 9. We've got some phenomenal players on this list. I don't know if we're going to share names or decks, but you are in for a treat regardless of which matchup you get. I saw some incredible talents, and they are all fighting for an opportunity to make it into day 2 and continue to build on their legacies. It's going to be an exciting time. So get those votes in. Let's see who we'll have on stream for Hegster and Tablemon.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear this cast from our fellow co-casters. The one thing I ask of you, chat, please pick, if you see the decks, pick a match that has the potential to actually win and not see a tie. I want to see a conclusion to a game here on our stream. But of course, you know, pick whatever you would like to see.
I already know
they're
picking Control. we're gonna watch.
We're gonna be here all night, Kyle.
Yep. I'm going home. It's gonna be Hegster who's sitting here crying at the table.
Well, this was awesome to be casting with you all today. Of course, Kyle and I will be back tomorrow, and well, we'll be back to close out the show here tonight as well. But we still have one more Swiss round here for you all coming up very soon. So stay tuned. This is going to be a super exciting conclusion to our day 1.
My name is Vini Fernandes. I am from São Paulo, Brazil. I started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was a very good feeling, so I just kept playing tournaments.
Wow, there it is!
But today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
Sableye moved to the... Never mind, all right!
My number 1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championships in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rival thing with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win one to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up to Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Vinny Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I'm playing. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
First got into Pokemon when, someone in my park was playing with the cards when I was like 6 maybe, and I was actually just obsessed ever since.
What a comeback in game 1 from Ryan, and what a convincing game number 2.
Ryan sitting at a 10-1 record.
Oh, I'd be a Psychic type Pokemon. Why would I be a Psychic type Pokemon? I have no idea. I'd be a Psychic type Pokemon because I can see through people.
Ryan's not a player who's a stranger to success at international championships.
I first got into competitive because my local scene was very competitive. I had a lot of like top juniors in my area, and a lot of them are like top masters now. The reason I like to keep competing is because I'm just hooked on anything competitive. If it's not competitive, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you love that story when a player finally breaks through here at the Knoxville Regional Championship.
Something I learned about myself is I'm pretty emotional when I lose. 99% of the time it's because I'm playing poorly. Yeah, I need to differentiate when I'm playing poorly and when I'm getting unlucky. And I need to only focus on feeling good when I play well, not just when I win. Just focus on the process, not the results. Player I respect the most would definitely be Azul. I went from being like average to pretty good just by watching his streams constantly.
If you would have attached that psychic energy that you found off the Shining Arcana last turn to this Gardevoir, could have avoided this scenario.
Shout out to my coach, Reagan Retzloff. Clearly, after the top 4 in the finals, I need it, so.
I mean, my #1 goal, of course, is to win Worlds. That's been my goal pretty much since I ever started playing, obviously.
Shining Arcana, Ryan Antonucci is your Knoxville Regional Champion. Gardevoir takes it all.
I mean, my favorite accomplishment at this point would probably be this tournament. After I've won this regional, I've reached some milestones in the competitive games I like to play, and it actually just feels amazing. I feel very accomplished as a gamer.
Here we are at our final Swiss round. The stars are shining bright, and who will be emerging as our breakout star in Los Angeles, California? These questions and more to be answered this weekend as we crown a new regional champion here at the Pokemon Regionals in LA. Welcome back to the stream. Of course, you've got me, Ethan Heggie, with Pablo Mesa, and we're going to take you through this final winning round, and the stakes could not be higher.
I know. Win-and-ins are always very exciting, Ethan. I know you're very familiar with them.
You're probably more familiar with them than I am,
mean,
man.
Well, but I'm talking about you.
Okay, I'm flattered, Pablo.
Yeah, win-and-in time for these two players who are making their way to the stage, right? I do believe Twitch chat ended up having the community poll, so they get to decide who will be streamed this round.
Yeah, of course, a lot of great selections to choose, so that poll has concluded. So we'll see very soon who is the people's vote for our final match to show. And we've got a lot of competitors out here, not just the 4 matches that we've showcased, players at that 18 match point record and above. So let's take a look at our standings, see what players are on top, what players we'll be sure to see tomorrow in our second day of competition. And boom, right away, 2 8-0 players. There's a chance for a 9-0 player coming into day 2, and both these players, such great storylines behind them.
Indeed, 8-0, amazing records. Lucas Zing, yeah, mainstay. I feel like we keep seeing him at the very top all of the time. And another familiar name here, Jake Ewart, 2nd place finisher at Orlando Regionals, back at it with the Ancient Box.
Wow. I mean, look at this list. There's still a lot of players here that could have a great performance who are yet to get there, very, very close. A name that sticks out, someone who's been really close this season, has been having a lot of great finishes, Alan Zhu. He's playing Lost Box today at 7-0-1. A big Gardevoir player, a lot in the deregulation, but thus far has been playing around with different decks. Played Chien Pao for a little bit to start off our new rotation this year in April, and has settled on this Lost Box deck. Just beat what many would consider a tough matchup in Control the previous round. Took down Charlie Lockyer, and is now sitting at 22 match points, looking to be in an excellent spot. 8-0-1. It's by no means guaranteed, but this final round, while you're already safe, while you already know you'll be playing tomorrow, it's very important you lock in, focus, and get these final match points.
Indeed, and now we also have Sky De La Cruz, who we've seen before on stream with that 7-1 record. We have Olive, whom we had earlier today, right, on stream, and then also Caitlin White. So very nice to have a variety here at the very top.
Yeah, and after that tie, Caitlin just really went on and put on a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Winning those games, and 7-0-1 again. Great records to be at, but gotta still focus up for these last rounds. Who will be our regional champion? Who will be making it to day 2? Those questions are going to be answered today, and make sure you're all tuning in tomorrow for the stream, where we'll be crowning our champion, thousands of dollars on the line, and of course, the winner of this tournament, whether or not you have championship points or not, does get an automatic invitation to the World Championships in a great location, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Now, how many win-and-ins do you think are taking place in this round? 100, perhaps? Maybe more?
100 wins, if we're counting people at 18 or 17.
No. Strictly speaking, well, I guess, because like if you're at 18, some people might tie.
Yeah.
Right? 17 versus 17 and
16
well. Versus 17 and any combination of those. How many win-and-ins?
Between probably 50 and 75 is probably fair, maybe a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit difficult to think about.
Really? 50 and 75? Because like usually it's 10% of the players that show up more or less end up making day 2, right? So if we have how many Masters? 2,000 players more or less?
Yeah, a little bit over 2,000.
Yeah, so then 200 players on day 2. I mean, 100 win-and-in games. Well, I would. That's why I would say even more. Like if 200 players make it and there's like 100 at 19 or more already, then there would be 200 win-and-in games being played to determine the other 100 players making it. I don't know, somewhere. I guess there's a lot of people who end up tying or IDing this round too.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
maybe like... Yeah, maybe 100, maybe 200 is way too much. Probably like 100 to 120 would be my guess.
Well, there's 48 tables right now of players at 6-1-1.
Okay.
So that means that at least 96 players are guaranteed.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So if there's 200 players, then then that makes sense. Then a little bit over. It would probably, playing the matches, I would probably say again 50 to 75 because
no, yeah, you're right.
It's a lot of players just IDing and playing a variety of decks. Speaking of which, we can actually take a look at some of those decks. How the meta has broken down, and a big shift here. We talked about it earlier, but you got to keep your eyes on it. You can't really hide from it. It's Origin Form Dialga V-Star going from absolutely on nobody's radar to winning the Indianapolis Regional Championships to now being the 3rd most popular played deck. This is a crazy turn of events in the span of just a few weeks.
That is a meteoric rise to the top, and I want to say something similar to what happened with Roaring Moon EX before rotation, right? Like Ross Cotton piloted that really unique list with the Moltres, with the energy switches, got top 8, even though he was playing the deck, he really got that spotlight, and then all of a sudden, everything broke loose and Roaring Moon was all over the place. It seems like that's the same that's happening with Dialga.
And it's for good reason. Got a lot going for it. That stream match we featured earlier shows the good and the bad of Dialga. Some other decks on here as well. Ancient Box still staying up there, about 6%, and to no one's surprise, Charizard EX, over 20%, still the top dog here this weekend.
Yep, Charizard at the very top, but not as big of a difference as we've seen, right? We had over 25% back at Indy, and now it's over 20%, so the gap is shrinking, and it makes sense for this last event. It's something we talked about in the beginning of the day. Like, this is the last event in the season for regionals in North America. It's also the last North American event with this current format before we get Twilight Masquerade. So I think it makes sense that we have a bit more variety and probably a lot more players experimenting with things. And we are seeing that, right? Like different versions of control decks and Charizard decks and somewhere in between. All of these combinations are showing up at this final regional.
It's going to be really exciting to see tomorrow what does well. I mean, I think the big thing for me, Pablo, is we've sort of wrapped up this first day of competition. Of course, we still are waiting on our final Swiss round that we'll have very soon, is the breakout of control at this event. I mean, looking at these top tables at how many players are playing that. I mean, Lucas Zing, 8-0 playing control. Lots of players playing this Charizard control version of Tord that Tord piloted a couple of weeks ago at that European regional event. Is that something you were expecting in such volume at this event, or was it something that maybe took you by surprise a little bit as well?
No, it certainly has taken me by surprise, the developments we have seen this season. And I think this format, right, like between the release of Temporal Forces and the end of the season, we had so many events in such a little amount of time that the metagame has been developing at such a fast pace.
Yeah, it really has been kind of crazy to see. I mean, when I focus in on how my deck has evolved, I mean, Gardevoir went from an incredibly great deck, almost top-cut EUIC, to then, as time slowly went on, and as other decks like maybe Chien Pao, the Made One, got more and more popular, the deck sort of fell out of favor, and other decks have risen to success. Chien Pao, one of those decks that really gained a lot of popularity in response to Charizard's domination, which nobody was really surprised to. People already expected that, and other decks like Snorlax, for example. I mean, Snorlax was popular at EUIC. People immediately, though, respected the deck, and as we've sort of gone full circle, people are like, do I need to play Yelchir in my deck? Probably not. Okay, another tournament goes by. Do I really need this second Turo in my deck? Nah, I don't need it. And now we've hit a position where if Charizard players are continuing to allot those cards to, or allot those slots rather to other cards, you run into situations where block and control are in prime positions for this format and prime positions for this event specifically.
Yeah, speaking of this event, we have our notable matchups ready to show here for round 9. The community choice did happen, and we can see those results.
So, of course, you all on Twitch voted to see who we were going to be showing off. Lots of great names here, lots of great matches, but we can only feature one. Andrew Kennett, Isaiah Williams, Sam Chen, all these competitors shown on here have a lot at stake and are battling it out. And the matchup that we will be featuring will be that bottom match. Nathan Ginsburg up against Dre Alderete. Here we go, winning in time. This is going to be a good one.
Yep, I believe our players are ready at the table, so we're gonna head there in just a second. And yeah, some really good community choice matches, as you mentioned. Yeah, some well-established names, some up-and-coming players, a really good mix. And I think Nathan, we've seen him do quite well in the past. Got 65th place at EUIC with control this season. And then Dre has had a lot of results with Lost Zone and New Genesect. Here we have their choices this time, though. Nathan sticking with control and Dre sticking with that Lost Box deck.
This matchup has a lot of very interesting dynamics. Of course, Roaring Moon, such a powerful card in those ancient decks that we've seen over time, but really in the Lost Zone deck, you can power it up an unconventional way. And a big card right away in the prize cards, that Spiritomb. You've really got to keep an eye out for that because of that Fettered and Misfortune ability to shut down Rotom.
Yeah, shutting down Rotom, very, very clutch against all sort of control decks, but also double Colress Experiment in the prize cards, whereas Nathan does have quite a few Pokemon. Mimikyu probably less relevant against Cramorant and Sableye attackers, but Luxray is super clutch. Regieleki can be clutch as well. So we're about to see how Nathan decides to navigate this matchup and if Dre's switching cards will be enough to take down Nathan's Pokemon.
Well, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into this Swiss Round 9. Winner goes to day 2. Loser goes home. Let's get into this. Dre will be starting things off. And while this isn't a Comfey, you can still sit here and fleet-footed, but that's all that Dre has. No switching cards, or rather no Comfey to use flower selecting for. It's just going to be an attachment for the turn, passing things over to Nathan. And look, has a plethora of Arven in hand, and one of the benefits to playing these Pokemon Heavy Ball cards, soon Heavy Ball means that if you do prize these Pokemon, it essentially acts as a free Pokemon search. And now can grab something like this Luxray out. Fang Snipe, such a great attack against such a trainer-heavy deck like Lost Zone.
Yeah, discarding any Mirage Gates, any switching cards you find there, combining that with Airy as well can be devastating for Dre. And you know that these Lost Box decks are going to be picking very good cards, that very useful cards with their Flower Selects, with their Colresses. Therefore, finding spots to be able to Airy are going to be all over the place for Nathan here.
So it looks like Luxray will be the selection from this Hisuian Heavy Ball. I think the choice here now for Nathan, how does he want to play the rest of this turn out? I'm sure Arven will most likely be the supporter card of choice. Now, Luxray V has a lot going for it, but sometimes you kind of forget it can also use that Forest Seal Stone. So I'll be very interested to see what tool card Nathan grabs from his deck. Does he want to provide a little bit more consistency here, get that Forest Seal Stone, or something like that Bravery Charm, which can add a little bit more HP to the variety of Pokemon that he plays in his deck?
Now, it's very interesting to note that Nathan is playing like a hybrid of Pidgeot Control and Snorlax stall, right? He does play 2 copies of Snorlax, does play that 2/2 Pidgeot line as well, so we'll be able to combine the best of both worlds.
And that Buddy Buddy Poffin feels like it's become a staple card in this Pidgeot deck, and for great use. Get down multiple Pidgey, make sure that next turn, your opponent's going to need a lot to be able to wipe you of those Pidgeys and not allow Quick Search to get online. Isaiah was a great example of how important it is for Quick Search to be online as quickly as possible, especially against aggressive decks like Lost Zone.
Now, we're going to see no Rotom this turn, it seems. We could see Aggression, no. Yeah, Forest Seal Stone not exhausted just yet, just establishing the Luxray to take a peek, and now it's on Dre to make something happen. Does have one of his 2 Colresses available right off the bat.
And a lot of great cards here to think about. One of the easy choices to get rid of, definitely that Roxanne, and Nest Ball will also hit the Lost Zone, so that's 2 cards slowly fueling up the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate being turned on would be a big advantage here for Dre.
Now, if Dre wants to start getting more cards into Lost Zone, will need to use up some of those switching cards. However, I don't see anything wrong with just being aggressive. I do believe he has the Lightning Energy available to him to just start using Lightning Rondo and take damage on, or deal damage onto a Snorlax.
We could definitely see Snorlax get knocked out. That Luxray is not necessarily in range to be knocked out, but if you do attack into it, you kind of put Nathan in a little bit of a weird position where if he wants to use Fang Snipe, he would need to play the Penny and then also have a way to re-pivot back into the Luxray. But really using your... It's sort of a weird position because Dre has already found his Prime Catcher, had to keep it there off the Colress. Against these control decks, you have something like Eerie, which can be disruptive. When it comes to playing this card down, it really feels like it's a hard decision because if you hold on to it too long, it gets discarded. If you play it too quickly, it doesn't have an effect. Where do you find that sweet spot in the middle?
I mean, I generally don't think there is a sweet spot, unfortunately. Like, if you want to use those resources, as soon as you get them, you really need to make them count, right? And you won't always have the options in play to make them count as you would like to. So it's very, very delicate, as you mentioned. And that's why I gave a little bit of advantage to Nathan. If he's able to stabilize and get a little bit of a lock going, then it's going to be hard for Dre to keep all those valuable resources at his disposal for when he actually wants to play them.
Let's not forget, Dre has 2 Colress in the loss, or rather in the prize card, so we'll only have access to 1 more. So maybe this is the turn where you just kind of go all in, try and get aggressive. Don't give Nathan that time to get Pidgeot set up, and it looks like Dre will continue to draw through the deck. See that concealed card, discard that basic Dark Energy, drawing 2 additional cards. And now here we go. Switch card is starting, so we're pivoting into these Comfey, flower selecting to find more pieces. What do we see off of this? What is the choice here for Dre? And it will be yet another Nest Ball hitting the Lost Zone, so slowly losing access to some of those searching cards. It looks like it was that Hoopa EX instead as the choice to keep.
I must admit, I confused, like, Dre has so much bling in his deck. I generally thought he had a Lightning Energy, but no, it was just one of his multiple golden cards that he had available to him. But as I mentioned, now there's 2 switch cards having been utilized out of a potential 4. Super Rod heads the discard pile as well because the other card was apparently a Super Rod as well. I gotta wonder though, what is Dre planning to do with this Hoopa that he tried to conserve? Because it seems like it would be a Pokemon that could be easily trapped, and Energy Crush does 0 damage.
There is that Bandit's Fist attack that does do 200 damage, but you can't use it the following turn, so then you sort of trap yourself and give your opponent a way that they can always like loop around it. They can put Mimikyu up and then play the penny on it, so it doesn't seem like a great option. Let's see what Nathan has access to. Looks like there is Luminion +4 Sealstone and an Arven in the hand. So with this Luminion coming down, it means we will see Pidgeot EX finally come into play. I think that may be what Nathan is looking for. Can even find something like Penny or Eerie, and this is going to hurt here for Dre. Has so many powerful item cards, switching cards, Mirage Gate, Super Rod, and that Prime Catcher will 100% be one of those selections Nathan can discard from Dre's hand.
Yep, switching cards. Getting rid of all of those is going to be super, super important for Nathan, and now that's 2 switch cards, 1 switch, and 1 Prime Catcher, and you don't know your opponent's deck, but you have to expect the usual count as of late is 4 switch cards, 3 switches, and that 1 Prime Catcher. So you're already halfway to your goal.
And this is just icing on the cake this turn. Rare Candy Pidgeot as well can use Quick Search. I wonder here if Nathan can maybe play something like a switch card and use Fang Snipe now that he has information about Dre's hand. Can maybe get rid of another one of those Super Rods, but it looks like doesn't have access to that. You will just see Rotom V be the selection, and Nathan just wants to keep filling the hand up. Isn't too concerned about putting a bunch of liable 2-prize Pokemon in play if it means he can build card advantage, especially against a deck like Lost Box that doesn't play hand disruption against Nathan's deck.
Yeah, and you can see Nathan really playing it all, right? The Rotom, the Pidgeot, the Luminion, all the support is here to help Nathan accomplish his control lock, and so far, so good.
Let's see how Dre can pull this out. It's already off to a rough start. Some resources gone, courses in the in the prize cards rather, and that Prime Catcher no longer an option, and that's what we're talking about. Did you just play it and at least get effects out of it, or do you hope your opponent is not going for some resources? And that's just adding insult to injury. Using the Pokestop, that's a very risky card to use in this matchup, and that's a big risk that you take. Exactly like that. 2 energy cards and a Pokemon that Dre is going to want to use, that Roaring Moon EX, hitting the discard pile, and with Super Rod already lost zoned, with some more pieces hitting the discard pile, this is going to be a field day, and a big field day, because Nathan knows his hand is stacked for Dre. Let's Pal Pad, put this Eerie back into the deck, and then just Quick Search for it, and have another great selection of items to discard. This is like a kid in a candy store here. What do you even choose from? You've got so many delicious options.
Yeah, and I mean, Dre probably knew another Eerie was coming, so I'm very surprised he didn't choose to at least play 1 Super Rod to replenish the deck. But it's like getting those Pokemon back in there is not really going to help you. At this point in time, you're running out of resources, you're running out of switching cards, Super Rods, your Mirage Gates, if they're activated, like you'll have a few energy in play, but you just lost the possibility with 1 Super Rod in the Lost Zone. And 2 over here. That's 1 Super Rod left, and we saw the Pokestop discard 2 energies and the Roaring Moon EX itself.
This is very tough. You've got to feel for Dre, and I mean, it could be, we're only 10 minutes into this round, but especially against Control, this could be a realistic spot where you concede this game and try and win too, because where are you really getting to with the tie? You cannot play for that as your win condition. You've got to be having day 2 on your horizon, on your sights, especially in this position.
Dre is able to find his second and last Colruy's experiment at this point until he takes some prizes. He will be able to Mirage Gate as well. Did find the 4 Sealstone, I believe, as well. So we might be actually seeing some aggression, but choosing not to play the Colruy's yet, actually.
And you know, as soon as a Lost Box player tanks, that flower selecting is tough. Looks like an energy card and maybe another piece, and we're just going to have to see more resources hit the Lost Zone, deciding to keep that Pal Pad. Yes, having Colruy's is great. It's a super powerful card you want to play as much as you can, but what is your Colruy's going to find you if all your energy cards and powerful items are gone?
I mean, that's a good start, right? Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Hero Escape. Wait to switch, I believe, to attack with Raikou. You activate the Mirage Gate. You should have 1 Lightning Energy in the deck, so we might actually see a knockout and some aggression finally. This is where you would love to have the Prime Catcher to knock out your opponent's Pidgeot, but of course, like, you want to hold it for a moment, but your opponent's not going to let you do that.
It's very tough because, I mean, that play is very realistic. You can knock out the Snorlax, but that's just to take a prize, and your opponent has Luxray available. If they just gust a Pokemon up and then discard everything, then things get very, very tricky. And yeah, things are looking very, very grim for Dre. I'm sure he's been in positions like this before. I'm sure this game is still winnable. The Spiritomb does come down off the prize card, so that will shut off Rotom, but I think there's actually a world where playing this Hisuian Heavy Ball, showing your opponent that you have Rotom, or rather that you have Spiritomb, in a game that is already so hard for you to win, it would just be better to not give that information, force your opponent into benching Rotom, and just not getting value off it later on in Game 2.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. That's an unnecessary piece of information at this point in time. I mean, if you were knocking out Pidgeot here, then it would make a lot more sense, right? You knock out Pidgeot, you deny the Rotom, then you might be able to slow them down enough. But at this point in time, it's just not looking great, and Counter Catcher will now be activated after Dre takes this knockout, and those comfies are just going to be living in the active for a while.
They're not going to be too comfy, I don't think. They're going to be moving in and out, not where you want them to be. Flower selecting is great, but what else does that provide? We will see the Pal Pad get played, and this is another situation where Dre has yet to draw into that boss's orders. If he could have kept that boss's orders available, then all of a sudden Comfey can just retreat out of the active spot. That's no longer needed. We're going to actually see one more Mirage Gate get played. And this is actually really interesting because Dre could have used this first Mirage Gate to, or he couldn't have actually because it's 2 lightning energy. And deciding to just put this energy on Spiritomb knows that it is a potential trap target if you have no more energies available, and that looks like it is the case for Dre in this situation.
Now that Force Seal Stone could give Dre an extra resource later. We do see the switch. That is, I believe, the 5th switching card out of 8 potential ones, bearing any prize cards. So we're going to see some aggression. We might even see the Fleet Foot. Oh no, there's no Fleet Foot because of Spiritomb, but we finally have the first knockout 13 minutes in, Ethan.
And Colress wasn't even drawn. That is very unfortunate, but this is what you got to do. You got to do all you can to put on some aggression with these Pokemon, despite your board on the opponent's side looking so strong, and this is going to be a field day for Nathan. Now all of a sudden these Prime Catchers are activated, Luxray can attack and start using Fang Snipe to discard even more resources, and this hand will continue to grow and grow and build up even more card advantage. Nathan's got so many options at his disposal, and looking to not even use Quick Search to start the turn, just going to play this Arven, find one of these Pokemon item cards and a Pokemon tool card. And it looks like Bravery Charm and Ultra Ball, so what Pokemon could Nathan be looking to grab at this position?
I mean, perhaps another Snorlax, but yeah, he does have a Nest Ball as well, so choosing to discard the Fire probably to activate the Magma Basin that he does have in his hand. Might even be looking into taking a KO. No, that's not possible. Maybe getting a Charizard, a Radiant Charizard ready for a follow-up in case the Luxray does go down. Those are the things that come to mind. No, it's Entei, actually. It will be a return KO then.
And Entei can do it. Entei could knock out this Pokemon. And I don't even dislike this play here from Nathan. Why get disruptive when your opponent can barely establish more resources? But I think the question here is, can Nathan find everything? Oh, I guess there is a Bagel Basin, and we haven't seen Quick Search be used yet. So that is very much an option here. But we're actually just going to see another Pidgeot EX come into play. This is, while you can only use 1 Quick Search per turn, this ensures that if for some reason this Pidgeot goes down, you're going to have another one backed up, and you're going to be able to keep using Quick Search every turn until you run your opponent out of resources.
Yeah, I think Nathan is just playing super, super cautious, knows he has a big advantage, and he has a Nest Ball to just search for that Entei, so Magma Basin to power up. And as you mentioned, taking knockouts is a way of disruption, right? You eliminate these resources, Dre will have no real threat. He also played pretty much, he played a lot of Mirage Gates, 1 for basically nothing. He's lost 3 Super Odds. He has the Roaring Moon in the discard pile. There's just so much going against Dre. How do you even knock out the Entei at this point in time?
It's going to be tough, especially because we just saw so many of those Mirage Gates get burned as well.
Yeah.
So here we go. Burning Rondo taking a knockout onto Raikou. What do you do if you're Dre?
I generally don't know. You're no longer trapped by Snorlax. And look, like, Nathan's field is full of 2 prized Pokemon, right? No Mimikyu, no Snorlax, which are the usual suspects in these sort of control decks. But at this point in time, there's just really nothing left for Dre. No resource in his hand, and there's no one card that this other Comfey could get you here, because even the Colresses are priced.
We did see those get put back into the deck with Pal Pad, so that's still an option, but if you have 1 Super Rod left, there's no energy in play, And the only Pokemon that can knock out this Entei because of that Bravery Charm would be something like a Roaring Moon, Frenzied Couching, and even then your opponent can just attach a double Turbo Energy to their Pidgeot, knock you back out, and you're in the same spot you were, but now you are legitimately at 0 resources. But Dre, still going to keep fighting, still going to keep trying, and does draw into a fairly nice selection of cards. Can get rid of the Manaphy and the Town Store. You've got to kind of keep your other options available, especially without having Colress available. So there is that last Super Rod, but the question for me, with how many energies are in the discard pile, is that even an option? It's not. A little bit later than I would have liked to see Dre scoop things up, but it's what he had to do. He played to his outs. However, precious time off the clock, and Nathan goes up 1-0.
Yeah, one very dominant game for sure. Like, that early setup was picture perfect for Nathan, not as great for Dre. I think if Dre had had that lightning energy in the beginning of the game, I was able to like pressure without playing anything else. He might have been in a slightly better spot, but then you have to deal with the Mimikyu, which you do have Cramorant, right, which we didn't get to see. So I think Dre definitely has a good chance in this matchup. It's just this game was just completely out of control.
And it's all thanks to Erie. Discarding those cards, you see just the speed up process there. I love that. That was awesome. Prime Catcher hit the discard pile, and from there, everything started to snowball. Raikou was able to get in there a little bit, knock out that Snorlax, but I'm sure Dre was not expecting all that aggression, all that effort to power up Raikou to immediately be answered with this Entei V.
Yeah, I don't think you expect that much of aggression when you're playing against control, right? Like, the expectancy is, okay, they can Luxray, they can attack with Pidgeot, but an Entei completely out of the blue, that's not very common. That's your pick, right? And that's probably something that's exclusive to its last regional in Los Angeles.
So going to the second game, Dre will be starting things off. What adjustments does he need to make in terms of how he plays his opening turns to respond to what Nathan is trying to put together in this opening early game?
I mean, conserve switching cards as much as you can, of course. Get to the Cramorant. I think Cramorant is a great Pokemon to pressure with because you don't need to invest any resources and you can immediately start pressuring Snorlax, Pidgeot, whatever is in the active spot, right? To save your resources for the other more energy-intensive Pokemon. Now, getting there does require you to have like that Colress in your starting hand, which I don't think I saw from for Dre in this game too. So, I mean, you have to make your resources count, right? Like, that's the main thing. You have to make sure that you know you're gonna lose a few resources to area and your opponent's disruption, but whatever you have left, you need to make sure that you are pressuring your opponent every single turn.
Clock winding down, just over 30 minutes left, and if Dre wants to win this set, he's got to win a very fast game too. He has got to put on a lot of aggression very, very quickly. This one mulligan card will help. We'll take a look at the prize cards, see how things have updated. There's that Luxray V in the prize cards yet again, as well as some other resources, but nothing too relevant. I think we're going to have a good game here, Pablo, as Dre kicks things off, and this hand, yet again, is just really not as strong as Dre needs to be. These opening turns, you can retreat your Comfey. There's no Snorlax in the active spot. You really need to take advantage of the pre-time before your opponent gets set up, starts playing Arven, and puts these Pokemon into play. And when you're not starting Comfey, when you're not using a bunch of flower selectings early on, it really is going to hurt you as the game develops longer and longer.
Now, I really wonder if Dre chooses to put the Spiritomb down. He already has a Colress in hand, so I think your opponent already started with a potentially less than ideal Pokemon, and setting up the Pidgeot out of the blue is not the easiest thing. They'll probably need to draw a few extra cards, so I really would like to see the Spiritomb get immediately benched as a way to be like, okay, I'm going to slow myself down this turn, but I'm also going to slow you down pretty much for the rest of the game, right? And that will allow me to hopefully catch up before it's too late. If I don't have the Colors in my hand, then I don't go for that. But with the Colors in hand, I feel like you can wait to Lost Zone one card, right?
Yeah, you shut off Luminion as well. You shut Luminous Sign off. It feels like such a good trade-off. And here you go. I mean, we could see Profit still. Don't count Dre out of it yet. This would be probably the best case scenario. But I'd also like to see Dre maybe just retreat that Cramorant instead. Save that switching card.
Yep.
That way you give yourself a little bit more flexibility and will keep the boss's orders, pass the turn over to Nathan. And you see Nathan just breathing a sigh of relief here that he can use that Ultra Ball in hand and find one of these powerful V Pokemon with those abilities.
Yeah, probably gotta be Rotom, right? Puffin for double Pidgey, get that Rotom, get extra cards. But yeah, if there had been a Spiritomb on the bench, Nathan's hand would be honestly pretty dead, right?
Your deck just seems awful to have to price check. Oh, it's bad, Dre.
Exchanging some words, you know, very valid point there. It does seem a little bit exhausting to always be price checking control. We saw earlier on Isaiah Bradner took all that time to separate the Pokemon to the front and the back of the deck, but that's a trade-off you make when you're playing a control deck that's got a lot more routes and lines even than a deck that people would consider to have that lost zone.
Yeah, price checking for control is probably the hardest, right, out of all, because not only do you need to recognize which pieces you need for each matchup, but then also you play so many single cards. Like, even here, we have Nathan's deck list, and it's 2 pages long. So, very important to make sure you know which resources you have access to, because you have very specific lines of play, and if one piece is missing, you might not be able to go for it.
And you see Nathan just say he's so grateful Spiritomb didn't hit the board because this would be a completely different game. Now Nathan can take the opportunity to get this Illuminion into play, grab the Arven, and you see Nathan shuffling the deck, and that's because he's got an even better supporter card to play, the Eerie on turn 1, and there are a lot of great options to select from. What item cards will Nathan decide to discard? Immediately the switch card, and now comes the choice. Do you target the gates or do you target the rods? And it seems like pick your dessert at this point because they're both great cards to go after.
Yeah, for sure. Both cards, very fantastic resources. You can only pick 2 out of those 3. Switching cards are a given, but I like the choice of Mirage Gate given the context of Dre's hand, right? He has a Comfy in play, he has a Colress, probably getting more stuff out, but we do see that Puffin 1 turn too late. I really wish Dre had just waited, been patient. We wouldn't have seen Luminion. He would have still seen the Airy, but then he'd be facing a Charizard and 2 Pidgeys, and that's it.
And it would have been fine. You have boss's orders in your hand. You can start to slowly target these Pidgey down as the game goes on. I'm sure that's something Dre is going to be kicking himself about over a little bit, seeing, why didn't I just grab that? It really wasn't worth the 1 card. It's hard to always have information that your opponent does not have pieces in hand to make things work, but you've got to have that insight. You've got to see what your best conditions are to win the game. Finally, though, that Puffin comes down, and it feels like it's still better late than never. Getting Spiritomb into play, shutting off Rotom from coming down later on seems like the best option, and it will be that selection along with the second Comfey from this Buddy Puffin.
Indeed, that will allow Dre to potentially get to 4 cards in the loss zone if he has the switching cards to pull it off. And then Cramorant, unfortunately, even though it's water type, its attack doesn't apply weakness, so that Radiant Charizard will be able to take a hit. And honestly, at this point, Nathan's pretty content. Yeah, he has the Arven, he has a follow-up Rare Candy plus Force Heal Stone to get Pidgey the X out, and there's very little Dre can do now. Dre is holding that boss's order, so if Nathan's start continues to be slow and there's no shot at Rotom replenishing resources in the hand, right, then there is a potential for Dre to pull off a Raikou KO on the Pidgeot and start slowing Nathan even further.
So we'll see what these flower selectings grant. Now that Hoopa that was kept the previous game, I think Dre understands, I'm really not going to use this card enough. It will hit the lost zone, so we're slowly building things up here. Let's not count things out yet. If Dre can find maybe a lost vacuum and a way to get another card into the lost zone, like a stadium card or a tool card, then we could see Moonlight Shuriken target down those Pidgeys, and that would be a huge tempo swing in this game.
Yeah, that would be an amazing situation for Dre to be in. Yeah, it's like, okay, fine. I didn't Spiritomb, you got your Arven, and then I knock out your 2 Pidgeys, and that Arven's pretty useless after that.
Oh, and he found the 2 perfect cards there. Pokestop lost vacuum off the concealed cards. And the question now is, does Dre have the resources to make this work? And you see him playing quickly. I think he understands this is what he needs and fights double Mirage Gate and has super rod in hand. Bye-bye, Pidgey. Say goodbye to the birds. We're no longer in winter. We're no longer in summer. It's the winter now. It's getting chilly out here. It's raining. It's pouring. The birds are gone. And Greninja is getting in there and taking knockouts on Pidgeys. So far here, an excellent start for Dre, getting on the aggressive. This is exactly what he needed to do in Game 2, and he is doing it to a T.
Well, that card in the lost zone that we were very critical of seems to have paid off. So very nice for Dre, though. Very incredible, honestly, draw by concealed cards. Just really got him there.
And even considering just putting another energy, I don't even hate this here.
Yeah,
You
I
just
like
put
that.
this water energy onto the Radiant Greninja, and with this Charizard in the active spot, it means if Pidgey comes down again next turn,
You get two more
take
prizes.
another 2. That is incredible. What a find there for Dre. All of a sudden, after such a rough game 1, puts himself all the way back into the second game. Let's go, Dre. Getting this knockout, knocking Pidgey out, and with Spiritomb in play, it means that Nathan's going to have an extremely hard time getting this Pidgeot up into play with what Dre has put together on his board.
Now, Nathan might be thinking, why didn't I discard that Super Rod instead, right? Because he got the Mirage Gate discarded, and, I mean, was that Super Rod clutch to pull this off?
I don't think it was played. No, it was just
No,
kept in the
okay,
hand,
okay,
so it
never
wouldn't have
mind.
even mattered in this situation. So there was very minimal counterplay Nathan could have done. I mean, Dre ended that turn with 4 Mirage Gates in his hand because he already had the double gate. Just hit even more there off that Pokestop.
So now we're going to see on Arvin, and what can Nathan do? I mean, Dre hasn't even used that many resources at this point, right? To justify, like, trying to trap something in the active with Snorlax or whatnot. And you know the threat of Greninja to snipe any potential Pidgey you recover is still there. So what does this Nest Ball even find you at this point?
Nathan is maybe looking to find something like Luxray. You can start to Fang Snipe maybe, put some aggression on. And if you're Nathan, I think this is a situation where you probably just concede the game and you go to game 3. You need to win a long game to get yourself into day 2. I think it's conceding time here.
I would agree. I mean, he's eyeing up the Clothy X, has that ability to discard energies from his opponent every time they get attacked, but is that really enough? I mean, with so many Mirage Gates exhausted, maybe, but yeah, I mean, Nathan shaking his hand. What can you even do at this point? No, it seems like he's gonna stick it out.
You never know what your opponent's holding on to. Could maybe bring up something like that Spiritomb, force a turn out for you to have to use Fade Out, and then all of a sudden now your Rotom can maybe draw some more cards. You give yourself a little bit of flexibility. So I don't hate Nathan playing this out, but if this game goes a little bit longer and Dre wins it, I do not want to see another tie on the stream. Nathan, you guys cannot do this to us, please. You tied way too much today in day 1.
I know, we've seen so many ties so far. And all right, we're going to see Flying Snorlax to the active Pokemon. Can become a Hero Snorlax with a Hero Escape, but, I mean, you're trapping your opponent's attacker, so what is the plan here?
And there is a boss's orders in the hand for Dre. I don't know if this is a situation where you want to use boss, but as it stands right now, the hand is really not looking too great. Does have that Super Rod, though. So this could be a potential where those Mirage Gates, those extra gates that were found, can be used to re-power up another Moonlight Shuriken, or maybe pivot into a different Pokemon, and it will just be 3 energy cards going back into the deck. And the choice now, what do you want to power up? We're actually going to see the Iron Hands come down into play. And this is a potential big swing here for Dre if he can pull this off. We could maybe see the Iron Hands use Amp You very much throughout the game, or even something like Arm Press could be very solid. It could knock out the Snorlax and then threaten Amp on the following turn.
That would be very impressive to see now. Does decide to power up the Greninja with the extra energy. Might be setting up the Snorlax itself, right, to be amped you very much the following turn, which can be played around with a Hero Escape. And I do believe there's 1 Mirage Gate still left to go, right? That was the 3rd one prize. We do see the boss order, so gonna take down the Charizard this turn and establish the Snorlax in range.
Yeah, and even if Nathan is able to put on something like a Hero's Cape, it's actually in perfect range to be knocked out by an Arm Press, so this sets up that math as well. Big top deck there. Pointing that out, I could tell as soon as the inflection of your voice with that Iono, and that is what Nathan is going to have to try and find. Something off of these 6 cards to put himself back into this game. Does still have access to that Super Rod. Did not see that in the prize card, so something like Super Rod plus some Pokemon Search or one of those cards. We could see the Force Seal Stone, but there's no Super Rod, no Nest Ball in this hand, so no matter what you use that Force Seal Stone, Star Alchemy, V-Star power for, you're not going to be getting Pidgeot set up in the near future as things stand.
Well, there is a Nest Ball in
Oh, there
hand,
is a Nest Ball. Oh,
so
wow, okay.
Yeah, Super back in that Pidgey, possibly the Radiant Charizard as well. And then you're able to establish the Pidgey, and now, because the attachment was on here, then this Greninja is probably no longer a threat. But no, Nathan doesn't seem like he wants to commit to the recovery of the Pidgey here.
So Dre was now put down to just 4 cards in hand. We're just going to see concealed cards continue to just draw through the deck, find more cards, more resources, and finds the Prime Catcher. Okay, that's a good card to have in hand, but Trey has now played 3 Mirage Gates, so I believe is only left with just a single Mirage Gate available. We'll see the manual attachment to this Iron Hands. Just looking through the discard pile. Always got to keep track of what resources are available. There is another Super Rod, so we are just going to see Dre put back in this Sableye as well as some energy cards, because at this point, with how Dre's hand is shaping up, he's more than happy to just, over the next couple of turns, maybe draw into some energy cards and start building this Iron Hands up to put on a lot of pressure to Nathan's board.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have time, right, against Nathan's currently slow start, so eventually finding the boss wins you the game. Now, Nathan had a Nest Ball and a Rare Candy and an Arven in his hand, so if we had seen the Pidgey hit the board last turn, we would already be seeing Pidgeot, and I think we would be in a very different situation.
There may be a piece unavailable that we might not know of. This is where things get tricky as we try and dive into the minds of both of our players. What is Dre thinking about this spot? Does he feel the need to play a switching card and use Flower Selecting to dig a little bit, or just get in and start attacking with Cramorant? Spit innocently. Thanks to that Hero's Cape, will not knock out this Snorlax, but it's slowly putting it in range next turn to be knocked out, and Dre is trying to line up some easy prize cards for the following turns.
I love this for Dre. It's free pressure. You dedicate your resource to making sure you continue to apply pressure. You have a big advantage, and you don't want to let go. You don't need to attack with Iron Hands. You just need to make sure you pressure every single time. Your opponent can't boss and Arven to set up and Penny all at the same time. And with no Rotom and no Pidgeot, eventually your opponent's going to whiff a way to heal or a way to get out of the active. Still no Super Rod. Is the Super Rod priced maybe? There's only 1 copy. It might be that it's priced. No, it's in there, yeah. So why are we not setting up the Pidgey?
Maybe just afraid that if that Pidgey comes down, it could open up a maybe a Prime Catcher play. That resource hasn't been exhausted, but it really...
If there's Prime Catcher, it's going to be the Luminion for game, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so... I mean, I thought maybe he was trying to, like, penny the Hero's Cape and attach it to the Pidgey so that he could guarantee its survival no matter what, but, I mean, now the Nest Ball is gone, so we can't do that play anymore, and it's all on Snorlax, and with no Rotom to back it up, I'm not sure how good Snorlax is going to be.
Yeah, and you can penny loop here and try and figure out some way to slowly buy yourself time, but that would only be good if you were using Quick Search every turn or using Rotom, and that's just not an available option. Nathan just trying to buy himself a little bit more time, recycling that Hero's Cape, using Penny as the supporter for turn to pick up that damaged Snorlax. Now the question here for Nathan, do you re-bench this other Snorlax? Do you already commit the Hero's Cape? Do you wait a little bit? And we're finally going to see the Forest Seal Stone get used. And this makes me wonder what card is going to be the choice, and it's going to be Hisuian Heavy Ball, and this could maybe explain here for Nathan if he wants to go for something either like the Regieleki that's in the prize cards or that Luxray with Fang Snipe. So does have a few options to choose from. We'll see what Pokemon he was really upset about not having in the deck earlier on. We saw him make a remark about that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what his choice is. And now that Luminion, though, is still being threatened by the Iron Hands, and I'm sure Nathan would have loved to use the Penny to pick that up, but instead had to heal the Snorlax because Dre is applying that pressure. So even though your opponent denied you that prize card, this Cramorant is going to be huge. And do see the choice is Regieleki, so what can you recover at this point that's so crucial?
Well, if Nathan was going to want to recover a card this turn, could have just used the Forest Seal Stone first, bench the Regieleki, and then use... Or it's still possible. There's a Jet Energy in hand, so it works out either way with how it is. I mean, you can just bring Penny back every turn. If the Cramorant can just hit into you over and over again, you can slowly rebuy yourself some time. It may just be Nathan's best situation in this situation, so
yeah, that's true. Yeah, with the Jet Energy, you technically have a perfect Regieleki that cannot be KO'd, other than by Roaring when he X, right? So
And with his
there's a
Iron
thing.
Hands now in the active spot, it's really not doing much. Even another Lightning Energy means that because of that Hero's Cape, Arm Press will not be taking a knockout, and we're just going to see an attachment for turn and a pass. So, hey there, after Dre's really strong start, getting rid of those 2 Pidgey in play with that powerful Moonlight Shuriken, we're seeing Nathan start to slowly clean his board up. That Penny again, just picking these Pokemon back up, and maybe eventually Nathan can find a Super Rod to put Pidgeys back into play and really put the tempo back into his favor.
Now we did see Dre top decked another Lightning Energy, so we can see the Arm Press, but as you mentioned, Nathan has the perfect look here to make it so that Dre cannot KO. I think Dre's gonna need to use Spiritom's Fade Out at some point to clear up a bench space and have the possibility to power up a Roaring Moon, because as it stands, that Regieleki cannot go down no matter what.
And we see the Prime Catcher get used, getting aggressive here with Flower Selecting and Colress, but I don't think there's any way now to move this Comfey out of the active spot. No, not in this hand. We saw Concealed Cards get clutch earlier on. Will it be clutch again? It will not. And because of this block ability, things are going to get very, very tough.
Yeah, it seems like Dre locked himself a little bit. I think, I don't know, like Spiritom's attack is definitely not something you think of a lot in terms of opening up a bench space or whatnot. So maybe Dre doesn't see it, but I generally think that was his only chance in this at this point in time. Yeah, because Nathan can just penny forever.
It's going to be tough. This is what happens when you're board locked in the position, and this is where Jet Energy Regieleki is such a powerful combo. You usually need that consistent pivot every turn. It's just going to be a pass over, and Nathan will get to just play some more supporter cards, and if he so chooses to, can just start to rebuild this loop up, or now doesn't even need the Pidgeot because there's no hand disruption. You can just find the cards you want with your other supporter cards, like Arven, and then just bring them back over and over and over again.
Yeah, what a comeback, honestly, by Nathan. Seems like he knew why he wanted to stick in this game as long as he found this combination. And the other thing is that against Lost Box decks, you know your hand's not changing, right? You will accumulate those resources even if it's one card at a time, and that's exactly what's happening here.
And Nathan doesn't even necessarily need to pivot the Snorlax out of the active. It's fine just sitting here. It can take a hit, and then Penny can come down. If it doesn't take a hit, then you've got flexibility to play Eerie, your Misfortune Sisters. So many different options. So Nathan proved me wrong here. There's no time to scoop when Regieleki can become your savior, your bailout in this situation. Hero's Cape, Jet Energy, combination many people maybe weren't expecting to deal with on Regieleki, but that's how bringing trainers back every turn can just be so powerful in the standard format and just in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
And now that Prime Catcher, I really have to wonder, what was Dre planning? Like, why did he need that one extra card at that point in time? And we're going to see the Colress. There are switching cards left as well. There's a Roaring Moon available, which I think is Dre's only hope as we see the Colress and the Nespole hit the Lost Zone.
And this is tough here for Dre. Every time you're going to play these Super Rods, try and bring more energy back. I mean, there's 4 energy essentially locked up on this Iron Hands right now that just can't really have anything be done to it at this point. So we're just going to see Super Rod put some more energies back in. And will it just be the fade out from the Spiritomb? And it's a trade-off you have to make. You allow something like Rotom or Lumineon to be back online, but if your opponent's attacking every turn, it's a trade-off you've got to make. We'll see if there's an energy card in hand yet. And it looks like there isn't quite an energy, and we're just going to see this switch card into this Iron Hands, but Dre should have the information that there's a penny in the hand. And because Nathan is behind on prize cards, that Defiance Vest will mean that this Snorlax is not knocked out. And here we go, Pablo. The loop is starting. Penny to pick up the Snorlax, bring Regieleki up, use that ability. Now, one thing that we have to consider about this loop that isn't guaranteed, though, is Lost Vacuum to remove something like that Hero's Cape. It would put it in range of being knocked out by Arm Press, and we know Dre is playing multiple copies, 2 of those Lost Vacuums, so that's got to be a resource we keep our eye out for.
Yeah, there's one has been utilized so far, but the question is the other one available to him? I do believe it is. but I really would have liked to see Dre clear out the bench space and then start doing this.
You see Dre in the tank thinking a little bit. Is it worth using concealed cards to dig through my deck? How much do I really value giving my opponent extra turns every time to play this? And we're finally going to see the energy come down onto Spiritomb. You can't really retreat this Iron Hands because then you lose all those energies that are put onto it. So it feels like a little bit too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, one turn too late to have that energy on the Spiritomb. And we did see Dre attach that energy the previous game, right? So maybe it's just an attachment and he hasn't realized that the fade out is a good option, or as you mentioned, it's a little too late and we'll need to dedicate another switching resource, which I'm sure Nathan is keeping track of to make sure that if he can run Dre out of resources, out of switching cards, then either of the Scum Phase or even the Greninja can be trapped in the active by the Snorlax. So he has multiple ways to do this sort of lock here.
Yeah, and one more turn for Nathan is all the difference. It means he can bring back Penny this turn, and if he gets an extra turn by trapping something like Radiant Greninja, he can bring that counter catcher back the following turn. And then from there, Trey is eventually just not going to have enough resources to be able to play a switch card and attack every turn. And the more cards you let Nathan bring back, the more advantage he's going to have at closing this game out.
There we're going to see that Regieleki jet itself into the active spot. I don't think we had seen this exact loop in on stream before, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, cool indeed. And we're just actually going to see the sonar be used right now to bring Penny up. Question I have, though, is when does Nathan want to commit to playing that counter catcher in hand? Is he waiting maybe for Spiritomb to come out of play and then trap something else in the active? We're going to see the board here. Endez finally find the switch, so we'll see the fade out for 10 damage, but this is essentially granted Nathan an extra turn at this spot. Yes, you clear the bench space, but you're down a lot of resources. You can bring up this Iron Hands into the active spot again, but now Nathan has free reign to grab another trainer card out of the discard pile. Something like that counter catcher, maybe one of those Arven, more ways to search Pokemon out. There are a lot of options.
So many options. This Regieleki is so powerful. We do have a counter catcher already in the hand, but yeah, getting it back is pretty good and pretty annoying for Dre, right? How many switch cards and switches are we down? I would love to know that amount, but we see the Penny immediately. It's a very interesting decision. Now it's full on block mode and no longer radar.
Yeah, can just start to say, look, you're down so many switch cards that if I just leave my board as only Snorlax, I don't think you have enough ways to knock out 2 Snorlax. You can maybe play one more, and I think Trey may not have any switching cards left, and he does not. Nathan making a full 180 after getting both Pidgey knocked out. He does what he needs to close out Game 2. Nathan Ginsburg will advance to Day 2 here in Los Angeles.
Pidgeot-less control, taking the win here in this win and in. And honestly, we saw, I don't know how the deck can adapt so quickly. Nathan, clearly very experienced, has been playing this deck, it seems, since EUIC, since rotation. And I think that clearly showed. He knew exactly what to do, when to do it, how to do it. He didn't panic, he didn't concede, right? He knew he was in full control the whole time.
A little bit of applause in the crowd here, man. Nathan making it to Day 2. We did see, of course, Nathan is local to California, so has a nice close regional. And this was actually the state where he made his first major debut, getting 2nd place all the way back at San Diego Regionals. And really showcased how much he's grown as a player and how he is still somebody you have to watch out for and respect at these big events.
Yeah, as we saw that very clutch Airy in the beginning of Game 1, getting rid of those resources, having that Raikou get KO'd by the follow-up play with the Entei was so cool to see. And then this Game 2, it was looking really good for Dre, finding all those Mirage Gates, being able to take down both of those Pidgeys with the Greninja on the 2nd turn, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize that Lost Vacuum was one of the top prize cards, it felt like, at that point, but maybe not in that 2nd game, so just not having access to that, especially once the game pivoted over. It seemed like Dre was in the driver's seat, but it was this moment here specifically where all all of a sudden, Regieleki starts to come in, starts to loop, and Dre is unable to put on enough aggression in terms of damage to take the knockout. Things snowballed the opposite way. Nathan Ginsburg advances to day 2 in Los Angeles, trying to put control on another solid finish. It got top 4 in Indianapolis. Pablo, can it do it again? Can it have another strong finish at the last regional of North America?
I generally think so. I think Control's biggest enemy is how the games are determined when you have to be eliminated, right? In Top COD, otherwise we would have seen Control have even more success than it currently has had. So I would not be surprised to see more than one Control, especially with how many top players are playing this deck.
You've always got to take into account not only how many players are playing a deck, but who is playing the deck as well, right? When a lot of top players played a deck like Giratina V-Star, that's why we saw it have such success, especially towards the end of the deregulation, because it was a comfort deck for a lot of super top players, super talented players. Maybe this is the new Control style for this last event. Of course, this is the last event of our current Temporal Forces format. We'll be shifting over to a new format, and that's where the fun begins all over again. It's like chess. The pieces are always changing, and they will continue to. But that's a little bit further away. We've still got the rest of this tournament and one more regional champion to crown.
Indeed. Still a whole day to go, but that was a really cool win at the end. And hey, we didn't get a tie.
You know what? It's a win-win, right? We got some good action. That second game, really what I'm going to look back on. That was a complete 180 flip. Nathan really finding what he needed to, despite his back being against the wall, having no real threats available, staring Radiant Greninja down. Still so many resources available for Dre in that second game. Understood Regieleki was his best option. And that Jet Energy, a card I sort of questioned when I first looked at the list, said, hey, why is this here? I mean, Nathan really showed why it is in the deck. It is for that Regieleki.
Now, I had heard about Loop with the Jet Energy in Control decks using Spiritomb. So what you would do is you would use Spiritomb, Jet into the active with a Vitality Band, so you could do 20 damage, and then you would be playing Radiant Alakazam to move that damage that you deal to the active somewhere else, and then you fade out, bring up the Snorlax, right? Okay. So I do like that, but I had never seen it with Regieleki, and it makes so much sense.
Yeah, that way you have a consistent way to always get Penny back as well, and you don't need to deal damage if you're slowly running your opponent out of resources. Like I mentioned, if your opponent is unable to get out of a counter catcher once you bring the Snorlax up, then you can just grab another counter catcher back or grab another Penny, and then your opponent eventually just loses the resource war like Dre did in that second game. And Nathan Ginsburg going to 6-2-1. We'll be seeing him and the other 200 or so players in day 2, where we will be crowning ourselves another regional champion.
And so we have our interview ready with Nathan. Let's hear from the winner of round 9.
Hey everyone, Kyle Sabelos here with Nathan Ginsburg with a huge 2-0 victory. We haven't seen a lot of those on stream. How does it feel to get the win here and move into day 2?
It feels fantastic. I mean, I'm playing a deck that's pretty sick. Me and my friends have been working on this for a little bit, so I'm happy to, do it justice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty great plays. Pablo was talking about it, seeing the Jet Energy along with the Regieleki being able to promote and continue that Penny chain back and forth. I mean, it looked like you had him in a pretty crazy spot. Then we saw that Prime Catcher. What was going on there at the end of game 2? It looked like you were on the ropes, and then it all turned around.
It definitely did look out like I was on the ropes. I mean, I had no Pidgey out the whole game. Turn 2, my Pidgeys got sniped. I had nothing. But I was able to get to like a board state where it's just Snorlax and Regieleki. Like, I realized that both of his vacuums were gone, so Regieleki with Hero's Cape could be a viable looping option. I was trying to find Erica's, so when he pennied up, or not penny, but when he brought back his Spiritomb, I was going to try and Erica's something else other than a Roaring Moon that could KO my Regieleki, but I couldn't find that, and Spiritomb was shutting off Lumineon, so that was fun. But it was pretty good, and Jet has been an amazing card this weekend.
Yeah, that was a little bit of technology that we weren't all expecting, but it definitely worked out in that situation. It was so cool to see that specific chain, as it's something that's pretty unfamiliar to the stream. Now, we've seen you a lot before. This is not the type of deck that we typically see you on. We've known you as a Kyogre gamer for a while. What eventually brought you over to the dark side, the control side?
The dark side was rotation. Kyogre's gone. I'd still be playing it. I don't know if it's good or not right now, or would be, but I probably would still be playing it regardless. But rotation ended that, unfortunately.
So instead of using Comfey's 15 turns in a row, throwing all the cards in the Lost Zone, you decided to stop them from moving with block Snorlax over and over again?
I mean, instant charge is just as good as Aqua Storm, so that's a great way to end a turn.
There you go. You know what? I respect that, and it worked out very well for you. Now, of course, you were talking about testing with some players. Who are those players you'd like to shout out and players who helped you along the way?
Yeah, I want to shout out Neo. Don't know how to pronounce his last name, funny enough, but shout out to Neo and Jack Moore for working on the deck with me this weekend and this past week. So yeah, those are the people that helped me get there. And also shout out my friend's cat, Sniffles, Noah.
That definitely got a rise out of the crowd, so I'm sure that means something relevant to them.
We love his cat.
Well, you already have your Worlds invite. We've been following along on Twitter and seeing you performing there. So with the expectations here as the last regional, are you all in? Is this for the victory, or is there a point total you're trying to reach to?
I was bored, so I played Pidgeot Control. It's fun. I mean, I'd love to do well tomorrow, but this is just, I don't know. For me personally, like, this is my second season competing, so this is like a victory lap. You know, I crossed the finish line, so now I'm just enjoying the rest of my season. So that's what's going on.
Very cool. Yeah, I remember when you got your first opportunity. What was it, San Diego? You made the finals, and you were the newcomer. Sure enough, here you are, a seasoned veteran in his second term, and he's getting the job done here. Congratulations on the victory.
Appreciate it.
We're going to throw it back to the desk, and we'll be closing out the show soon, so don't go anywhere.
Excellent to hear from Nathan, and like Kyle said, that wraps up our show, Pablo, and what an incredible day it's been. We've seen so much competitors, so much action between our players. What a truly incredible last regional championship this has been.
Yeah, and we still have plenty to play for tomorrow. Very exciting day 2. Make sure you are tuned in because we have a lot of action happening.
Well, before the day ends, there's something special we have to cover here. Somebody has a birthday today that we need to celebrate. So I think it's time that we say happy birthday to you, Pablo.
Thank you.
Celebrating it, playing Pokemon here. We got
We're keeping it safe as well, right?
Of course, yeah. Listen, we're in a controlled environment here. There's no, we can imagine, right? There's fire going on. So happy birthday to you, Pablo.
Thank you.
Celebrating it with the Pokemon community. I'm sure, me, in behalf of the whole Pokemon community, very special birthday to you. You do so much for the community. Thank you for casting with me this weekend. Everybody at home and around, give a round of applause to Pablo here for his birthday here. Congrats.
Thank you.
Let's
Very
go, Pablo.
kind of you. I didn't think you would realize.
Well, it's been a great day here. We're wrapping things up. We've got some celebrations going on. I'm sure we'll have some more cake tonight and celebrate your birthday. And of course, all those players who made it to day 2 will be celebrating their birthday, or rather, not their birthdays as well. I have birthdays on my mind
everyone's
now.
birthday in
Everybody's
LA.
birthday. Everybody gets a cake. Everybody gets a cupcake. Now, they'll be celebrating their 19 or more match points that allow them to get into day 2. See, that's like a birthday party sometimes. Coming back the second day, it's like a birthday party. It's like a celebration all over again. It's like a second birthday.
Now, I do believe we have the Community Choice Bracket Showdown still to go, right? You and I are going to argue for our next card. So, why don't we jump into that? He's doing Heavy Ball versus Palbat. I'll let you choose this time.
You're going to be nice to me this time. All right, you know what? I'll take Palpad this time. And I'll give you the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Sort of we did it the opposite the last way. I argued for the newer card, you argued for the older card. I mean, Palpad has been around for a while here. This is going to be a big matchup here. The winner of this will face off against Super Rod and Counter Catcher, so some recovery cards and some utility cards here. And I think we're ready, Pablo. Let's go ahead and discuss this here. Make sure you guys vote on Twitch to see which card you want to see advance to become our community prediction best item in format champion. Palpad is such an incredible card. And let me tell you why. You saw how powerful it was in that previous match. Getting supporter cards back from the discard pile, that is an effect that almost every time it's been in the format, it has been powerful and it has been a staple. If you played during Versus Secret times, you know how insanely powerful it is to bring supporters back into your hand. And now there have been times that Palpad has not been as strong. When it was released in Ultra Prism, there wasn't really a great way to search out the supporter cards that you would put back into your deck. But now with Pidgeot, this card has reached its peak. You can put supporters back and immediately search them out. Not just one supporter, but 2 supporter cards as well. Grab the supporters, put them back in. Without this card, control strategies, stall strategies, even decks that want to play cards like Eerie and Turo multiple times, those strategies are not possible. You get more versatility playing the Pal Pad over another copy of that supporter card, and with loops in the format, it's just so strong. That's why I think Pal Pad clears Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Now I'm gonna appeal to chat's very analytical mindset and be like, do you really enjoy having fun with the Pokemon trading card game? If you do, then you don't want Control to succeed, right?
Okay.
And therefore, if Palpad really benefits Control, you should definitely vote for Hisuian Heavy Ball. Hisuian Heavy Ball lets you find that precious Pokemon you added into your deck to be able to play the game. So Hisuian Heavy Ball, I mean, in general, accessing your prize cards, which are usually out of the game essentially until you knock out Pokemon, can be very difficult to overcome. However, with Hisuian Heavy Ball, you can get that extra Frigibax, that extra Bidoof. Yeah, even Control decks enjoy playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball. We just saw how powerful it was with that Regieleki, but we really like to have fun, so Hisuian Heavy Ball lets everyone have fun. Palpad with Control decks, I'm not sure I want to, like, encourage that.
Well, I want to hear what Twitch chat has to say. Make sure you guys stay tuned in and vote for that Twitch poll to see which card you want. We'll be revealing that towards the end of our broadcast as we wrap things up, which I think we are ready to do, Pablo. It's been an excellent day of competition. How about we throw it down to the lounge, close things out to the show. Let's throw it down to there.
Welcome in, everybody. Adam Watson here in the lounge with Kyle Sablehouse to bring it all home.
Woo! Yeah, man, it's been an excellent day of competition. So fun to see some ridiculous games on stream, and I can only imagine all the other games that we had going out throughout the 2,400 players that were represented in this game.
Yeah, we do have a lot of players that have already locked up their day 2 invites, so we can actually take a look at that right now, Kyle. Just a short list of notable players that we will potentially be seeing on stream again tomorrow.
Yep, fair amount of Control players out here. We've got some new players, some old players, national champions, and a bunch of regional winners as well. This is quite the field that we have. It's very stacked, and I mean, my name, you immediately go and you see Caleb Gettimer, Azul GG once more, Ian Robb, Piper Lapine. These are some incredible names that are going to be gracing us with their presence in day 2.
Yeah, these are all the names you want to burn into your memory right now, viewers at home, as these are the big names that we certainly will be paying attention to and hopefully get them on stream tomorrow. These are the best of the best. One of the biggest regionals, the final regional in NA before we head to NAIC, eventually come around to Worlds. And so a handful of these names are looking to just pad their numbers. They want to stay in that top 16 rankings, comfortably so they can get that round 1 bye at Worlds. And some of these players just need a big chunk of points to finalize their Worlds invite.
Yeah, Michael Diaz, who we see in that top right corner there, is one of those players who's, I believe, just 40 points away, so potentially already sealing the deal there. Gonna try to work on that a little further in day 2, and he's playing a very interesting Lost Box deck that we've featured before, but maybe he's got something for us in day 2.
Mm-hmm. And I wish certainly all of these players the best of luck. Only some of them can prevail, but we do know that one of these items certainly can prevail. Palpad versus Hisuian Heavy Ball. It is a very interesting debate. I liked how they tried to break it down as a Control versus Fun.
Oh,
but
well, fun never prevails. Victory is imminent. And Palpad gets it done.
I think that if you think a little bit outside the box, right? Palpad, I put the extra boss's orders in so I can be aggressive, or I want the extra Professor Sadas, certainly with the Palpad.
Yeah, I guess there is some debate there. The ancient box gamers are just burning their deck to smithereens and then rip the Palpad for Sada at the end to close out. So, you know, Pablo, it may be your birthday, but you're not winning that one.
But that's okay, because everyone's a winner when we listen to the people in Twitch chat. So thank you for letting your voices be heard and really participating with the stream. It means a lot. And you can continue to participate tomorrow. So make sure you don't miss that day 2 start time. We're going to be here bright and early, 11:15 a.m. Pacific time. We are in Los Angeles, after all, 2:15 Eastern time. Just making sure I got my time zones right, Kyle.
Yeah, I already forgot about them when I flew over on the plane ride. So when I call home, they're already asleep.
And just to refresh your memory, dear viewer, if you haven't been here for a vast majority of our Pokemon competitive season, this is currently where we're sitting. You missed out on a lot of amazing Pokemon action, so maybe you can take this opportunity to kind of brush up on your Pokemon history before we head to New Orleans for NAIC.
Yeah, there's a lot of great VODs to watch again if you want to see all the excellent action we've seen throughout this entirety of the 2024 season. And of course, we're going to be starting things all over again once we finish in Honolulu, but we still got some amazing tournaments to close out this season.
That's absolutely true, Kyle. Even if you haven't been tuned into the competitive scene for too long, you don't need to be sad because we have the best games, the biggest tournaments of all about to come. So make sure you follow those channels. If you're watching on YouTube, follow, subscribe there so you turn on that notification bell so you know when we're going live with great Pokemon competition, as well as on Twitch. It's super important to know that you are not going to miss any of these amazing games, and certainly not for tomorrow here in Los Angeles, where we crown our final NA regional champion and one more to join our roster of champions in the World Championship. So that's going to be it from us, Kyle, and we're going to see you all bright and early tomorrow.
The stage is set for our grand finale, the final stop on our regionals road trip, Los Angeles, California.
Players have been building up to this point for so long.
This is going to be fun.
It is.
And that is going to be it. Dustin is going to scoop it up. Olive Sand.
It's making it so much more worth for players from any region to travel to other regions. We had
no other Pokemon.
Oh, there's
That's ridiculous. Place. I love this
Popping
matchup.
out everywhere. That is wild. We're excited to take you into another Swiss round here. I say another one.
Dude, you know what? That art like throws me off. I'm like, this thing's psychic.
Everything. It gets people all the time, dog.
He understands this is what he needs and fights.